Take this rod and go, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. It became the truth because a soul for a soul. This is the goal as a shadow. Samson said, let my soul die with the Gentiles. Then he pushed the pillars down. But it was Jesus who came down and planted in dry ground. A soul for a soul. This was the goal God gave. His only begotten Son from his own bosom. His only soul, and on the cross, Jesus said, good afternoon. This was the goal. My body was formed from the dust of the ground. God's own breath made me a living soul, and the Spirit of God Almighty dwells in me. I am spirit, soul, and body. Whoa, what a privilege to be made like God. And immediately there fell from his eyes as it had been scales. And he received sight forthwith and arose and was baptized. After God's soul was offered, men became to scale. This was the goal. We are no longer there. No one can take my sandals from my feet. Bring my people to me so they can eat. Take this iron rod and go. Soul for soul. Raina, what's going on? This was the goal. You did this for me. You did this for me. For that I will sing. My body was born from the dust of the ground. God's own breath made me a living soul, and the Spirit of God Almighty dwells in me. Oh man, homeboy got his camera open. What's up, bro? Uh-oh, y'all get ready. Woo! Benny gonna be preaching or something today. Boy got his camera open.
Yes, sir.
Man, y'all better be.
We on fire. I'm sick of all these TikTok lies.
Yep.
You told me you prophesied it.
What? What'd I say?
That when you get an understanding, you'll get tired of arguing.
That's what the Bible says. I just told you. All I did is tell you what the Bible says. I just understand it. That's all I did. I just understand it. And it tells you see it. You see it. Jesus ain't trying to argue with nobody, but here they come. He ain't trying to argue with nobody, but here they come. Hey, this song right here is starting to blow up on freaking on Amazon and on the platforms. This song right here. Which one of you has a servant who worked in the field all day? When he comes in the house, do you let him Nikki, eat? What's up, Nikki? What's going on? First, make you something to eat. Then he can eat. Yeah, this song right here is starting to blow up on. For those who have ears to hear is clear what you said, Lord. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Jesus, you are the substance and evidence of things hoped for and things not seen. Because you are the image of the invisible God who we hope to see. What is this place I live in? Foreigner I've become. Is this a Christian live? Yeah, it is. It's a Christian live, Nikki. What is this place where the people are blind? So if Christians offend you, man, it's not a place to be. You're just going to get more offended. Is in a form of a book, but they won't even take a second look. Those pages say, faith cometh by hearing, but how can they not see you obey the one who comes? What is this place? Abraham's servant, Eliezer, whose name means God helps, was told to go find Isaac a wife. Your app is glitching. Just leave and come back, Lloyd. Or go see it, Lloyd. Go see if you have to update or something. God told him if he was afraid to take his servant, Furah, whose name means foliage, life. It was his servant that interpreted the dream, Lord. Why doesn't anyone in this place see or hear this truth? Lord, I see why I'm here. What is this place I live in? A foreigner I've become, to a place I once loved. What is this place where the people are blind and deaf? Your word here is in a form of a book, but they won't even take a second look. Those pages say faith cometh by hearing, but how can they not see you are faith, the one who comes? What is this place? Joe, what's up, Joe? I will sub. Father, who will believe my report? But I will tell them you made it simple when you talked about a mustard seed. Is your first time coming, Joe? The parable of the sower tells us the seed is the word. What made you sub? We just kind of getting started. Has that seed, which is faith, they have you, the iron rod, the authority of God. What is this place I live in? A foreigner I've become, to a place I once loved. What is this place where the people are blind and deaf? Your word here is in a form of a book, but they won't even take a second look. Those pages say faith comes by hearing, but how can they not see you are the one who comes? Unknown caller. What is this place? Afternoon. I'll tell them he washed the disciples' feet to show he was Abraham's and Gideon's servant, as he was also theirs. He made it clear. He did not come to be served, but to serve. It was him who served the people in the Old Testament. Can't you see? Can't you hear? What is this place I live in? A foreigner I've become, to a place I once loved. What is this place where the people are blind and deaf? Your word here is in a form of a book, but they won't even take a second look. Those pages say faith cometh by hearing, but how can they not see you are faith, the one who comes? What is this place? Lord, why doesn't anyone in this place see or hear this truth? I see why I'm here. There is no other. You are faith. Faith is not just a word. Faith is alive, and there was only one life given to us. Jesus Christ, our servant. going out, either direction I'm coming to go. If your shout, a shout of a roaring lion during victory, to prove your love for me. Baba girl, what's up, Big Net? What's up? What would you do if you got back with your ex, got her pregnant, bought a ring for her, I'm assuming, and you leave the military in a week and you found out she's cheating on you? I don't know what to do. Lost, too embarrassing to tell anyone. MK, are you going to war? Or are you joining like basic training? What do you mean you leave for the military? What do you mean by that? You're going to boot camp? How old are you? How old are you, man? You're 29. What's your pronouns? What's your pronouns, MK? Man, where is my... I pray to be set free. MK, I'm kidding, bro. I'm not really. Now I'm kidding, okay? What I'm trying to do is, if you're telling me the truth, bro, I'm just telling you, you need to breathe, bro. Like, if you're going to boot camp, and you're telling me all this stuff is true right here, I don't know any other way to say this. The good thing is you're 29 going through that kind of stuff, but boot camp is only 2-3 months long. So how far along is she? How much longer will it hold? The storm at sea doesn't scare me, only pulling up the net. I catch a net where I see. Going on 5 months? Well, she's still going to be pregnant when you get back. So, just, you want me to give you honesty, or you want me to make you feel better? I'm being serious. You want me to give you honesty, or just make you feel better? Honesty. When you go to basic training, the only thing you need to be focused on is basic training. So they're going to give you a phone call. I think it's a little different now. They may let you talk more. It used to be once a week you get like a 2-minute phone call or something. They may let you make a phone call every few days. I don't know. But your baby's not old enough to talk to you. The one that's in the womb. Whether you call that girl or not, that's on you. Honestly, but I'll tell you, it could possibly ruin your career. Constantly focus on the girl. The baby's not here yet, bro. You understand? The baby's not here. You can't hold the baby. Can't do any of that. So if you want honesty, you go to basic training. You don't let your pecker get hard. Don't even think about your pecker. Go to freaking boot camp. Do everything the drill sergeant's telling you to do. And whatever they tell you, like how to graduate, because I know it's a little different now, but how to graduate first in your class, that's what you're focused on. They'll put you in charge every so often. And your job is to be the best when they put you in charge. I mean, that's what you focus on. All you're doing is waiting for them to put you in charge. They're going to put you in charge. And hopefully they don't put you in charge at the beginning, because you're going to look like a goofball because nobody knows anything. But if they do, then you just do the best you can. But in the next 2 to 3 months, you're going to boot camp. Your goal, and I don't know how honest to be about what I'm saying, you don't have a pecker, bro. You do what you're supposed to do, what the drill sergeants tell you to do, and you figure out what can you be number one at before you leave. And if you ain't working on being number one, you ain't gonna be number one. That's your goal. Is how does my military career gonna look? You're going to AIT right after, right? What's your MOS? From the richest man, I'm no longer D5. This man is blessed of the mighty God. Now I have to get rid of this broad. My son will be born first. He will receive the inheritance from you. I don't know what branch you're going in, but what job did you say? I need to think on these things. Oh, I see you looking at me with those coveted eyes. So with the inheritance. Cyber. Oh yeah, what branch is that? Is that? I mean, you got the word Marine there, but are you part of the Navy, or are you going to be in the Marines? In the Marine Corps? Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to give it to you as raw as I can. I graduated first in my class in basic training, and I don't know how else to explain this. You don't have a pecker. I need you to understand what I'm saying. Like, you're a eunuch. You understand? It's missing. It's not there. It gives to me your focus needs to be on faith and nothing else. It may be hard what's going on back there, but your kid ain't born yet. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? So, and then after that, you're obviously going to go to your training, whatever that is, and that's going to be another 2-3 months, right? So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So while you're in AIT or whatever y'all call it in the Marine Corps, your child might be born while you're over there training. All right. So, but in basic training and AIT, I mean, I can't say it enough, and it may sound rude, but you don't have a pecker, bro. Okay. I mean, it is what it is. You train on what they're telling you. You focus on what they're telling you to do, and you be the best at what they tell you to do. And in the back of your head, you're going to be tempted to think about the girl. You don't tell anybody that stuff. That ain't none of their business. Right? Ain't nobody's business what's going on. You're going to be tempted to, because there's going to be some downtime, and you're going to want to tell somebody. You're stupid if you do, but you might. But I'm telling you, basic, you're around a bunch of youngsters. You know what I mean? Like, they're freaking 20 years old, bro. You're going to be like the old guy. You understand? First thing you need to learn when you're in the service is complaints. Complaints don't go down, bro. Complaints go up. You understand? So you got 20-year-olds, 21-year-olds. You're coming in at 29. You're already mature. You're supposed to be mature, and you're over here crying about, you know what I mean? They're not going to look at you like a leader. So you need to look at everybody in there as soon as you get there as, even though y'all are equal, you got to treat them like they're lower rank. And when I say treat them like they're lower rank, I don't mean you're their sergeant, so bark at them. I'm saying as far as complaints go, bro, you don't complain to nobody about what's going on in your. If they ask you questions about your life, just say, oh, I got a woman just like everybody else. That's it. I got a woman just like everybody else. Now, yours may be crazier than everybody else's, but that's irrelevant. You got a woman just like everybody else. That's what you tell them. Okay? And they try to get in details about, like, what's going on with your brother. There's no details, man. You ask them, well, tell me about yours. Let them guide you. about their crap. But don't do that. 29 years old, they're not going to respect you. Most of them are immature. They're not going to respect you, bro. You're always crying. That's how they're going to see you, crying. And in your head, you're just trying to talk to someone about it. But what I'm trying to tell you is 90% of the people there, they ain't trying to hear it. They're not trying to hear it. So the worst thing you can do is lose respect from any of these people. You can't lose respect. That's why one day, if it happens, you become a sergeant, you're going to be told you can't hang out with them, lower subordinates. Can't hang out with them. So if you can't hang out with them, you might as well start telling yourself that right now. I can't hang out. So if you can't hang out with them, how are you going to be able to cry about your problems to them? You can't. So you start acting like a leader right now, you'll be one. You start acting like a crybaby, then that's how everybody's going to see you. And guess what? Wherever you go, some of them are going to be there. And they're going to go tell everybody how you cried like a little girl the whole time you were there. So you're going to have to harness your emotions, tell your emotions to shut up. Are they real? Yeah, they're real. You can see them. You can feel them. They're real. But if you don't tell yourself, I'm here for boot camp, it's not going to be good. And I gave it to you as raw as I can give it to you. Now, if you want me to make you feel good, you can put that in there and I'll make you feel good. But if you want me to be honest and real, I mean, I literally broke down the most strongest pillars. Your age, you have to keep the respect, and you have respect day one. Day one, you have respect. You open your mouth, start crying about this crazy woman, you're going to lose respect, half of the people. And the other half that are telling you, oh, that's so good that you're able to talk about this. Within a week or two, they're going to be persuaded by the others that you're a pushover. And now the 50% that was on your side, only 10%. And out of those 10%, half of them go to sick hall. They don't ever do what the drill sergeant tells them to do. And you're going to be in that group with all the losers. Okay? I don't know how else to tell you. Okay? And what I mean by losers is people that don't want to be winners. They don't want to be winners, bro. You join the military, your mindset has to be, I'm going to be a winner. Not perfect, but you have to be a winner. Right? So that's putting yourself around people who are smarter than you, and you don't care that you're not the smartest one. And because of that, you'll grow. You know what I mean? Yeah. Mick said you don't want to be in that group, the self-help improvement team. Yeah. MK, you good? Huh? Or you got another question or what? Or did I scare you off? No offense. Yeah, I'm just giving it to you raw, okay? From a combat veteran that's I've been through boots, combat, all of it. Is there somebody that's done more? Yeah, bro, there's a bunch of us, okay? There's a bunch of us. I'm not the only one, but I don't know how you found me, but you sure the heck did. Stars. The only self-help I get is from myself. Well, that's a good start. That's a good start. Okay? There ain't nothing wrong getting self-help from yourself as long as what you're doing is healthy. Okay? But the Bible says that a righteous man may fall 7 times, but he shall get up again. You understand? It's not about the fall. It's about how you pick yourself up. Are you learning? You understand? Are you learning? This area in your life might need some work, and you suck at it, whatever it is. And then something happens, you fall out in that area. It's not about that. Now, you're going to hurt some people, right, because of that fallout. And it's going to suck that you hurt somebody, no matter what it was that happened. But it's you that God is saying, hey, do you see this right here? Now tell me what's wrong with this. Whatever that was. And it is your job to figure out, what is this? What is this right here? Because in all these other areas, I'm fine. What is this? And then it'll get fixed. Why? Because you care. And then as you're getting polished, you're going to run into another bump. And you're like, huh, what is that? And God's going to ask you, you tell me. You tell me what that is. And it's just a matter of time. That bump, because you're not noticing it as like an issue. You're not noticing it as an issue in your life. You're just kind of like, I don't see anything really wrong with it right now. And then something happens with that. And you're like, hold on a second. Like, what is that? And God's going to say, you tell me, what is that? And by studying, he'll tell you, this is what that is. And you're like, oh, wow. I knew, but I don't know. It's like, it didn't hit me until this event took place. It didn't hit me. Because it's going to hit you, whatever it is. It's going to hit you 100%. 100%. Man, what the heck? Last song, man, and we're going to get to it. We're going to get to it. Carol, good morning. Yeah, good afternoon. Yeah, you're right. My bad. The bloodshed I cannot bear, but why this innocent pigeon? Too young, feeling how it, why did it have to die? There restored those was young thing. Innocent, make it for all the same things that for me, taken from the hedge of protection, straight to rejection. This covenant made by my hand, for this promise I seal by your fire. This is God's desire, the meaning now I may not understand, but I know it has to do with his right hand. From day to night, I fell asleep in a fright. I woke up to a ring of fire. This was God's desire. Going through all the pieces of flesh. The fire came to rest. The only thing that burned was a naked baby pigeon. It was a making for all to see. Shame shed for me. Taken from a hedge of protection. Straight to rejection. Man. What the heck was that? Hey, somebody let me know on YouTube. Is it still coming in good? Because I just got a weird little thing pop up. Yeah, okay. Not sure what that's about. To do with his right hand. We have been sealed by the Holy Spirit of promise. We have been sealed by the innocence in the midst. The innocence. Man, what's up? What's going on? What happened, man? We blow up Iran yet or what? What's going on? What we got? Huh? No? Y'all don't know? Nobody knows nothing? I went live for nothing? What's up? Y'all don't got, hey, those lives don't wore y'all out this morning? I tell you, every time I don't go live in the morning, boy, y'all, I don't know where y'all go. Y'all come back like, well, we're just kind of TikTok lived out, we just not sure if we can do anything today. Yeah, y'all.
Bro, I need water for me and my camel.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, man. I mean, Merle, what's up? Merle, where you be hiding? Merle be hiding. Merle, I don't see Merle for like a whole 6 months or something. He pop back in here. Sando, what'd you say?
Yo no sé nada.
No sé nada. I know nothing like that. No sé nada. No, nada,
Right.
nothing, sé. What is sé?
Yeah. No. I know nothing.
But
No
what is
sé nada.
what is sé? You said no sé. What is sé?
No.
Oh, no. Oh, okay. No. Yeah. I've been listening to Spirit, Soul, and Body D-Scale teaching all morning. Golly. All morning? Spirit, Soul, and Body? You probably need a nap. You've been listening to that one all morning. Spirit, Soul, and Body would freaking take you out, boy. Take me out going over that stuff. Because you're talking about a 3-part being, and your mind is like, I don't see 2 other, like, what are you talking about? Spirit, soul, and body. I mean, it's just bro, I am working 2 jobs now, helping with ministry. You're helping with ministry? What do you mean you're helping with ministry? What are you talking about? Unpredictable. Unpredictable is not going to be released till a couple of weeks, I think. Like the actual, the song and the whole album. Matter of fact, or better yet, let me back up. Hold on a second. Let me back up before I say that. Yeah. So the second album's coming out. Unpredictable, guys, is, well, hold on a second. Did I put is Unpredictable on the next? Yeah, I think, you know what? Yeah, it is the next album. I'm sorry. I apologize. Unpredictable is the if I'm not mistaken. Right, CJ?
Third album.
What's the second album called?
David's Secret Chord.
Oh, yeah. My bad. I apologize.
Both come out on the 6th.
Yeah. So the full album of David's Secret Chord comes out on the 6th, and the single for the release of the third album, which is Unpredictable, which obviously is the song Unpredictable, it comes out the day that the new album comes out. All right. And it just worked out that way. Like, that's not how we planned it. 4th or 6th? What are we talking about? 4th of March? Alex, what are you talking about? 4th of March. Release of the song should be the 6th. Merle, what do you say? We have ICE basketball program. Oh, Lord. Why'd you have to pick that name? 3K kid. Whoa. Lord have mercy. Oh, that's what you're doing for the ministry? You're helping out like some basketball? Jonathan, what's up, dude? Hello, my dude. What's up, dude? What's going on, man? Yeah. That was pre-ice problem. It ain't gonna look that way. They're going to be like, y'all are for I. Well, y'all heard Donald Trump's going to change the name of ICE to NICE. Jonathan, what's up, man? Dallas, Texas. Where you at, bro? We changed the branding to Ice Ball. Ice Ball? Ignorant kids getting educated or what? Kids with the C? What's up? Oh, my bad. My bad. Not ignorant kids getting educated. Integrity, character, and excellence. My bad. How dare I? How dare I? They're called NICE now. Yeah. So NICE agents, forcing the media to call them nice agents. Dude, bro, I'm doing good. Good, man. It's good to hear. That is good to hear. Oh. All right. Let me move this over here. All right, what's up? What's the update, man, on freaking Iran? Huh? What's the update? What y'all got?
Alex in the chat said he has one. He just needed 2 minutes. That was about 2 minutes ago.
He needed too much. Jack, come on, man. Don't 6-7 me every 3 seconds, bro. Come on. We got it. We get it, okay? Oh, man. I'm trying to warn you here. Lord, man. Oh, man. Just trying to spam the live with 6-7. How is 6-7 still a thing? Like, I mean, it was a thing already for 6 to 7 months. I don't understand how it's still a thing. I mean, I don't understand. I don't get it. Before you know, it's going to be 6 or 7 years. We're going to be losing our mind over here with this thing. I'll be like, dang. I was like, man, this thing started when I was 37, and now I'm 67, and y'all still doing it. Driving me crazy. Lord have mercy. I mean, just saying.
That's 30 years, though.
Huh?
That's
only 30 years. No, I'm saying they're going to do it till I'm 67. And then one day, somebody's going to be born. The day that they started, they said, man, this thing's been going on for 67 years, and today's my 67th birthday. Like, woof.
Just kidding. That's only 20 years away. We all know the truth.
Yeah, it's nuts. Yeah, it's nuts. It's nuts. Yeah, Alex did say he was going to come back, or he was going to come, and I don't know what he was talking about, though. All right, CJ, what'd you find out, man? Any change in Iran versus Marca or what?
No, not yet.
No? Uh-oh, y'all see that?
I didn't find
Y'all see that 24-hour silence?
I didn't find anything yet.
Yeah, you didn't find nothing. Yeah, buddy. Trump gonna do a 72-hour silence and then bayaya. That's gonna be a wrap. He gonna hit him with the okey doke. He gonna hit him with
Well, I woke up this morning and Mexico was on the news. American tourists are sheltering in place. What's going on with that?
Find out for us. Heck if I know. I don't know. But I tell you what, listen, I love everybody, bro. I really do. I 100% do. I do, man. Okay? I love everybody. I can be just as crazy as anybody. Anything that anybody is doing, I've partaked in some form or fashion, unless it's, liquid and powdery substances that get you inebriated. I don't know anything about that other than putting all those things in, behind some bars. I mean, that's the only thing I know about them, honestly. But with all that being said, the point I'm trying to get at is, all that, let me think of what is it that they say? Hey, what do the Mexicans say when they fly their flag? Viva la Mexico. What do they say? Sando.
Viva la raza.
Yeah, what are they saying though?
Long live the race, like the Mexican race.
All right, well, listen, Sando, I love you to death, but if you part of this crowd, you're just gonna get mad at me, bro. So maybe you shouldn't listen. I don't know.
Nah, that's all good.
All right, you need to tell all those dudes that got all that come to America flying Mexican flag energy. They need to go join the military in Mexico and go fight for their country since they Vida la Rosa so much. You know what I mean?
Raza, bro.
Whatever, bro. Raza, Vida la Raza. Listen, listen. I don't understand. You got people to come over here and they're like Vida la Raza, and like if their country needed them to fight for the country, they would join. Where's all that energy at? If you are not going to join and go fight for your country, Vida la Rosa, Vida la whatever, then I don't want to hear all that energy over here then, man. That make no sense. Make no sense. Do you come over here? Yeah, Vida la Raza. Yeah. You come over here talking about Vida la Raza, right? Because you're trying to make people believe you're tough. Well, go prove it. All right. Get a list together. All you Viva la Rosa people, put a list together. Put your name on the list that I am part of the Viva la Rosa in America. And I want to see a huge exodus out of America, join the military, and prove that you are a Viva la Raza. Prove it. Let's go. It's time to Viva la Raza. If not, then sit your butt down, pick up an American flag, and Viva la American flag. Because you can't join, obviously. Okay? I just don't understand. I don't understand this. I've been hearing it for my whole life. Viva la Rosa. My whole life I've been hearing this crap. Guess what? It's time for you to shine. Where are you at? Where are you at? Viva la Raza. Where are you at? You know, you'll get in a fight with someone like me that's calling you out. Like you'll get mad and get in a fight, but you won't go fight for your country. Now, how is that Viva la Raza? Huh? How? You're a bunch of liars, bunch of cowards. Y'all just say that crap while you're over here to like, I don't know, to like it's a cool thing. But the fad is dying off pretty quick here, especially with people like me. Your fad's dying off. It's dying off. If you really care for a country, you're gonna go put your freaking name on that dotted line and go fight for the raza. Huh? I don't want to hear no more. I tell you right now, next time I see someone, Vida la Raza, I see you in person. I'm going to go ask you, have you ever were in the military over there? No. Brother. Boy, what a lot of talk about how you care for your country, but you don't want to fight for them. It looks like they need you right now. It looks like they need you right now. So if you know somebody who is Mr. or Mrs. Vida la Rosa, why they're over here, but yet they are citizens over there, you might want to tell them, say, where's all the Vida la Rosa energy at? Where's it at? Well, I meant over here. We don't need you over here for that, okay? Listen, there ain't nothing wrong making money while you're here. But I don't understand this. I don't understand this, okay? I put my name on a dotted line, and I Viva la America over here. I did that, okay? But if you love your country like you claim, instead of wasting all that energy being mad at someone like me, be mad at yourself for being a liar. You're a liar. No, there ain't no Viva la Rosa in you. You better go over there and go get some action, homeboy, homegirl, whoever you are. Go get some action. I'm tired of hearing it. I'm up to here with this Viva la Raza. And then now, you know, because it seemed like Mexico, who's Mexico going to fight? You know what I mean? Like, why would you not say Viva la Raza? Why would you not say that? Because who they going to fight, bro? They can't fight nobody and win. So who they going to fight? Wow, what a clever thing to start. What a clever thing to start yelling to sound like you're just doing so tough. But now, guess what? They need you now, homeboy, homegirl. They need you now. What now? You gonna go sign up? I need to see a big exodus. Huge. Like freaking Moses and the Hebrews out of Egypt. I need to see an exodus out of America so I can pat every one of you on the back and say, you know what? You are Viva la Raza for real. But you know what? I don't see nobody going over there to sign up. Why not? Why not? We need to get a ribbon made for you. You can no longer say Viva la Rosa. We're going to put Viva la Mentira Rosa, or however you would say, Viva la Mentiras. That's what I'm going to, a new flag for you. And we're going to make the flag backwards. It's going to be the Mexican flag backwards just for you. You can wear it everywhere you go like a scarlet letter. Wear it everywhere you go so everybody knows that when the raza called for you, you were a no-show. A no-call, no-show. Viva la men. I don't know how to say that, Sando.
Mentirosa.
Oh, viva la
Mentirosa.
mentirosa. Yeah. Yeah, not mentiras.
Mentiros.
Yeah. Viva la mentirosa. That's your new flag. Hey, Sando, when you're looking at a Mexican flag, what order is the colors?
Green, white, and red.
From left to right?
Yeah.
Green.
As I'm looking, white and red.
Green, white, red. Because
Right.
I think the flag might be red, green, white. Oh, but wait a minute, Mexican.
No, it's the same as the Mexican.
Oh, it's the same.
It's the same one. It's just one has an eagle.
The Mexican flag has an eagle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, they don't get the Viva la Mentirosas. They don't get to have an eagle on theirs. Minus the eagle. We're gonna put a bald pigeon. We're gonna have a bald pigeon, no feathers, y nada like that. Viva la Mentirosa. Viva la Mentirosa. It's gonna be up. Or you know what? We can keep the eagle there, but plucked eagle, no feathers. Huh?
I'll just aside. No, I agree with you. When I was saying that here, and I don't see anything on social media and anything anybody flying a Mexican flag or any other flag.
Where they at? Where they at, bro? I used to see them all the time, and I'm like, hey, ¿dónde está? Hey, ¿dónde está? La raza, where? Nowhere to be found. What'd you say, Brenda? I won't survive all that. I'll stay in my lane. That's right, Brenda. I don't want to hear no more from you either. I heard you say it too. Viva la Rosa. I heard you, bro. Viva la Mentirosa. I'm going to make me a flag and put it back here. I'm going to put it right here. Viva la Mentors. What's a mentor? What's that?
And it's not even a slide. It's more of like just keep the same energy. You know what I mean?
What is?
That the whole, like what you're saying. It's not even like a slide. It's facts. Like you were very proudly flying a flag in another country, and now you don't want to go.
Now you don't want to go fight, huh? You know why? Again, I'm gonna say it again. How easy to we ain't never going to war. Viva la raza! Never going to war. They go. Why? Because we're stuck with America. America's gonna have to come save us. Oh, yeah. Guess what? America is helping. Huh? That's what it took. Y'all couldn't do it. So we had to go in there and we had to help. And now all of a sudden, y'all helping. Now all of a sudden. But guess what? You don't think military personnel are getting unalive right now in Mexico? Yeah, they are. I don't know how many. But I can tell you right now, ain't nobody Viva la no Mexico right now. I don't see none of that. Black ash. That's what I see. You take your no good for nothing but over there and Viva la raza. Like you said. Been lying for years. Listen, I ain't mad at you. I get it. It ain't easy. It ain't easy putting your name on that dotted line, bro. It ain't easy. It ain't easy, man. I get it. Okay. Now it was easy for me. Real easy. I wish I could tell you how easy. Matter of fact, I couldn't write fast enough. You hear me? I made sure to tell them, hey, make sure you give me a pen that bleeds a lot because I'm going to write so fast it might end up dry before I get to finish putting my name down there. Because I was Viva la Rosa, America. That's right. Piece of cake. I couldn't wait to slap my John Hancock on that bad boy. Couldn't wait. But you know what? Here we are, 2026. And boy, you know, I see people sign their name on that dotted line. They go overseas and they do the deal for real. And they come back, and there are people in this country, they don't care. It'll be people in your own family, you like own circle. And they're like, I don't care. People are funny, bro. You know, I don't give a crap. I don't care. I don't lose no sleep over any of that. I don't give a crap at all. The day you stop giving a crap what people think, you'll have more peace. Okay. Now, if you live like an animal, then that's totally different. You need some Jesus. All right. So he can help you grow. All right. You need some Jesus first, and then he can help you grow. And then while you growing, right? Because growth hurts. Because you don't feel like nothing's wrong with you. You know, you're like, I'm good. No, you're good in the spirit. But in this world, we need to file them, know what I mean? Like file them nails. Know what I'm saying? Like get in there, get in the crevice. Or however you know what I'm saying. Like, don't act dumb. You know what I'm talking about? The finger filer, you know what I mean? Like, you know, like trying to smooth out the nail, you know what I mean? Trying to polish the diamond, however many ways you need it.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Finger filer? Nail
Yeah,
filer?
bro, listen.
Oh,
There's a
God,
thing. There's a thing called I don't know if it's called a finger filer or not, but I'm saying it's like sandpaper, but it's like a stick.
Emery board. That's what it's called.
Okay, let's not do it.
Emery board.
Okay. Don't do that to us. Don't do that to us. Whatever the name is, it's like sandpaper. And like when the girls clip their nails, right? It's not always like, you know, sometimes it's like pointy edges, so they get that stick and they're like, shh, just like a guy does with the grinder. It's a freaking grinder, bro, and they make the nails smooth or whatever. That, you know, polishing the diamond, right? Making the ruby pretty, know what I mean? Right? Showing off the emerald, right? You got to take that gunk off of it. Yeah, sandpaper, Dustin, exactly. But either way, that's what happens, right? You come to Christ, and while you have a plethora of land, a plethora of soil, right? God's word comes and you sticking them in there. And every once in a while, you're going to see this rock or a little weed or something. And you're like, that's been there for a long time. It ain't never hurt nothing. And you got to be honest with yourself. It don't look like it's going to hurt anything. Right? Or you know, like a thorny stick. You know what I mean? And it ain't never poked you. So you're like, you know, why am I going to waste all my time pulling that out? I'm just going to put some good ones. And then you come back a couple of weeks later, and that one little stick, it's like 6, 7, 8, 9 sticks. And you're like, whoa, why's that thing getting bigger? Well, it's getting bigger because you're not recognizing it as something that needs to go. You understand? You ain't recognizing it. This happens to a lot of believers. It's crazy to me how people don't really see it this way. It's not that you're messed up. It ain't that, man. It's that Christ is in there. And, bro, come on. The man is in there. You understand? He's in there. And he's like, hey, what about this right here? And you're like, man, you know, I'm 30 years old. Those things ain't never hurt me. Oh, they're going to because they're growing. But in your head, like, man, shoot, I'm going to put some more word in me. Now, while the word is going in you, there are other thorns and other rocks and a bunch of stuff being removed without you even trying. But you got to understand, some of them are rooted deeper, bro. Some of them, they're rooted deeper. And you're like, it should be good. Like, you know, no big deal. And it's not your fault. Let me make that real clear. It's not your fault because you were in a fallen state. All these things, you know, they started taking root, some root deep. Sooner or later, you're going to get poked. And you're like, wow, what's poking me? And you know, that one little stick that had 5 thorns turns into 4 sticks. Now there's 37 thorns. And before you know it, that sucker in the ground, 50 feet. Know what I mean? Those 37 thorns turn into 37,000. You can't go anywhere in the garden without getting poked by the darn thing. And you're like, man, what is this? Oh, don't worry. That what is this going to show up? It's going to show up. And then now you're like, hey, I need to burn this sucker down. I need to pull this sucker out. You're saved. The word is there. But if it wasn't for Christ, you wouldn't recognize, like, hey, whoa. What is this? What is this right here? It's everybody, bro. It's everybody. Everybody's got a what is this in there. Because there ain't no more what is this talking about Christ. No. We already know what that is. There ain't no more what is this. Now there's another manna. There's another manna, another what is this in there. And you got to figure out, how do I unroot this bad boy? And the answer is in the word. So while everybody is working on themselves in different areas, we all use the same word to do it. Everybody's using the same exact word to find out what is this. And every little, one by one, a rock, a pebble, for some people, freaking bowlers, know what I mean? For others, freaking a tree full of thorns, and it's bigger than any tree you got. It's the biggest tree in there, and you got to unroot that bad boy. You know? One at a time. It's got to be unrooted. Like I said, at work, everything could be awesome. Your marriage could be awesome. You could go down the line. Everything's awesome. And then all of a sudden, you're like, wait a minute. What about this? What is this? Right? And whatever the this is for you, it's a this for somebody else. Right? Let's say you don't like authority and, you know, you butt heads with your boss nonstop. That's all you can do. Have a problem with your boss. But somebody else, they don't got a problem with their boss, right? But their what is this is different than yours. You understand? It's different. And your job is to, as quickly as possible, find out what that is. Is Christ in there? I'm talking about saved people, okay? I'm talking about saved people. People who aren't saved, I ain't talking to you. Okay? I'm talking about people who already have Christ on the inside of them, okay? And somebody would say, well, if you got Christ, those other things aren't in there. No, you're misunderstanding. We're not talking about how you're getting to heaven. We ain't talking about that. Terry, what's up? Can we get a shout out? My father. Rip. All right. Oh, okay. Terry must have been no good. Terry, your comments went bye-bye. I don't know. Terry, I don't know what you're talking about, Terry. I didn't get to see, but got to understand what I'm saying, man. Okay. You are a garden, and the gardener is in there. And gardeners don't play nice. Do you think a gardener is being nice with the weed? Anybody? Put a one in the chat. Put a one in the chat. You ever pull a weed out of a garden? Or have you ever pulled up a weed ever? Put a one in the chat. You ever pull up a weed? Let me see. Huh? You ever pull up a weed? Be honest, man. Was there a nice conversation with the weed? Where you're like, hey, good old morning there, matey. Before I ask you to please, would you properly remove yourself off my property? I was wondering if you'd like to have a cup of tea and some crumpets before I properly remove you out of my property. Absolutely not. You see that sucker, hey, and out of nowhere, that John Wayne or Clint Eastwood music comes on, right? That's it. It's a showdown. Gentle de-weeding. Yeah. Crumpets and tea for all the unwanted weeds on my property. Crumpets and tea now. guys, listen, you have a week, okay? You have a week to go. You have been evicted. But according to the law, you are a living being. Therefore, I cannot remove you against your will until you violate the law. You have 7 days. Come on, bro. Nobody talks to a weed like that. Go over there and tell her, get the heck on out of here. Well, Jesus does the same thing, except when he knows that you played a role in that thing getting there, he's going to ask you, hey, you want me to get rid of that or what? And if you go, nah, it's good, man. It ain't never harmed me. All right. Oh, he's going to be putting the word in you because he already knows that the word is what's going to convince you that needs to go. You understand? Don't misunderstand what I'm saying. Don't misunderstand. Don't misunderstand. Don't misunderstand, man. I don't care how young you are. I don't care how old you are. He's going to ask, hey, right? Righteous man may fall 7 times, but he will get back up. He will rise again. Why? Because he's a righteous man. Not because that fall he's going to hell. He's a hypocrite. He's a liar. No. People who don't understand the Bible are the ones that do this, right? There's a fall in your life as you're trying to make disciples, as you're trying to walk in this life with beautiful feet. And while you're shaving off the rough edges, you're going to be judged. People will judge you. They'll say you're a hypocrite, you're fake Christian, you're whatever, all these real names. And you may have what people would see as a big problem. And then there's other people that they have problems that people just can't see. Like, I don't know. What about what is something? That one pastor that was gambling. I can't remember his name. There was a pastor, he had a gambling problem. Come on, now again, he was gambling before he was a Christian. Right? So he's like, well, gambling never hurt me before. And I can't remember what happened that made it come out that he was gambling or what, again, not come out like for everybody to see. It wasn't like that. Now, there may have been some people that knew about it, but I'm saying he saw how ugly it was, what it was doing to him. It would take, because, he's making disciples, or he was a pastor or whatever. He's got time for that. He's got time for his family. Maybe he's got a couple of hobbies, but then you throw this gambling in there. Now he ain't got time for important things. It was like he was a pastor. Maybe he didn't have, I don't remember the whole thing, but he wasn't paying attention to his, he wasn't paying attention to his family. And so now it's like, well, where's the extra time going? And I want to say his wife didn't even know, you know what I mean? That he was having this issue with gambling, bro. And so when it came out, not a whole lot of people was like really mad at him, because they're like, oh, well, that's not a big deal. It is a big deal, bro. If it has to get polished down, it's a big deal. You don't judge the hump based on how big it looks to you. It either belongs there or it doesn't. If it doesn't belong there, it's not good. You don't measure how good or bad the issue is based on how many people know, based on how embarrassing it was. No, bro. No, he admitted that there was an issue with gambling. Guess what? It's an issue, period. But everybody's, what is it? Everybody's, some people have 3, 4, okay? But they got to get shaved down. They got to get grinded out of there. Have you been drinking that Tiger? Nah, bro. I ain't drinking. I'm not drinking no more Tigers. Why are you asking me about Tigers, Troy? No updates? Really? Oh, next talk with Iran is February 27th, huh? Well, I think we all know that next talk may not be the it may not be the kind of talk that they're looking for. if Trump is saying, hey, guys, check it out, we'll have another talk on the 27th, you might want to call him right now before it gets to the 25th and say, hey, we've decided to play it your way. Oh, well, no. We'll show up on the 27th. No. Don't show up on the 27th to talk. Hey, whatever you want to do. Well, no, I think we've kind of went past that. We'll talk on the 27th. No. You better tell him you don't want to talk on the 27th. You better tell him you don't want to talk. Now, listen, they very well may have a talk on the 27th. Troy, why are you bringing up Tigers? Troy, maybe he didn't hear me the first time. Your mind is the battlefield where victory or defeat begins. Yeah, well, so the mind. So listen, what Christ did on the cross, right? The war is over. Okay, so let's be clear, because there are some misunderstandings about this, right? The war is over. Okay, the war. Christ done won the war, right? That's why in the Bible, in a couple of places, tell her that her what word does it use? I get translations, but it basically is her. It don't say warfare. It
Warfare.
might say warfare. It does say
her warfare is accomplished.
Okay, yeah, her warfare is accomplished. Okay, yeah, her war. That 100% translate into English today that her war is over. It's a prophecy, and that war is over. So when you're having a difficult, right, in here trying to figure some things out, it's not because Satan's sitting on your shoulder. Satan's a defeated foe, period. Now where you're at is you're trying to come into agreement with what is true and try to kick out what is a lie. As you're growing, you understand? When you get saved, your dirt, okay, your soil has become born again. It's born again, and it's perfect. And Christ, who is the tree of life, has been planted in there, and it's growing. And as all the seeds, which is the word of truth, as it's going and being planted by the gardener, while those things are happening, sometimes people are not having faith in areas in their life, meaning they're still trying to make sure that those areas are okay. They've allowed Christ to take over a lot of areas, but they don't see this like as Christ needs to do something, because they're like, oh no, it's fine. I'm saved. This is fine. Again, the guy, his issue he was having was gambling. Well, he admitted that it was a problem. It took away a lot of time from his family and other things, and it was a problem. And I don't remember if his wife was going to leave him or what. But anybody who is saying they don't have any room to grow, I don't believe they're trying to lie. I don't believe everybody's just out here lying. I don't believe that. I believe that someone just really believes, no, I don't think there's, a lot of big things wrong. Big things. Listen, even if this thing is small, okay, in comparison to other big things, either you need to work on something or you don't. The problem is when someone says, I don't have to work on nothing. Now, I don't believe there's a lot of those people out there, but there's people out there that I don't got anything to work on. Listen, everything may be doing great at your job, in your marriage or whatever, and a lot of other things that you're doing. But I'm telling you, if you sat down and just stared at the garden for a little bit, you can think about it. 100%. You can think about it. And if you don't think about it, then what's happening is you've kind of removed yourself away from those situations. Now, that's good, But it's hard to unroot something if you don't really know it's an issue, right? Well, let's say you put yourself in that situation again, whatever that is. I don't care if it's gambling, and it comes out, the issue's still there. You understand? It's still there because you haven't dealt with it. All right. What I mean by dealing with it is acknowledging that this right here is a problem. But when you start blaming yourself like you are the problem, it's hard for someone to get help that way when you're trying to when you're focusing on they are the problem. No, 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 no. Again, it was passed down from Adam. The thing, whatever it was passed down from Adam. So stop the finger pointing and the blame game and start acknowledging, okay, has this person, are they acknowledging that this is an issue? As soon as the person says, oh, yeah, it's an issue, and that sucker's out of there. When you see someone saying, no, 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 that sucker's out of there, now you ask yourself, do I believe them? Okay, now we go back. Is this a promise to reform? You understand, right? A man beats his wife and he's like, oh, I'll never do it again. But the next week he's doing it again. Or the next week he's doing it again and again. And you ask the woman, hey, when he said he was going to stop, did he go to counseling? You got to understand, there's people that's never been to counseling and there's people that has, but they didn't see something as an issue. So while counseling is helping them in a lot of other areas, they don't really see this as an issue. Again, not by choice, just psychologically, they're like, I think we're good, no big deal. But until those thorns start sticking you, you won't acknowledge it. I don't know how to explain that any better. Like again, if you got a gambling problem and now you can't pay your mortgage because you got a gambling problem, thorns are sticking you now, buddy. All right? Thorns are sticking you. And then now the wife is like, hey, how come we can't pay the mortgage? Why can't you pay the mortgage? I don't know. I think somebody stole money out of our bank. I mean, you do anything you can to get it, and then eventually it's going to be like, all right, well, if they're saying they don't have a problem, they're going to be like, well, the Cowboys, man, the Cowboys should have won. It was the referees. The referees made the Cowboys lose, and you'll see them. They'll blame everybody. Okay. All right, and let's say the referees did make some bad calls. They're not wrong. The refs did make some bad calls. But should you have put, 2 months 2 months of your mortgage, should you have put that money down because you're just so sure that they're going to win? No, you shouldn't have. You got a gambling problem. So, although there's fault on the other side, it's irrelevant. Okay, it's irrelevant. We're talking about you, right? So, okay, so there's fault on the other side, which is contributing factors, right? There's nothing wrong with talking about contributing factors. Oh, my Lord. People think that when you talk about contributing factors, they think that you're trying to have an excuse. No. As soon as who's on the other side, as soon as you say, oh, no, contributing factors don't matter. Now you got a problem. You got a problem now. If someone is trying to figure out what is wrong, and while they're trying to figure out, they just want to acknowledge everything that's true, right? And they're like, wait a minute, you're kind of at fault too. You don't just automatically say, oh, no, you're trying to justify and you're trying to hold on. What do you mean? Why are you saying they're at fault? And then they explain that this is the time to be honest. At this time is when you're honest. You don't just keep lying because you're trying to you want to put all the fault on this one person. You know what I mean? And people will do that. Why? Because now they aren't acknowledging their thorn. That they're not the problem. Well, then that thorn will come back and poke you another time. But while this person who is at fault right now, right, while they're going through this, wait a minute, what is the issue right here? While they're acknowledging the thorn that's poking them, you better start acknowledging the thorn that's poking you. Because if you play this role, Oh, well, like for instance, I'll give you a let's talk about a woman that sells her body for money. Okay, because I've met one. Well, I met several, but something I was working on a long time ago, back in the day. But someone had, like, bananas, grapes, apples. You understand? Somebody had did this, right? Somebody had did this to this, and but I already know this lady. She sells. I mean, she is a merchandise, okay, and she chooses to live this way. But someone had bananas, grapes, and appled, okay, her. So of course she calls and says, "Hey, this thing happened." And I wasn't the one that showed up, but they called me, for backup, and I went up there, and I didn't know what was going on, but I saw her and I was like, "Oh, okay, I see what's going on already." I mean, again, I don't know what's going on. But she is saying this person did this, and we all knew who the person was, right? So this thing, it happens, the clip, 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 all right, with the guy. And she's over here blaming him. And I looked at her and I said, "Hey," I said, "are there any contributing factors to this? Is this all his fault?" Right. And this is where people get mad. "What? How dare you?" Listen, if you sell yourself like that, if that's what you do, it's just a matter of time that someone is going to see you as you're nothing, like nobody's going to care for you. Someone is going to talk to themselves like that. And they'll be like, "Well, you've been arrested 500 times for this. Nobody's going to care. Like, you do this every day." And then someone is going to violate the rules. Yeah, it's crazy, right? When you're a merchandise like that, you put yourself out there, there's rules, right? But somebody's going to violate the rules. They're not going to pay up. So she's like, "Well, if you're not going to pay up, we're done." The guy's already not playing by the rules, man. So he's going to go that route, and then you're going to be upset. Was the person really violated? Well, of course. Of course. That's not the point. That's not the point I'm making. I'm saying that while you are trying to focus all your attention on how someone mistreated you, notice how she will not acknowledge how she's mistreating herself. This is what I'm talking about. So all the blame is on this dude. This dude gets in trouble, but she ain't doing nothing wrong. And it's like, how are you not seeing this? So again, that guy felt like, "Well, I'm going to do it this way, how I want to do it, and blah, blah." Guess what? Thorns poked him. "Hey, man, do you got something to work on?" And let's say the guy acknowledges it. Yeah, I got something to work on. So now I'll ask the lady, "Do you got something to work on?" "No, he shouldn't have done that." You ain't got nothing to work on. Nothing. And I'm telling you, people do this. People do this. They'll point the finger and say, "Look, you got something to work on," but they don't got nothing to work on. It's not a good place. It is a better place to be the idiot that screwed something up, but at least knows how to acknowledge, "I need to work on that." That's why the Bible said a righteous man may fall 7 times, but he will rise again. He will get back up. Why? Because he'll work on himself. He will acknowledge, right? It's already done, right? Like water under a bridge. It's like water under a bridge. There's nothing you can do to ever take that back, whatever the stupid thing was. You'll never be able to take it back. But how you know that you're in the right position with God is because you are saying to yourself, nah, that ain't staying there. That is not, we're not doing that. That ain't staying there. But it is not okay to be on the other side while that person's working on themselves, and you say, "Well, ain't nothing wrong with me." Hey, it may work out for you in that moment, But if you don't start looking for those thorns yourself, they're just going to come poke you like they did that person that I'm telling you about. Right. So the guy said, nobody's going to care for you. You ain't nothing. And they do this, right? Banana, grape, apple. They do this. And, but they say to themselves, wait a minute. Yeah, that's not okay. Well, the action that just happened, it happened. But if you don't want that to continue to happen, you better acknowledge this. This is in every form of fashion. I don't care how long you've been a Christian. Everybody knows. And if you don't know, you'll know because that thorn will come poke you. You're going to find out. Don't worry. You're going to find out real quick. There's a lot of Christians right now on these apps, and they get poked every day while they're sitting there arguing about the Bible. They get poked all the time. They get poked. Some of them get sick. If you remember what Paul said, this is why some of you are sick and become unalived. Why? He tells you why. He tells you why. There are people, they like strife. They like it. I can't stand it. You can ask my wife. I can't stand it. You want to know who can't stand strife? It's always going to be somebody that when they get into it, they get sick. They're like, oh my God, like, I'm not sure how this even happened. They get sick to their stomach and they can't wait to pull that weed out. That's how you know. They can't wait. How do you know who likes strife? Because that's all they do. That's all they do. Strife all the time. Everywhere they go. Strife. Banana, grape, apple. Yeah, the middle word, Dre. The middle word. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So whatever your thorn is, whatever your thorn bush is, you might have 5 of them. Who knows? Acknowledge it. Start working on it real quick. Start working on it real quick. Because now, again, I hate to say it this way, but there's going to be people that they don't even know it's there. Right. You know what I mean? Like, um, there's nothing to acknowledge, and they're not doing it on purpose. I knew people who got saved. It'd be 10 years down the road, and then this thing will happen, and it will devastate them. But it's not that they were lying to themselves. It's just that it was to them. It was nothing to acknowledge. You understand? They were ignorant that this was even there. But what I'm saying is, it don't matter how long you're ignorant about this, because it's gonna poke you. It's gonna poke you. When it pokes you, you're gonna be like, man, how long you been there? Because you're not gonna look at it like you recognize it. Trust me. You're gonna look at it like, hold on a second, bro. This is a lot of people question whether they're saved because of some of the thorns that still poke them from their garden, right? They'll question whether they're saved. If you read the Bible enough, you'll know you're saved. But it's stuff that got rooted way back then. And all God is trying to do is say, hey, we need to uproot this. And you either acknowledge it and start working on that or not. It's on you. But that's why the Bible says a righteous man may fall 7 times, but he'll get back up. Why? Because he's going to cut that out. You understand? He's going to cut that out. Hey, bro, what's up? You ever been to Scotland? That's a question. Why are you asking if I ever been to Scotland? I've been to Ireland. Why are you asking if I've been to Scotland? That's a funny question. Hey, guys, give me a few minutes. I'll be right back.
Man, when you guys started talking about plucking the weeds, I almost went out there in my landscaping and turned on the camera. But then I would have had to start talking. You have been uprooted. Your destiny is in the dumpster.
Unknown caller.
Hey, y'all didn't say nothing? Oh my gosh. What's going on?
Was we going to get into the Bible today, Trump?
Yeah.
I mean, we've been in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, we're gonna dig a little bit. I'll just make one more statement and get off what I'm saying right now. But you ever heard anybody say, man, that person sure is a great, worker, like at their work, they're the best employee. And then they're like, oh man, he's the best, whatever, best son, you know what I mean? Best, because you can say characters or roles or whatever. And they're, oh, he's the best preacher. He's the best this, he's the best that, or she. But somebody will say, but he's the worst husband. You know what I mean? It don't got to be husband. It could be he's the best at this, best at that, but man, he's the worst husband. Guys, it's another way to look at this. Like, you may be the best in 15 different categories, but what I'm telling you is one of them categories, even though you may be doing good in it, there's still a category that you're doing the worst in, right? Let me give you an example. So I'm going to write 5 things down. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right. I'm going to put employee. I'll put soldier on there. I don't know. Instructor. Right. Dog handler. Right. And son. I'll put son. Right. And somebody will be like, oh man, he's the best employee. Somebody will say, oh, that's the best soldier we got. Oh man, he's the best instructor. Oh, that person's the best dog handler. And I'm saying this same person does all these things. Oh, he's the best son, all these things. But the wife will say, I'm going to put wife right here. And she acknowledges, man, he is the best at all that stuff. But she'll say, but he's the worst husband. Now, we can put husband up here. Let's say soldiers. Okay. I'm going to replace husband with soldier, and I'm going to put soldier down here. So the wife will say, oh, he's the best husband. Oh, he's the best employee, best instructor, best dog handler, best son. But the company commander is like, man, that's weird. He's the best at all that. He's the worst soldier. And they'll tell you why. Why is he worse? Well, he's not that bad. Like, we don't have any horrible soldiers, but if I had to put the worst on somebody, it'd be him. He's the worst soldier. What I'm saying is, all you have to do, and people forget to do this, just go to everybody that is in your life and just ask them, say, hey, where do you categorize me in your life? Where? Like 1 to 10. You understand? If you don't know exactly where that thorn's at and you don't want it to come poke you, all you got to do is just go talk to people in your life and say, hey, as your employee, would you say I'm your best employee? They may say, well, you're not our best, but on a scale of 1 to 10, I'm going to give you 8.5, 8.5. You're going to get rated, right? The Bible says you don't have to be judged. Judge yourself. Well, how are you going to judge yourself if you don't know where you're at? You got to go ask. You got to go ask, where am I? Okay. Now, listen, if you have people around you that are gaslighters, just be careful not to get upset. Okay. Because gaslighters, they don't help. They're not helping you. You know what I mean? Like the thorn is there, but they're not much help. All right. So if you ask your, kid or your parent or whoever, like, hey, how am I in your life? And they just want to gaslight you, like try to make you worse than you're out to be, and say you're a 3 and you take it serious. You're like, oh, wow, I'm doing that bad. Listen, be careful with that too. Okay. But whatever people rate you at, you can be honest to yourself and see if that's true. So listen, if you're not going to be honest to yourself, don't even waste your time, man. All right. But if the employee said you're an 8.5 and you know that you need to be, and 10 is the goal, I mean, ask them, what can I do to be a 9? What can I do to be a 9? Well, you can start doing a little more of this. Listen, again, if your boss is a gaslighter, be careful. But it's not wrong to ask, hey, what can I do to be a 9? Okay. So again, your wife says you're an amazing husband. Okay. Okay. Well, 1 to 10, I'll give you a 9. So let's say she's being honest and she gives you a 9. You need to know if your wife is passive. If she's passive and she says 9, you might be a 7. And she just being, you know what I mean? She don't want to be mean. That's not what you tell her. I don't need that right now. Where am I? And pray to God you didn't marry a gaslighter, for God's sakes, because she's going to tell you a 4 and you're going to be like, what? A 4? Surely I'm doing better than that. But you got to be honest with yourself. Come on. Bro, and if you don't know, then that means those thorns have been poking your butt for a long time and you're hard-headed. That's different. I'm not talking about that. Listen, if that's you, I don't even know if you should be listening to this because you probably don't give a crap. I'm not talking to someone who don't give a crap. I'm talking to someone who does, and they may not have tools on how to figure this out. Okay. Now, even if you have tools to figure this out, it doesn't mean a thorn ain't gonna come poke you every once in a while. It's gonna happen. But you better jump on that and figure out how to unroot that bad boy. Right. And you go to people that they go to the range with or something, or like, hey, what level of instructor? Oh man, he's a 10, right? And let's say that this person they asked just happened to be your best friend. Well, he's probably full of himself. So he's a 10. You're probably an 8. You need to be honest with yourself, is what I'm saying, in any direction. You can't have just a bunch of people on your side that's just lifting you up like if you ain't got nothing to work on. Everybody's got something to work on, man. I'm telling you. Right? Or you go at, like, I put son on here because everybody, not everybody, most people understand that mothers are they think their kids are perfect. So that's why I put son. I could have put daughter, but I'm pointing to the mom, right? I didn't put dad on there because most dads, I've met a lot. Most of them are going to be like, yeah, my son's a piece of crap. Like, all right, well, where's he at? I don't know. Where are we starting? Well, we're starting at a 0. All right, well, I give him a 1. Now, again, the dad could be pushing the 1 because he's being dad. Maybe the kid's really a 3, maybe a 4, but he's not at a 5. He's not at a 5. You know what I mean? Dre, we say, not my mama. Yeah, no, there's some moms out there that go against the grain, but for the most part, mamas will lie like a mug, dude. Oh, my kid is the best. And you're like, all right, so what is he? Oh, my kid's a 9.5. And the reason why she's not saying a 10 is because she don't want to supercalifragilisticexpialidocious lie. She knows she's lying. She knows darn well that sucker ain't no 9.5. But she's gonna say it. Why? Because it's mom. You got to be honest with yourself. Mom tells you you're a 9.5, you're probably a 6.5 at best. Period. So If your mom says, he's a 7.5, 8.5, sometimes a 9, that's probably an honest mom right there. Okay. But again, you got to be honest to yourself. Say, okay, hold on. So rate yourself first. Okay. But you got to be honest. Rate yourself first. And then go ask some people in your circle, hey, where am I at, man? And how can I be, what can I do to get my number up? If they say, oh, you want to go from a 7 to a 10? Let me borrow $20 to tomorrow. They're lying. They want to borrow money. That's how you could be. That's how your number can grow. No. Nope. Rate yourself and go ask these people in your circle, where am I at in your eyes? A righteous man will do this. Do you understand? A righteous man will rate themselves where they think they are with people in their circle, and they will not give a promise to reform. Oh, I promise I won't do that again. A righteous man will not do that. Nope. A righteous man may fall, but he's not going to give a promise to reform. There's going to be some reforming. He's going to go fix some crap. Man.
I think Nina wants up.
Oh, who is it?
She said elevator.
Oh, elevator? All right. Yeah. Let me see. Oh, looks like elevator took off on us.
The name looked familiar, but I can't put my finger on it.
Well, I saw Ronnie. Ronnie, you still in here? That's my fault, man. I didn't see. Ronnie, you still in here? I don't see. It must not have been nothing serious. I hope Ronnie wasn't on his deathbed. That'd have been bad. I'm not really sure why you keep asking about Scotland. If you don't know yourself, you accept the perception of others. You mean perspective of others? I don't know. I'm not really sure what y'all are talking about. You've been trying to tell me, my bad, bro. If it was important, they would have stayed, man. I've learned that already. So, guys, do yourself a favor, okay? I'm gonna say this again. A righteous man will do this. You will not have a problem asking, hey, like, where? And let me tell you something. If the thorn pokes you, you don't got to ask him no more. Listen to what I'm telling you. If the thorn pokes you, you don't have to ask that person or that area, hey, where am I at? You don't have to ask. You just got poked. You understand? Listen, if you don't understand what getting poked means, that means it's your fault. Understand what I'm trying to tell you. That means you played a part in the issue and you got poked, okay? Like when I was bringing up bananas, grapes, and apples. You understand? It wasn't the person's fault, whether male or female, right? They turned their body into merchandise. It's not their fault that someone chose to take advantage in this way. Of course not. But when you look at the circumstance that they put themselves, you're like, what do you think you're going to get high clientele here doing this? You understand? You think you're going to get the best of the best, huh? That come and to pay your merchandise to make you a beauty queen? You put yourself in this kind of situation, bad things can happen. We're not talking about someone that just went to Walmart and then we're not talking about someone that just went to Walmart and freaking got abducted. So the banana, apples, and grapes. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about someone, they're putting themselves in this position. Okay. Again, we're not talking about whether or not what happened was wrong. It's freaking obvious. No duh, that was wrong. But when this happens, I always ask, hey, do you feel like you put yourself in this? And they'll get mad. How dare you? I did not. And we all know what this person gets arrested for every month, if not every other week. So, They don't want to acknowledge that they're doing anything wrong. All right. So again, uh the one okay, the one that did something wrong to this lady, uh clearly we you got some work to do, okay? Because that's wrong, period. But it's bad when the other person is like, "Well, I'm not doing nothing wrong." Yeah. So you know this. It's like you're telling something like this is going to happen again. No, it won't, because next time, and boy, they go off about how it's not going to happen again, and it does. It happens again within the same year by a different person, and they still cannot see how they are playing a part in this. They can't see it. And if you tell them that they play any part, it's you. Something's wrong with people like you. Like, oh my God. Oh, and you have to tell them this is going to happen again next year. How would you say something like that? What do you mean? Based on statistics. Don't you understand it's going to happen? That's like saying you're going to go swim with the sharks or go swim with the alligators. And if one of them bites you, it's just their fault. No, I ain't going in there. Oh, there's sharks in there? Oh, there's alligators in there? Nah, I'm good. I ain't going in there. How come I'm not getting bit? You know why? Because I'm not putting myself in that situation. Now, is the animal wrong for biting? I'm still going to blame the animal. I'm sorry. I know that they're animals. I know sharks don't know they're hungry. Well, I don't care. Let me make myself clear. If I happen to be in a boat and I see a shark trying to take a bite out of a human, that shark will be on my plate that day. Let me make myself real clear. I'm blaming the shark. I'm not going to be confused on who I need to blame. I don't care if this person is a stupid woke moron and they say that they're a shark. You understand? Their pronouns are fishy and smelly. I don't care what it is. That human ain't gonna just get chopped up in front of me. I don't care what kind of person it is. That's I'm gonna eat that shark that night if I got anything to do with it. I'm gonna blame the shark. I don't care what anybody says. Now, obviously, I'm gonna tell this person, "Hey, what are you doing out here in the middle of nowhere?" Well, I'm a shark. Well, I don't want to argue about that, but if you come out here again and someone like me is not here, you're gonna get eaten up. No, I'm not. They're my friends. Oh, you'll be on the news. 100%. You're gonna be on the news. It's just common sense. The stuff that I'm talking about is common sense. Instead of arguing and try to figure out how I'm wrong about what I'm saying, I don't care. It's common sense. You put yourself in a predicament, and it's gonna go down. Okay, but what we're talking about is how your own personal thorns are either poking you or they're poking somebody else, and you're playing a role in it. And if you don't want it to be worse the next time, you might want to hurry up and uproot the issue instead of just telling yourself, "Ha ha, I didn't do nothing bad. They did." I'm sitting there telling you. I'm sitting here telling you. I don't care what you talking about. I'm sitting there telling you that root is there. That's why the issue happened. Do you understand? That's why the issue happened, because there is a root there, and it's your job to figure out where it's at. We talked the other day about when we were talking about the role, like right when you get with your siblings and everybody's got their role. I'm telling you, if you don't pay attention, listen, don't worry about the other person's role. You don't look at, they need to stop doing that. You're misunderstanding what I'm telling you. I'm telling you to pay attention to the role that your family has either put you in or a type of role that you're used to being in. I'm telling you, remove yourself from the role. Your job is not to call out your siblings. Oh, well, let me tell you about your role. You're misunderstanding what I'm trying to tell you. Take care of your role. And if your siblings still want to play their role, walk away. I don't know what else to tell you. It's very simple. Do not play your role any longer. Don't do it. Okay. Um, Now, if the role that you're playing, if you're saying, well, it doesn't really hurt anybody, give it time. I don't give it time. Okay. That's all I'm going to say. Give it time. Come back when the thorn pokes you and you can say, well, I should have listened. Yeah, you should have. And let me tell you another thing. Another thing that I've noticed, and I've noticed this for years, but a lot of it just didn't click. But when I went in there and started destroying this study on this, it started clicking. Do you not know that if you stop, you see, you didn't see no harm done in the role that you play in your family. And guys, I'm not telling you if you're the husband, stop being the husband. I'm talking about siblings. All right. Understand what I'm talking about. But if you stop playing your role, watch how your family will. Let me just say it this way. If you stop playing your role and your family wants to hang out with you more than they used to, then that's how you know that the role that you have been playing was a little unhealthy. Because now all of a sudden, they want to hang out with you more. Do you understand? And listen, don't blame yourself. Don't do that. Don't do that. Now, listen, to God, blame yourself. Don't misunderstand what I'm saying. To God, say, hey, what the heck? How did this happen? Blame yourself, okay? It's okay to be vulnerable like that to Him. But I'm saying here in this fallen world, don't mentally blame yourself. Don't do that. You take the blame, you talk to God about it, or talk to someone you trust about it, and it has to be somebody you really trust. But what I'm saying is, don't beat yourself up and blame yourself for the thorns that are there. Don't do that. Just acknowledge that they're there. And if you want to go through, well, how did they get there? If you want to do that, go right ahead. They're yours. Find out how they get there. But the important part is acknowledging that they're there. And there's people that says, well, we're all siblings and we don't fight and I'm not talking about that. There are people that they don't fight. They don't. And I hate to say this. Do what?
How do you do that without? It's kind of like everything you're saying is kind of, I don't mind saying it. Something that I've been going through. How do you do it without offending them? Like
It depends.
it's something that needs something that needs to happen.
Yeah. No, it depends. It depends, right? Because there's families, they don't fight, okay, but they'll steal from each other. You understand?
Right.
Yeah. All right. So a certain person will still like give them money. You understand? They'll still give them money, and they know they're going to steal again from them. They're not fighting, bro. They're not fighting, but they feel like, oh, but I gotta give them money, or they're not going to make it. So they keep giving them. They keep giving them money because they have this. They in their head, they're like they're the they don't see themselves as the enabler. They see themselves as a helper, that they're helping them. And so they keep this role. They keep this role of just constantly helping because that they're the helper in the family. And guess what? The other 2 or 3 siblings, that's how they see them. They're the helper. Listen, you don't remove yourself as the savior, as the helper, they're going to keep relying on you. So you have to remove yourself from that. And it's not easy to do, man. It's not. It is not easy to do when you know that you know, deep down you believe, I'll put it that way. You believe that it's going to help them if you keep being their savior. But it's not. It's not. You're hurting them. You're not. It's not okay to enable in this way. But listen to what I'm trying to tell you. They don't see no harm done. Why? Because there's no fight. There's no fight. Nobody's fighting. And I hate to say this. Sometimes it's better for like a crazy thing to fall apart than a small thing just destroy your family for 20, 30 years. Because it's like, in a weird way, if it's bigger, it's acknowledged quicker. You understand? And it gives everybody a chance to kind of reflect. But if it's a small thing, nobody thinks there's anything to reflect on, right? Because it's a small thing. But that small thing, it'll just take little bites out of everybody, drain everybody. You understand? So, I know what you're saying, Sando. Like, well, how do I do that without offending? Jesus said that if you don't hate your mother and your father for my sake, you can't make disciples. That means that if you care more about people's feelings, you can't tell them the truth. So it's easy for me. I want to tell them the truth. If they get offended, then they got a problem with their flesh. They don't have a problem with me. They got a problem with their flesh. And if they got a problem with their flesh, then that thorn needs to poke them, right? So it's going to offend, but what you're doing is you're choosing truth over a lie. And when you choose truth over a lie, that means you're choosing God over the flesh. And when you choose God over the flesh, it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt. Somebody's going to get hurt because you're choosing what is true, right? But you're choosing what is true because the truth is what's best. The truth is always what's best. You know what I mean? So how do you do that so how do you do that without offending? How you do it is you don't focus on the offense. You focus on what is true. That's how you make the right choice. This is what's true right here. So if that's what's true, then you do what's true. And if someone is offended, now you can look at the offense and then you ask yourself, what is offending this person right here? What is it? What is offending them? And you can start and you can start in that area. Either you can start getting some healing or they can start getting some healing. But you have to remove yourself from that equation, man. You have to remove the role playing is done, and it's nobody's fault. It's just a maturing. Somebody is maturing. Let me see. There's a movie. It popped in my head just a minute ago, and I can't remember what it's called. Somebody help me with the name of this movie. Will Ferrell. Okay, he goes and visits his family, and his brother is like an MMA fighter and wants to choke him out in front of everybody. Y'all seen that? So Will Ferrell is a
Who's the brother, the MMA fighter? Is it Mark Wahlberg?
nah. His brother is oh, I love him. I love the actor, man. I can't remember his name.
Is it Vince Vaughn?
Vince Vaughn. I don't think so. Yeah. Kenny said it's a Christmas movie. Vince Vaughn? Is it? Okay, you know what? I'm sorry. I don't know. Vince Vaughn? Let me see if I can find it real quick.
Yeah, it's Vince Vaughn with Christina Ricci. It's for Christmas. For Christmas, I think.
Yeah, but who's his girlfriend? Who's
Christina Ricci?
Christina Ricci? Hold on. What's the name of the movie?
For Christmas.
Yeah, Reese Witherspoon. That's who it is. Thank you, Rhonda.
Oh, right, Reese Witherspoon. My bad.
Yeah, what's the name of the movie?
So Hulk said it was Four Christmases.
Four Christmases? Let me check. Yeah, that's it. All right. Listen. This movie is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. If you have not seen this movie, I don't remember anything rated R, and if there is, I apologize. I really do. But this movie right here, so these two people, they meet. I don't remember how, and it's irrelevant how, okay? But these two people, so Vince Vaughn, thank you, Vince Vaughn, and Reese Witherspoon, they play in this movie called Four Christmases. And when they go back to visit their family, what I'm explaining, this role thing, you see it take place. So Vince Vaughn, he goes home, and you'll see it. You'll see every role come out. So the brother that's an MMA fighter, right? He's used to giving him a wet willy, and I mean, he's used to like physically bullying him. So when he shows up with his fiance or whatever she is, he's like, let's go. And he starts like bullying them and then like, putting them in freaking, rear naked chokes and, arm bars and just kind of just embarrass him in front of his girlfriend. And so she goes back to visit her family. And she's supposed to be like this. I'm gonna make this up. I don't know. She's like supposed to be this, upbeat like lawyer or just a respected person in the city. Well, when she goes home, they all start treating her like little old Reese or whatever her name is. I mean, they start pulling pictures out of her. She looks like a freaking goofy, I don't know, like I don't know. Her pictures, she just looked like a goofy girl, and they're trying to bring all that to life. Well, she doesn't want that to happen, so she tries to like demand respect, and that's not what you do. But this is what people do when they try to stop the role play. They try to use aggression. That's not how you do that. Assertiveness is the best way. Okay. Well, aggression doesn't work because they make fun of her being aggressive and all this. And before you know it, dude, within it looks like a few hours, she is wearing the same kind of clothes that is in these pictures when she was in high school. And you know, it, listen, you want to look at role playing, go look at this right here. And there's another because the other day I went and tried to look for some movies that have this in there. And what's the guy's name that plays in Green Lantern?
Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah, Ryan Reynolds. So there's another movie that's Ryan Reynolds is in it. And the girl that's in it plays in the movie Scary Movies, the blonde.
Yeah, Just Friends. The movie Just
Yeah,
Friends.
that's it. That's it. Just Friends. If you want another example of this, go look at the. Hold on. Is that the one where when he was younger, he used to wear braces?
Yeah, he was heavy set with braces, and then
Yeah,
he
yeah.
like
So,
launches whatever.
so I don't remember like because the storyline's a little weird, but he ends up hanging out with this girl, and this girl is like a pop star, like Britney Spears or something. That's the blonde I'm talking about. But when he goes back home, he's got an old crush there. Okay, and he runs into her, and he was this girl's best friend, Anna Faris. Thank you. Anna Faris is the is the pop star. It's a forgive me if that for some reason I feel like there's some rated R parts in there, and I'm sorry. I don't want anyone thinking that I'm just trying to force you to watch. It's just movies that pop in my head that I a few days ago, a couple days ago, actually, was it a couple? It could have been yesterday. Might have been yesterday. Forgive me, but I was like, man, where's movies where like the role play happens as soon as they go back home after not being home for years? And there's a few of them, but these two popped out like it was hilarious. So the guy in this movie, he shows up and he used to be fat, overweight, wear like a retainer, like just this big goofy. Well, it works, something works out where he's got to put the retainer back on. I mean, before you know it, he's supposed to be this well-respected dude, and he's just getting goofier by the day by everybody that he knew. And your friends can do it too. All right. So your family in their head, you're a certain person. And you come back home, and I hate to say it, and I don't really remember it happening to me a whole lot, but I kind of can see it, I guess, in a way, with some friends where you come back and you may not be playing your role, but they're still playing theirs. It's kind of like I went to the service and I came back 15 years later and everybody's still doing the same crap. Like if nobody grew up, you know what I mean? And and that's not a big part of what I'm talking about. It's really your role in your family. If you haven't seen these two movies, one of them is Four Christmases, and the other one is Best Friends. Or what'd you say it was, Sando?
just friends.
Just friends.
I do want to say though, because I did say that it's something that I'm going through. I wholly agree with what you say when it comes to taking accountability with how you can be, you know, that you're at fault. There's contributing factors from you that when identified, it's up to you to tackle them. So I agree with that as well. I know that I'm not the for the people listening from my family, I'm not the easiest person, but there are roles that we play, and I'm kind of sick of the one that I usually play, and it's really affected me, and I know it's gonna affect them because then they're gonna wonder why I quote unquote change or not, like you said, acting normal, or because I'm tired of getting beat up. You know what I mean? It's just like
Yeah.
emotional.
Yeah, no, it's not easy. And I'll tell you what makes it hard is if you still put yourself around them. You understand? So, one of the things that makes it easy is you're not just saying no to the role, you take a break. Because I'm telling you, no one is going to let you out of that role if you're around them all the time. So the hardest part of trying to kill this role, this fake role that everybody has in their head, the hardest way to break that is to keep being around them, because all they're going to do is say you're acting weird now. So now there's another role. Now there's two roles. The first role, and then you just forget who you are. You're acting weird. Now you're weird, right? And that only happens because there's no assertiveness. So what ends up happening is because the person's not being assertive. And you can be assertive, but if they start being aggressive, then you're going to be aggressive because you're being assertive. Trust me. You're being assertive on what you're saying, and they're like, no, 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 no. And they're aggressive. And you're like, oh, we're going to be aggressive? Oh, I know how to be aggressive. And then you get aggressive, and it's like, wow. And now you're going to go home sick, throwing up. Like, man, what the heck? How did that happen? And it's happening because they don't want to let their role go. But what I'm telling you is, you have to know when someone's trying to play their role, and you just got to get out of that. You got to get out of your role. You just walk away, man. It's not easy to do. It's not, but it's something you're gonna have to do because it'll let you grow. You'll get to grow to the next phase, man. The next you, right? The next now you're at level 52. Now you're at level 55. You know what I mean? Because of this one thing, you know. Uh, but
Right. I appreciate it. Thank
yeah.
you.
Yeah, but if you don't know, if you want to and I know most people know what I'm talking about, but I'm saying if you want to have a laugh about roles, go see these two movies, man. They're freaking hilarious regarding roles. Anyway, and I ain't talking about Texas Roadhouse roles. I'm talking about roles in the family, not Texas Roadhouse roles. All right, so regarding like Bible stuff, what y'all got? Somebody got something or what? Anybody? No.
Well, we left off, I think 2 weeks ago. Dre wanted to talk about the 10 Commandments. We left off at 4.
Yeah, so we got to do 10 Commandments, and we got to do Nehemiah. And the only reason why I didn't bring up Nehemiah because I don't see Saba in here. And
Now we have to do Gates.
well, I mean, that's coming. That's coming. We're going to do Gates. Not today. We're not going to do Gates till after Nehemiah's over. Is Dre in here right now? Because I don't want to finish 10 Commandments if he's not here.
I don't see him.
Yeah. Yeah, I know Dre just came off of a like a vacation, so I don't know if he's actually home yet or say sometimes it's good, man. You need to take you a vacay. You ain't got. I'm telling you, if you've made up your mind that you got to spend a lot of money to have a vacation, you're playing some other role you shouldn't be playing. That's weird. I mean, like when me and the old heifer took a vacay one time. Well, I'm not going to call that one a vacay. You know what? I'm going to call it a vacay because it still is one. And we're looking at all these places. We can go here, here, here. Listen, I'm telling you right now, the state you live in, there are places you ain't been. I don't know why everybody spends so much money going to other countries, other states. If you live in a state in America, I can guarantee you there's places you ain't been in that state. Stop trying to go everywhere else is beautiful.
Unknown.
It's so weird. Everywhere else is beautiful, but not the state that I live in. Well, let me tell you, I knew that was wrong, right? Heifer want to spend $5,000 to go somewhere, and I'm like, I know where somewhere in Texas looks better than that. She's like, where? So I showed her. She's like, oh my God, yeah. Why are you not looking in your state? You got people in Texas that they go to Florida because they want to see the beach and they want to see a nice one. Well, that's different. See, here in Texas, the beach areas that we have now, there's one that's actually okay, but for the most part, our beach areas in Texas a bunch of seaweed. That's all you're gonna get. All right, and like I said, there's some resort areas that they clean it up real nice. Well, heck, I might as well fly somewhere. And if I'm gonna pay $3,500 there, $4,000, I might as well fly. I might as well get on a plane then. You know. But if you're gonna go to Florida because you want to see a nice beach, by all means, go right on ahead. But if it is not the beach, you're tripping if you live in Texas and you think you got to go somewhere else. Listen, if it's because of a nice beach, I get it. I'm right there. I mean, you know what we say in Texas? If you ask somebody, oh, y'all are about to go on a vacation, where are you going? Does anybody know what the answer is? 75 to 80% of Texans are going to answer similar. They're going to answer like this. Anybody know what it is? What I'm about to say? If you ask somebody in Texas, hey, y'all went on vacation, where'd y'all go? Do you know what the answer is? Nobody? Nobody? The answer is across the board like this, though. It's not just Texas, but Texas will say this. The answer is Florida, but it's not Florida. It's Florida. You understand? Where'd y'all go vacate? Florida. That's where we went. But that right there is how you know they went to a beach. They went to a beach. Right. But I'm telling you that. So we went to here in Texas, there's a couple of places, but one specific one is they have tree houses. And I'll tell you the one that we stayed in, I put money on it that it probably took $1 million to make this tree house. Like, I mean, you can't fit more than three, maybe four people in that bad boy. You know, it's big though. Like it's bigger than you think. But I'm saying comfortably, you can't sleep more than 3 or 4 people in there. But it's really for a couple. But the tree houses that they have in Texas, they're freaking amazing. Like they got like this lake right next to it. Oh, it's amazing. That whole area is beautiful. I didn't have to get on no plane and fly somewhere and spend $5,000. I didn't have to do that. I mean, they're not cheap. They're not cheap. But if you need to take a vacay, take a vacay. You ain't got to spend a whole lot of money to take a vacation, man. Right? Let's see. Matthew 24. Jennifer, the only one that's got Bible stuff. Nobody else does.
It's always me, brother. I know.
All right, what's the question?
It's just about the parable of the fig tree. I hear like the reason why I'm bringing it up is I notice like people don't understand the parables, and that's why we're getting so many doctrines out there. This chapter is basically about the coming of Christ, but the fig tree parable.
Well, okay.
if they could
Before
just
we, all right,
understand
hold on. Before we do all that, what is your question about it? Because if you don't have a question about it, why are we going over it? What is your question about it? Do you understand it? Because if you understand it, we ain't going over it.
I understand it, but I want to be more rooted.
All right. So
Makes
what?
sense?
All right. So what is it you do not understand about Matthew 24?
Okay, so what I don't understand is when it's obviously the fig tree represents Israel, but why in the last verse it says heaven and earth will pass away, but my words will not pass away? Or is it talking about like his word given to Israel?
All right.
That's what I'm not understanding.
All right. So Matthew 24. So you're talking about 35, verse 35. All right. So in the Amplified, Amplified. All right. In the King James, it says, heaven and earth shall pass away, but my words shall not pass away. Okay. So what is your question about verse 35?
Is it talking about the commandments given to Israel? Because the fig tree represents Israel, like the
Okay. So,
covenant
all right. So
given
you're
to
saying,
them.
all right. So you want to know, your question is, what is verse 35 talking about? Right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's go. We'll go over it, and I'll go over to a point where, like, kind of the direction you need to be looking at, okay? Because when you start getting into well, I don't even have to say that. We'll just kind of go over it to where the direction you need to be kind of looking at, so you don't go in the wrong. Let's see. And I gotta go. I gotta go feed my dogs real quick. Okay. So y'all gonna have to give me a minute. If y'all want to read it a little bit and go over it, that's fine. But it's gonna take me at least a few minutos to do that. I mean, it usually is pretty quick. But let me. Oh man. All right. So there's a question. Let's see. Abdur, you still here? Looks like you're still here. All right. So Abdur's asking about Psalm 15, verse 3. Okay, but you can't talk about verse 3 without talking about verse 1. Abdur, okay? You got a long name there. But the worst thing somebody can do, so the worst thing you could do is brown bag the Bible. This is the worst thing you can do. Abdur, I'm not saying you're doing that, but because I don't know who you are, I'm going to throw this out there so you understand. In this world, we can play a lot of games with each other, okay? But the one thing that we can't play games with is the Bible. And what I mean by that is a person cannot take a verse out of the Bible and think you understand what that verse means unless you understand the verses in front of it. All right. So I'm going to first tell you what this is not pointing to. So it says, this is Psalms 15, verse 1. It says, Lord, who shall abide in thy tabernacle? Who shall dwell in thy holy hill? So the question is, what is God's tabernacle and what is his holy hill? What is that? You know what people turn this into? They turn this into who's going to heaven. That's what they turn this into. Lord, who's going to go to heaven? So then they get to verse 3 and they see that verse 3, it sounds like bad people. So they go, look, if you're a bad person, you're not going to heaven. Well, kinda. That's kinda what it's saying. But let's go through what it's really talking about, because people like to misunderstand Bible. You know who likes to misunderstand Bible? People who don't read it. So they go, no, I do read it. I just read that right there. No, that's not reading the Bible. I can ask an atheist who doesn't even believe in God. They don't even believe in God. And they'll say, oh, yeah, it pretty much sounds like talking about going to heaven. So let's look at it just a little bit deeper. Okay. Again, the Bible says a righteous man, right? A righteous man, an upright man, whatever version you're reading, shall fall, but he shall rise again. What does that mean, that he shall fall? That means he's going to lose salvation and then come back to salvation? No, it's saying that in this world, that person's not going to be perfect. They're not going to be perfect. So if you're not perfect, you're going to go to hell? No. That's why it says a upright man or a righteous man. It's talking about someone who is saved, meaning they're going to go to heaven. Okay. The person's going to heaven. They're saved. But it's saying that person may fall 7 times, but they'll get back up from the fall. So because that's true, this right here is not talking about a righteous man doing something bad and going to hell. That's not what this is saying. I'm going to make that real clear. So it says, Lord, who shall abide in thy tabernacle? Who shall dwell in thy holy hill? He says, he that walketh uprightly is what it says. Watch. And worketh righteousness. What is worketh righteousness? People say, oh, this means someone who's good and who's not bad. No. If that's the case, Abder, whatever, I'm sorry, forgive me. But if that's the case, you're going to hell, Abder. This is why people don't read the Bible, because they don't see hope in it. You know why? Because they don't understand where hope is. So it says, who's going to live in your tabernacle? Who's going to live on your holy hill? And it answers it. He that walketh uprightly. And it says, and worketh righteousness, and speaketh the truth in his heart. Speaketh the truth in his heart. These works and the stuff that he is speaking the truth in his heart is all pointing to Jesus. This is not talking about that the person has to be perfect in this world. That's not what this is saying. All this stuff is pointing to is Christ. Okay? It says, he that walketh uprightly. How does a man walk uprightly? By receiving Christ. That's how. Walking uprightly is not just saying that the man is perfect in this fallen world. No, it's saying that that person has received Christ. So therefore, in God's eyes, that man walketh uprightly. Now, he may fall in this world, and the people around him, because they don't know how to read the Bible, they're like, well, you don't walk it uprightly. No. This is talking about God's eyes, not man's eyes. God. And what God looks at is whether or not the Son is living in that person. That's what he's looking at. So if you receive Christ, trust me when I tell you, God, you are walking uprightly in God's eyes. Look. And it says, he walketh uprightly and worketh righteousness. Worketh righteousness means he makes disciples. That is work of righteousness, making disciples. You understand? Being fruitful and multiplying. Being fruitful and multiplying the truth who Christ is, so those people can go tell other people the truth of who Christ is. While we all live in this fallen world, there are going to be people that are going to say to themselves, thank God I'm not like that person over there. But do you know what's funny? That person over there makes disciples in the name of God. And the person that is saying, thank God I'm not like that person, more than likely, that person don't even know God. That person probably don't make disciples. All you have to do is ask yourself or ask that person, hey, are you making disciples? No. You got a problem then, because you're not doing the thing God is telling you to do. Everybody wants to always look at the outer shell of what the man is doing. It's because they can't see what God is doing in the person's heart. That's why you got to be very careful on who you think you're judging, because the actions of a man may not always be perfect, but in God's eyes, that man is upright. Why? Because no matter what he goes through, even if he brought it to himself, he's still going to do what God's telling him to do, which is make disciples. So when you say things like, oh, well, that thing you did yesterday, or that did God lead you? Listen, if a man does something stupid and he says, God told me to do that, then you can say, my friend, you are on your way to hell. That is when you know something is wrong, is when someone does something that you know for a fact that is not a godly thing, but yet that person tells you, God told me to do that. There you go. Now you can have your way verbally with this foolish person. But if the person says to themselves, nah, something is not right with this right here, then my friend, you are dealing with a righteous person, because they are not in agreement with what they did. It doesn't matter if they did it or not. You understand? Their mind is focused on repentance, not in the sense of God, forgive me. I'm not talking about confessing sin. They're focused on a repentive mind, meaning, no, something's wrong with that. You understand? Now, if you ask them after they do some stupid thing, if you ask them, hey, do you think that's right? If they go, you're darn right it was. Yeah, you probably got a problem on your hands, because they think that the wrong thing they did was a good thing. Yeah. Okay. Then, yeah, something's wrong. Okay. All right. So it says, he walketh upright only because Christ lives in him. And it says, and worketh righteousness. That means he's making disciples. Okay. And it says, and speaketh the truth in his heart. And the truth is, a person who believes in the death, burial, and resurrection of Christ, they themselves have been revived, just like Christ. That's what verse 2 is talking about. Verse 3, watch this. Watch what verse 3 says. He that backbiteth not with his tongue, nor doeth evil to his neighbor. So what is backbiteth with his tongue? You think that is simply talking bad about another person? No, backbiteth with his tongue is a person who is acting like they're saved. They don't make disciples, and they talk bad about people who do. That is backbiting. That is true backbiting right there. Okay, listen, if you have two people who are not saved, and let's say one of them is a baseball player and one's a football player, I'm just using sports. So you got a football player and a baseball player. Neither one of them are saved, and they gossip about each other. You think that's who that's talking about? No, they're already not saved. I don't know what's so hard about this. They're already not saved. They don't have Christ. So that's how they're supposed to act. But a person who is saying that they are saved and they gossip about other believers, my friend, you may say you're saved and put yourself around believers, but you're backbiting against people who really are believers. You understand what I'm saying? There's a difference. It's not the same. It's not the same as two people who say, I don't care. I'm going to hell. I don't care. They gossip about each other. What does that matter? God don't even recognize anything they're doing. They're not saved. So it says, he that backbiteth not with his tongue, nor doeth evil to his neighbor. What is doing evil to your neighbor? Doing evil to your neighbor is not simply stealing their go-kart. You went over there and stole their bicycle so you can give it to your kid. That's not doing evil to your neighbor. The Bible says that sin is not only when you do something wrong like that, it's when you know. It's when you know that there's something you're supposed to do and you don't do it. So if you know that your neighbor is not saved and you don't try one time to present the gospel to them, my friend, you are doing evil to your neighbor by not presenting that. Evil is not just you went in their house and beat somebody up that lives there. That's evil. But my friend, evil is also when you know there's something good to do and you don't do it. Okay? Listen, apologizing to someone, in God's eyes, God's not forcing you to apologize to anybody. God is not forcing you to apologize to anybody, but you better apologize to him. Do you understand? God is not making you apologize to him because you went to your next door neighbor's house and you stole a bicycle. You stole something out of their property. God is not saying, well, you'll go to heaven if you can apologize because you did evil to your neighbor. No, bro. If you're saved and there's things you're still working on, that's stupid to go to your neighbor and steal something. That is an evil thing. But again, an upright man, a righteous man, a just man may fall 7 times, but he shall get up again. God is not waiting for you to beg him for forgiveness. He already knows you're stupid. He knew you were stupid before he saved you. What he's trying to do is make you a better you for the remaining years that you're here. Okay? So stop acting so dumb that we don't understand that all of us are stupid. Stop acting stupid yourself. That's so dumb. You know that everybody's working on themselves. Now, if the person's not working on themselves and they're like, nah, I'm good, I don't need no help, there's something wrong. That person might not be saved, but a saved person is going to work on themselves. But a real evil task is when you are saved and you are too scared to go talk to your next door neighbor about Christ. That is way more evil than you going in their house and beating somebody up or going to their house and stealing something. Nothing could be more evil than you holding the harp of God and you don't play a melody for somebody. That right there, my friend, the gospel, not giving someone the gospel, that is evil in God's eyes because you know better. Okay. So he that backbiteth not with his tongue, nor doeth evil to his neighbor, nor taketh up a reproach against his neighbor. And I'm going to read reproach in the Amplified because I don't know why people don't understand the word reproach. It's not a hard word to understand. Maybe it is when you first hear it, I guess. But 4 says, in the Amplified says, in his eyes, I'm sorry, a person despise. I'm just going to read all of it, okay? And we'll get to, I'm sorry, the end of 3, my bad, not 4. Yeah, so it says, nor does evil to his neighbor, and it says, nor takes up a reproach against his friend. Oh, it uses the same word? Well, that's funny. I thought maybe, I don't know why I thought Amplified, or maybe it's the NS. Oh, let me see if it's the NSV. No, it's not that. Okay. Hey, guys, what's a different word that's used in a different translation? Right. It's kind of like acting crazy towards them, but I don't know what word it's used in a different translation. Somebody go to what is the NI?
You talking about the word reproach?
Well, I know the word reproach is, kind of coming off the wrong way, but I'm saying, yeah.
No,
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, so Psalms 15 verse 3, the word reproach there. Like, look in the NIV. I want to know what other word they use.
What about reproof or reproof?
Yeah, no, but I want to know.
Gotcha.
I want to know exactly what the word is that they use that's different. Like, I want someone to tell me in the NIV it uses this word. That's what I'm looking for right now. I'm.
So we have
What?
shameful.
Hold on, Benny. Can you let me know what translation you're reading, please?
That's the ERB, easy read version.
The ERB, and it says what? Painful.
Shameful.
Spell it.
Shameful. Shame.
No, I don't know what you're saying.
SHAME.
Okay, my bad. Shameful. Okay. All right. Well, yeah, we'll just use the word. There's another one that uses it. I can't remember which one it is. But all right. That's
talking about chapter 15:3.
Psalms 15:3. Yeah, I'm just looking at other translations because for some reason here, like in the past couple of weeks, I've had a lot of people ask me, what does reproach mean? And I'm like, well, yeah, it's like treating someone in a bad way. I mean, but I want to look at how other translations are saying it. So Benny said the easy read uses the word shameful, and I just wanted to see what other versions are saying. Just a couple of more, not all of them. I don't got time for all that.
Let me do get you the NIV since you asked for that.
Yeah, I'm curious what the NIV says because I don't remember.
I got the NIV right here. It says, whose tongue utters no slander, who does no wrong to a neighbor and casts no slur on others.
Slur. So it uses the word slur.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. All right. So yeah, in the King James, obviously it's gonna, and I'm surprised the Amplified says it the same way, but I guess they're just wanting everybody to understand what reproach, because it says, nor taketh up a reproach against his brother, like mistreating him or like in a shameful way or some, but again, all three of these, it's so weird how people use this and they say, this is what I use to know if someone's a Christian or not. And nothing could be further from the truth, man. All right. Add here. I'm sorry. I didn't even know you it says, but why the innocent, I mean, woman and animals and children. I don't know. Add here. Whoa. What the heck? What are you talking about? Man, maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're asking. What are you bringing up women and children for now? What the heck? Add here. You still here? Man. Well, Add here, I hate to say this to you, and I ain't trying to be rude. I'm really not. But Samuel 15:3, if I'm correct, that's some like unalivement of people. And man, I really, well, you know what? I know everybody got something out of that either way, so I'm not tripping. But Ad here or Adbur, I mean, I could tell that it looks like you come up here to want to argue with the verse, and you're not really reading the Bible. And I don't know, man. Just looking at if just by me putting everything in order, I don't know how you would mistake Psalms 15:3 with Samuel unless you're not familiar with Scripture. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So I think you, because you put right there, yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. All right. Well, either way, God's word don't come back void, and when someone knows how to explain the word, somebody's gonna get edified. So Psalms 15, the way I just went over it, it helps somebody either way. I ain't doing no tripping. Not even a little bit. All right, so guys, Jennifer was bringing up Matthew 24, right?
Matthew 24, the question comes from verse 35.
All right. Yeah, 24, 35. All right, guys, if y'all want to play around with that a little bit, y'all go right ahead. I'm going to go. I got to go feed the dog. But before that, I got to do something. I'll be right back.
Okay. I guess we could just read the chapter. Does anyone have the Dylan? Do you have your Bible?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Dylan, do you want to read from verse 1 down to 15, and I can read the last part?
Matthew 24.
Yeah, chapter 24, starting at verse 1, go to 15.
Okay. And Jesus went out and departed from the temple, and his disciples came to him for to shew him the buildings of the temple. And Jesus said unto them, See ye not all these things? Verily I say unto you, there shall not be left here one stone upon another that shall not be thrown down. And as he sat upon the Mount of Olives, the disciples came unto him privately, saying, Tell us, when shall these things be? And what shall be the sign of thy coming, and to the end of the world? And Jesus answered and said unto them, Take heed that no man deceive you. For many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many. And you shall hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that ye be not troubled, for all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. For nation shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom. And there shall be famines and pestilences and earthquakes in diverse places. All these are the beginning of sorrows. Then they shall deliver you up to be afflicted, and shall kill you, and you shall be hated of all nations for my name's sake. And then shall many be offended, and shall betray one another, and shall hate one another. And many false prophets shall rise, and shall deceive many. And because iniquity shall abound, the love of many shall wax cold. But he that shall endure until the end, the same.
Unknown caller.
Spoken of by Daniel the prophet, stand in the holy place. Who readeth, let him understand.
Okay, amen. Verse Matthew 24:16 in the Amplified. Amplified says, Then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains for refuge. Whoever is on the housetop must not go down to get the things that are in the house, because there will not be enough time. Whoever is in the field must not turn back to get his coat. And woe to those who are pregnant and to those who are nursing babies in those days. Pray that your flight from persecution and suffering will not be in winter or on the Sabbath, when Jewish law prohibits travel. For at that time there will be a great tribulation, pressure, distress, oppression such as has not occurred since the beginning of the world until now, nor ever will again. And if those days of tribulation and not had not been cut short, no human life would have been saved. But for the sake of the elect, God's chosen ones, those days will be shortened. Verse 23. Then if anyone says to you during the great tribulation, look, here is the Christ, or there he is, do not believe it. For false Christ and false prophets will appear, and they will provide great signs and wonders, so as to deceive, if possible, even the elect, God's chosen ones. Listen carefully. I have told you in advance. So if they say to you, look, he is in the wilderness, do not go out there. Or look, he is in the inner rooms of a house, do not believe it. For just as the lightning comes from the east and flashes as far as the west, it says, for just as the lightning comes from the east and flashes as far as the west, so will be the coming and glory of the Son of Man. Everyone will see him clearly. Wherever the corpse is, there the vultures will flock together. Verse 29, immediately after the tribulation of those days, will sun, as in S-U-N, sun, will be darkened, and the moon will not provide its light, and the stars will fall from the sky, and the powers of the heavens will be shaken. And at that time the sign of the Son of Man coming in his glory will appear in the sky, and then all the tribes of the earth, and especially Israel, will mourn, regretting their rebellion and rejection of the Messiah. And they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory and brilliance and splendor. Verse 31, and he will send his angels with a loud trumpet, and they will gather together the elect, God's chosen ones, for the four winds from one end of the heavens to the other. Verse 32, this is where the fig tree parable starts. It says, now learn this lesson from the fig tree. As soon as it's young, shoots become tender, and it puts out its leaves. You know that summer is near. So you too, when you see all these things taking place, know for certain that he is near, right at the door. I assure you, and most solemnly say to you, the generation, the people living with these signs and events begin, will not pass away until all these things take place. Verse 35, where the question comes, heaven and earth, as now known, will pass away, but my words will not pass away. So that is it. What do y'all think? I think I put y'all to sleep. That's what I think.
No, we're still awake.
Well, let me just say this. None of God's people will be cast away. That's what I see in the fig tree parable. None of them. Just the unbeliever that was not his to start with.
I concur.
But my question really, it's not like I don't see these things. I'm just trying to find a way to get it better rooted so I can, because I notice when I try to explain things, I confuse people. And I know it's because it's not well rooted.
Yeah, that's why I tell you, you need to be talking about things that are rooted, right? You're not supposed to be talking about stuff that you don't have well rooted in you. That didn't make any sense. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you may think like, okay, well, I kind of have an understanding on it, but if you don't have it well rooted in you, then you are going to look stupid because you don't know how to fully explain, right? But when you can fully explain something and you know that you've fully explained it, and someone says, "Well, I don't understand what you're saying," and you know that you fully explained, right? Um, you know, so there's always going to be someone that will say they don't understand what you're saying. And the truth is, they're trolling you, and you got to be aware of that too. And you can't just say everybody's trolling you. If everybody doesn't understand what you're saying, then you are lacking understanding. You understand? So you don't just automatically believe like just because someone says they don't understand you, then that means that they're blind and they're carnally minded. No, no. It very well could be that you are misunderstanding something. This is why I say you got to be honest with yourself. You have to be honest with yourself. If someone doesn't understand what you're saying, um, it doesn't mean that they're carnally minded, right? Now, if they start mocking you, then this has nothing to do about what you're explaining, right? If someone starts mocking you, one or two things on their end is happening. They're mocking you because they are being carnally minded, or they're mocking you because uh, like they don't like who taught you. I've seen that been a huge issue on TikTok. Like, people know when they come up here and act like an idiot, and I show them that they don't understand what they're talking about, they hate me. They don't like that I knew how to explain all that. They don't like it. So then they'll go around attacking anyone that comes over here. I mean, that happens too. And you know when they're doing that. So you stop wasting your time trying to explain anything to them, because they don't like, in their head, they don't like who told you about this. Well, that ain't got nothing to do with God at that point. That ain't got nothing to do with, that's all them. That's them doing that. So the other side again is uh plant manager never, I don't know what. Plant manager never what? I don't know, message went away. But you have to listen again. Jesus explained, and there were people who did not understand what he was saying. So you have to be honest with yourself and use discernment. Am I explaining it right? If you know that you are explaining it right, you could possibly be talking to a baby. If you're talking to a baby and they're not ready to hear what you have to say, then they're not ready to hear what you have to say. But I'm sitting there telling you, a lot of you on TikTok, y'all keep trying to explain the same stuff to the same people. I don't know what is causing you to be, this ignorant or dumb. Like, I don't understand this. If you try to explain something to someone and they're not accepting what you're saying, I don't give a crap if they're trying. They're not ready to hear it, meaning they're probably on level 1. All right. Now, if you're lacking understanding and you're trying to get someone to see something and you're lacking understanding in it, I don't know why you're wasting your time even trying to teach anybody that. You need to teach somebody something that you are decently rooted in and stay right there. And if what's happening is someone will ask you a question. And again, this is anybody. They'll ask you a question about the Bible and they're genuinely trying to learn. Okay. And so you answer them and you can take them, decently pretty far through that understanding. And what happens is they're like, wait a minute. So what about this? And instead of you using wisdom because you don't know how to explain everything else, you just freaking, what's it called? You freestyle. What are you freestyling for? Ask yourself, why are you freestyling? If you know that you can't go any further than where you are, that's when you need to tell them, hey, I'm still learning. I don't know all that either. And then so you let them throw a verse. Well, the Bible says has an answer. That, bro, listen, this is crazy to me. Have an answer doesn't mean you have to understand the whole Bible before you can teach it. No. Nope, that's not what it means. It means that whatever you are teaching, like the little area that you're teaching, at least be able to be familiar with what it is you're teaching. That way, when someone's asking you questions about it, you can do diligence on answering them. Okay. But I'm telling you, the majority of what I see is when someone's talking about the Bible, they're too far out on the branch. You're too far out. Come back closer to the tree. Okay. You're not gonna have all the answers. You just got to know when someone is trolling you, when someone is actually trying to learn. You have to understand all this stuff. If someone's asking you a question that leads to level 2, and then they ask you a question that leads to level 3, and you start seeing this progress, all they're trying to do is see how far you can take them before they start mocking you. You can't be stupid about this. You have to tell yourself, this is what I'm talking about, and I'm staying right here. So if you're staying right here, then stay right there. And if they go, well, no, you should be able to answer, say, hey, listen, buddy, are you claiming that you know everything? Please don't do that. Don't claim you know. If you're claiming you know everything, then why are you up here asking me questions? Well, I'm just saying you're claiming you know. No, I'm claiming I know about this topic. Right? So, like, for instance, if we're talking about spirit, soul, and body, then I can explain spirit, soul, and body. But if they start going, oh, well, if we go to Genesis 1:1, listen, if someone takes you to Genesis 1:1 and you're that stupid to go with them regarding spirit, soul, and body, slap yourself in the face after you're done talking to them. Stop running yourself into the darn ground and then wondering why it didn't work out. Well, because you're too stupid knowing when to stop. Stop doing yourself this way. You tell them that you're going to talk about this, and that's it. And if they don't like it, oh, well, you don't get sucked into the game and you're like, oh, well, I know more. No, you don't know more. Just stop right there. It's your flesh telling you, you can do it. And you're like, yay, I can do it. No, you can't do it. Be honest with yourself. Okay.
Well, people are stupid.
No.
Right?
I'm using this language because your flesh is always trying to get you to do more than you can do. And when your flesh, which is the stupid side of the human, okay, understand, when your flesh talks the soul into going into something that you really don't fully understand, you have fallen to the flesh. You have allowed pride to kick in because Mr. Stupid over here, Mr. Meathead, is saying you can do it and you can't. So, what I'm saying is, stick with what you know how to explain. And I'm talking about the soul. You understand? The soul, little by little, is taking things in. And what you have to do before you start talking to someone, you have to be able to say, okay, how far can I go in this conversation? And you have to be honest with yourself. This is as far as I can go from here to here. Once you have reached that limit, you're going to have to tell the person, well, however you word it is up to you. But what you have to do is you have to be able to say, hey, this is about as far as I feel comfortable talking because I'm still learning myself. Pride will not let you say that. Because if you admit you're still learning, then somehow that's a flaw. I don't understand how that's a flaw. It's not a flaw. So what I'm saying is the flesh is the part of you that is just going to keep on going. And you have to be able to tell the flesh, shut up. I'm going to stop right here. If you don't have a stopping point, your flesh is going to run you in the dirt every time. And you think, well, I need to learn more. Like you think that that's the problem. No. That's not the problem. The problem is you don't know how to cut it off. You have to know when to cut it off. I don't care if they mock, make fun. I don't care. You have to be the one that has to be the adult and say to the flesh, hey, this is as far as but again, you have to do this beforehand. You don't figure this out while you're talking. You say, if I ever talk about spirit, soul, and body, I'm going from here to here. You need to know where that cutoff is while you're learning. So if someone's asking you questions about spirit, soul, and body, and you start going through there, and they go, well, I don't understand. I mean, so you got 3 minds or you got 4 minds? I mean, at that point, you should know, okay, they're trolling. Say, man, I thought I was going to be able to teach you something, but you're a knucklehead. No, you should be able to answer. Well, buddy, have a good one. You ain't trying to learn. Someone who's trying to learn is not forcing you to answer questions. If somebody is forcing you to answer questions, they're not trying to learn. They're trying to wait until you stumble over your own stupid words and then start making fun of you. You got to start figuring this stuff out a lot quicker. Listen, I'm going to say it one more time. Whatever topic or subject that you want to have with someone, you sit down with your flesh and you go, check it out, flesh. Whenever I'm going to talk about this topic right here, I'm going from here to here, and that's it. And you do that with every topic. Why? Because you're being honest that at this point, I don't understand a whole lot more. That's the issue. Okay. And I'm talking to whoever. That is the problem you are having. You are not doing that. And if you are not doing that, well, guess what? There you go. There's the issue. So again, by now y'all should know when I'm saying the word stupid, I'm talking to the flesh. I'm telling you that thing knows how to mess us up every day. Okay. And we have to start putting that thing in the check. I don't care if it takes a little bit here, a little bit there. Like oh man, I went off with this person again this day. Or I went off, oh well, you're gonna have to start telling your flesh, no, I don't care how persuasive the person is. You say, hey, it's as far as I can
I
go.
think you misunderstand my question
No,
though,
I don't.
because I'm not talking about people
I'm not
arguing.
misunderstanding your question. Your question is opening up everything that I'm saying. So I'm not misunderstanding nothing you're saying. What you're asking leads to what I'm talking about. You understand or no? Your question leads to what I'm talking about. So there's no misunderstanding. Now, if you're saying that that's not the area that you're in, well, to each its own. To wear the shoe if it fits, right? So now, if you're saying you want to be more specific about your question, you go right on ahead. But what I'm saying is still true. It's still relevant. So, how more specific do you want to be with your question?
I just see that, it's talking about is basically showing how faithful Christ is. That's what I see. And I know that's just the top layer of it. I know it goes way deeper than that.
Yeah, no, I
So
know,
I'm
but
wondering.
yeah, but you said, I mean, a couple of things you said, but one of them was you don't feel like you know enough in the area. Like you said that very specifically, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Like, if I was to be speaking to my son or somebody, I'm gonna show him like where Christ is faithful, and that's how this is, talking about that.
Yeah.
But no, it's not just that. I can clearly see it's not just talking about Christ being faithful.
Yeah. Yeah. So, but I hope what I just said rang some ears. Listen, if you don't know how to fully explain something, you need to already have your mind needs to be set on, I'm stopping right here. And then you tell the person, this is as far as I can go right now. Oh, well, that's this and that. It's as far as I can go right now. I don't care who it is. I don't care. Jennifer said it, family. I don't care if it's family. I don't care if it's TikTok. I don't care who it is. It doesn't matter. Don't set yourself up for failure and start going further than you actually can go, and then look literally like a knucklehead in front of people that are just trying to mock you anyway. Let's see.
Hey, Chuck, so it's okay to just preach the gospel. Well, not preach it, but just share the gospel and guide people. It's okay to just do that then.
It's
like
okay.
Just bring people to the feet of Christ. You know how you say we're supposed to be making disciples? It's okay to bring, like, I'm not saying that we're not doing that, right? But it's like, it's okay to focus our lives on bringing people to the feet and then later discipling, right?
Yeah. Listen, whatever level that you're on, that's what level you need to be doing it at, whatever the level is, right? If you just come to the understanding that you know for a fact that the death, burial, and resurrection of Christ is true, and you know in your heart that that is true, then now your job is to be like, all right, how am I going to relay what I know is true to somebody? And you have to sit down and formulate, format that. You like, okay, I'm going to talk. I can, if you have to break it down in topics or subjects and say, okay, because remember, people who are trying to mock you or make fun or whatever, it's all about arguing. Do you understand? It's all about arguing. How do you start an argument? By now, y'all should know this. How does someone start an argument? Does anyone know?
Hey, I just have a question.
That's it right there. Argument just started. They don't even have to say the words, I have a question. They'll just ask you one. So as soon as someone asks you a question, or as soon as they say, can I ask a question? Right there, it's a 50-50. This person is either trying to fight or they're trying to learn. You should know that within the next 10 seconds. Within the next 10 seconds, you should know. And let me just say this, and I hate to say it, 80% of the time, they want to fight and they want to argue. So now the question is, why? Why does this person want to fight? Why do they want to argue? And there's many answers, but normally it's going to point to they were mistreated in the church. Their family was part of a cult. It's going to point to, or they were raised up as an atheist and they're an atheist and they think Christians are stupid. They're bored and you're going to become their game for the next 30 minutes. So you got to make up your mind. My time is priceless. My time is worth something. And I'm not letting anyone waste my time. So if someone is wasting your time and you're letting them, then you're just as dumb as they are. That means everybody's in the flesh right now because you should know that they're wasting your time. Once you make a disciple or two, you'll start seeing it a little more simple. Someone who values your time has a total different attitude to someone who wants to waste it. Right? Okay, let's see. Let's see where Devin stands. Thank you, Devin, for being the next person. Let's see. Or that they read the Bible and they can tell it's a mythology. So somebody help me out. This person's already calling the Bible a mythology. Do you got to be a genius to figure out where they're going? Right? It's a mythology book, laugh out loud, not a factual book. Okay, so is this person trying to learn or are they calling what you believe a myth? Okay, right. But most people are not going to come out and say that. So Devin, as of right now, is a waste of time. So, David, no offense, you can stay here, you can learn something, but I'm not going to go back and forth with someone that is saying what I'm talking about is a lie. So I'm going to call you a liar. You're a liar. It is real. You see, now we're already at a standstill, Devin. I'm saying it's true. You're saying it's a lie. I'm not. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna be your disciple, and clearly you're not gonna be mine. So conversation's over. You'll see how easy that is. Don't be a Devin. Yeah, guys, don't be a Devin. Okay, I agree with you, Sonia. Okay, but what I'm saying is, why would I sit here and try to convince somebody in this kind of a way? You understand? Whenever you hear me say God doesn't convince, guys, I'm not just talking about the word convince. I'm not just talking about that. I'm talking about through trickery. God doesn't use trickery, you understand, to try to get someone to see something. He just tells the truth. Okay? If you want to be technical and say, "Well, that's still convincing." Listen, I'm not perfect. I may not explain what I'm saying, but if I have to be very specific on this, I'm not saying God doesn't get someone to convince someone of the truth. I'm saying he doesn't use trickery. You understand? Meaning, God doesn't go up to someone and try to take them away from something that's true. He doesn't convince like that. He just tells the truth, and you either believe what he's saying or you don't. Satan, on the other hand, he uses much convincing. His goal is to take you away from the truth. And when I say much convincing, I'm not just trying to use the word convince. Okay. The Bible uses all the words. If we got to go through the Bible, we'll see what type of convincing that he uses. He uses deception. You understand? Deception is just not convincing. Okay. It's trying to take someone away from something that is true. God is not trying to take anyone away from truth. He's trying to present the truth. Okay, so when people try to be slick and they go, "Oh, God does convince," like, come on, how many times I got to go over this? I'm not just talking about what the word convincing means. I'm talking about through trickery. Okay, so yeah, so don't be a Devin. All right, no offense, Devin. Maybe you'll come back in another year and we'll be good to go, but obviously not today. See, like right now, it'd be better for Devin to go play a video game. You understand? Like for him to waste his time talking to someone that believes in myths, right? Wouldn't that be a waste of time? Think about it. If you believed, Devin, you're still here. So why did God let the devil on earth? I'm not even trying to mess with you, just curious. Yeah, Devin, this is what I'll say. Okay, listen, you're still human, so I don't believe that you are a complete waste of time. Okay, so don't misunderstand, right? I'll go in a couple of circles with everybody. I give everybody a fair chance. But Devin's question is, so why did God let? Notice the word you have right there, Devin. Let the devil on earth. Let him. The Bible doesn't teach that. The Bible doesn't teach that God let him on earth. The Bible teaches that he killed Adam and Eve spiritually. And because of that, the dominion that they had, he took it. And now that he has Adam and Eve's dominion, he used that dominion to go to earth. So God did not let him. So Devin would say, yeah, he did because he didn't stop him. Well, there's the problem, Devin. There's the problem. God can't stop him. So now Devin's going to say, oh, so God's not super powerful. No offense, Devin. I've done this a million times. But God's not super powerful because he couldn't stop. No. God's not a liar. So this is the thing, right? God is at the top of the food chain. Nobody tells him what to do, right? Not even Devin. Let me ask you, Devin, seriously, do you think someone tells God what to do? I'm just curious. And I'm not even messing with you. I don't know. Clearly, you don't know a whole lot about the Bible. You know about the Bible based on hearing of the ear, right? Based on rumors, what people told you. But Devin, do you think God, someone tells God what to do? I'm just curious. Jim. Yeah, Jim. Absolutely. I hear you, bro. This is the best. Jim, thank you for coming up and saying that, bro. You guys are awesome. Got me rolling over here. I'm gonna read it, man. I got to. Jim said, "Hey, dork!" Exclamation mark. He says, "I'm out here throwing 80-yard bombs in the NFL like a varsity quarterback while you're still reading the playbook. Hit the weight room, champ." See. What? Touch. People, please contribute to this poor man so he can afford a new hat. Oh, Devin, you're not here no more? All right, Devin's probably not here no more. Do what?
What's up? I said, that's funny.
Oh, they throw some good ones out there, man. Sometimes we're probably going over something and I don't read it, but every once in a while I'll stop to read it. It's too funny, man. Yeah, but like Devin's misunderstanding, right? How come God let the devil, right? He's not listen, God's not an Indian giver. He gave man dominion. We all know this. Tuesday about 10, no, but God. All right. No. All right. So at least Devin said no, right? So, or before I say that, that's what it looks like he's saying. It looks like he's saying no, nobody tells God what to do. Okay. And that's true. So he says no, but God allows for natural disasters and dying, bone cancer. Okay. So, Devin, show me what you mean by God allows it. What do you mean God allows? Where did you hear this lie? Come on, Devin. Somebody told you this lie and you believed it. Or are you saying you just figured that out all by yourself? Because you're a genius. Where's the idea coming from that God allows these bad things to happen? Like I said, I'll go around circles a couple of times, Devin, but that's about it. So who taught you this lie? Okay, here we go. Guys, notice the verbiage. He's all powerful. Okay. He can do anything he wants. All right. So where are you hearing that he's all powerful and he can do whatever he wants? Who taught you this? Where did you learn this, Devin? Help me understand. Clearly, you don't read the Bible because you wouldn't be saying it like that. So where are you getting? Help me understand. Who is teaching you that God is all powerful and he can do whatever he wants? Who? Give me a name. Who's teaching you this? Now, if you don't have a name, that's kind of crazy, bro. So nobody taught you this, and you're saying it. Fine, that's fine. You can say, I figured that out. I'm saying this. Devin, who taught you this? Who is teaching you this stuff, Devin? Right? You're saying he is all powerful and he can do whatever he wants. Where did you learn that? What person, what human, or devil, or whatever you want to call it? Who taught you that God is all powerful and he can do whatever he wants? Who taught you that? Where are you learning this at? We'll give Devin a little bit. I don't want to be too rude. Yeah. Let's see. God is so insecure, he wants validations from his creations. All right, Devin. I'll wait a little bit longer, man, and we're going to move on. But we can't move on unless you answer this question, bro. We can't go any further. Who is teaching you that God is all powerful and he can do whatever he wants because he's God? Who is teaching you that God's a comic book God, like he's in a comic book? Where are you learning this at? So far, I haven't heard anything wise come out of your mouth, no offense, other than when you said no right here. Where you said no to that one question. That's the only. And I'm just saying, 1 out of 10. That's, man. You're not really standing on a strong foundation of understanding there, man. Yeah. All right, Devin. We're gonna move on, man. All right, guys, let's go to Matthew 24. What's up?
You crazy me up. I was about to say, now, does everybody feel stupid enough? Now go out there and make disciples.
Now that everybody feels beat down.
Everybody feels stupid.
Everybody feels
go out there
stupid.
and make disciples.
Yeah. Go make disciples while y'all. Matter of fact, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and just be the one to make you feel stupid instead of you doing it to yourself every day. Okay, let me help out. Instead of you just making yourself look stupid by not knowing what you're talking about, I'm just gonna say you're stupid, and you can go ahead and just. Matter of fact, here you go. Let that be your sign. Yeah, you're stupid. Go out there. Listen, man. Come on, guys.
That's funny.
If you do not know how to explain something, I don't care how bad you want to do it. Just tell your flesh to shut up. You will one day. Don't worry, okay? Right? Hey, little boys want to be like daddy as soon as they recognize that as a thing. You understand? Little boys want to be daddy, and I'm talking about father and son. Little boys want to be daddy ASAP. We're talking like age 3 or 4. As soon as they figure out what that is, like, man, dad's cool. I want to be like dad. They can't go, but can they go be dad? Can they go be dad?
Sir.
No, they can't go be dad. And then while they're catching up with dad, guess what? Dad's still learning. You understand? It ain't like dad stopped learning at age 30 or 40. And then when they get to 20 or 30 or 40, they caught up with dad. That's hard to do. That's hard to do. If you got a good dad, that's hard to do. Now, listen, it is true. There's some sad dads out there. And if you got one of them, I apologize, but we got a father in heaven, which is smarter than all of them, right? But if you happen to be one of them that your dad stopped growing at age 15, that means he's 50 years old and he's still trying to gang bang. Okay. He still ain't figured out that that's not smart. I should not be doing that. Thank God that that's not our actual father. Thank God. And I can tell you what, the father that I have, the one that's here on this world, in this world here, I mean, there might be a better one somewhere. There's got to be. No, nobody can take all the trophies, but I can tell you what, my dad's got. He ain't got much space on his shelf, if you know what I mean. My dad got all the trophies, bro. Okay, and I'm not just talking softball and foosball and all that. I'm talking about raising boys. My dad's got a lot of them trophies. So, oh, Devin, you're still here? Devin, we're done, Bubba.
I didn't mean to derail us.
Nah, you ain't derailing. You ain't derailing nothing, bro. You good.
You was about to say, where were we at?
That's all right. I'm about to say it again right now. That's all right. All right, so let's see. Stupid. All right. Matthew 24, I think 30. Let me see.
Last verse.
Oh, I'm sorry, 32. Yeah, so I'm going to read. Matter of fact, somebody read that. And I know y'all have already read it. We're going to read it again. Calm down. So Matthew 24, 30, start at 31 to 35. Eric Montoya, I see you, homeboy.
You got it, Benny? Or you want me to do it?
Yeah, let me serve the public today.
Go ahead, do it, bro.
Let me 24, 35.
Start at verse 24, start at 31. Read verse 31 to 35 if you can.
And it says, and he shall send his angels with the great sound of a trumpet, and they shall gather together his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. Now learn a parable of the fig tree. When his branch is yet tender and putteth forth leaves, ye know that summer is not. So likewise ye, when ye shall see all these things, know that it is near, even at the doors. Verily I say unto you, this generation shall not pass till all things be fulfilled. Heaven and earth shall pass away, but my words shall not pass away.
All right. It says heaven and earth. So we're going to go over this real slow. Now, context of this is going to be in the 20s. Let me see. And you know how we do it. We're going to go look at some context. So verse 15 says, When ye therefore shall see the abomination of desolation spoken by Daniel, says the prophet, stand in the holy place. Whosoevereth or whoso readeth, let him understand. So obviously he's telling you, hey, Daniel is talking about a abomination of desolation. And I ain't heard one person on TikTok explain that right yet. And I hate to admit it. I like to see him squirm, so I ain't explaining it today. But I will explain
That's
it.
easy.
It's so easy. It's so easy. But hey, to each his own. All right. But that ain't hard. Okay. I don't know why people make any of this stuff hard. Now, some of the stuff that's hard is when you're talking about like the meaning of Adam and Eve both being Adam and then the two becoming one flesh. And it goes along with spirit, soul, and body. That's something not easy to see right away. Um, uh, uh, the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, the titles being different in this world, and you can use them interchangeably in heaven because you can never take away Father, Son, Holy Spirit. You can never take those away. But what you can do is get deeper revelation, understand that it's pointing to spirit, soul, and body. And that's not easy to explain. Right. So a lot of things that are in threes, right? The three measures, the dove prophecy, like all those things are pretty much on the same level. They're not easy to explain. And then when you tell somebody, it's like, wait a minute, bro, how are you bringing like what's happening in Noah? How are you bringing that to Jesus being baptized? How are you bringing that to the tree of life? How are you bringing that to the dove that's flying around? Brother, I don't know how else to explain it to you, but these things are there. They're not easy to see. And the thing is, people think like dogmatic. That's how they think, right? So, like, no offense, Catholics, love you to death, but Catholics, if you don't believe how they believe, they damn you to hell. Okay. And a lot of people do this with water baptism, Trinity and oneness, once saved, always saved. If you don't believe the way this person is saying, you're going to hell. So they do this to a lot of things that I teach. So the dove prophecy, I'll use that one for an example. The three times that Noah sent the dove out. I'm not going to go over the prophecy, but the prophecy is there, it's very clear. But some people will automatically say that if you don't believe this, you're going to hell. You'll never hear me say that. I don't believe that. I don't believe that if you don't get a revelation of spirit, soul, and body, you're going to go to hell. No, no, no. You don't have to learn these things. You get to. You get to learn them while you're here. You don't have to, which is 100% against today's way of thinking. Okay. Today's way of thinking is if you don't believe a certain way, you're going to go to hell. Meaning, if you believe you have to be water baptized, or if you believe you don't, both of them will send each other to hell every day, 10 times a day. Trinity and oneness. If you don't believe the way they believe, you're going to go to hell. The oneness will say, if you don't believe that I am he, then you're not going to come to hell. You're not going to heaven. That's what they'll tell the Trinitarians. They're going to hell. Guys, there's going to be a lot of Trinitarians that go to heaven. Just because you misunderstand something doesn't mean you're going to hell. There's going to be oneness people that go to heaven. It's so stupid how this dogmatic thing works. This is not this is not a salvific issue, okay? Whether you understand the dove prophecy or not, it's irrelevant. It's whether or not you have Christ. Not whether or not you understand the dove prophecy or you understand the three measures or you understand spirit, soul, and body. It's not based on that. If you understand that Daniel and Revelation go together, and if you don't put them together, then you don't understand what's happening. No, so stupid. Okay. Donald Trump's the Antichrist. Trust me when I tell you, you're not going to hell if you believe that or you don't. That is not sending you to hell or not sending you to hell. And sadly, there's a bunch of people that we know on here that got sucked into that crap, and now their pride's kicked in. I mean, it's so clear that he's not. This guy said the other day, every one of you need Christ. I don't know how in the world you actually think that Satan would tell someone they need the Messiah. I don't know what in the world you are getting sucked into, but he would never make such a suggestion. And he definitely would not be unaliving people that are sending liquid and powdery substances that are unaliving people, Satan would not be stopping them. Absolutely not. He wants them to die in their sin ASAP. He doesn't want people here longer. Okay? Make some sense out of this crap in your own head. I don't care what prophecy they're saying is happening. How many times do you have to hear Jesus say that he's not going to come against his own kingdom? Let me tell you something. If you're trying to figure out why I'm so against this, because Jesus is never wrong. That's why. He's never wrong. If he says that Satan's not going to come against himself, he's not. Never. Not even to make prophecies look real. Get the heck out of here. He ain't coming against himself, bro. It's crazy. And like I said, we got people on here that, you know, kind of acquaintances or friends, and they got sucked into this crap because they're not the root of it. Trust me. I've seen some of the people that started this, and they're crazy as heck. Sounds good, but just pray for your brothers and sisters, okay, that fell in this deception, and then, you know, don't put their foot to the fire too much. I'll do it, okay? Not y'all. I'll do it. Don't worry. I know how to do it the proper way. They might be mad at me a little bit, but it's okay. But it is what it is. But Jesus ain't never wrong, Bubba. Never. Never. I don't know how else to explain that part. He's never wrong. For these people to say that Donald Trump's the Messiah, they are saying that Jesus is wrong. And guess what? I'm sorry, my friend. The Bible's going to tell me the truth on that one. He ain't never wrong. So he ain't going to come against himself. Not even an ant, not even a demonic ant. He's going to come against it. Okay? All right, so let's go to, where does it say it? Where it says Daniel again? Okay, sorry, 15. All right, so 16 says, then let them which be in Judea flee into the mountains. So here, and I'm only going to say this one time, and I could care less what anybody thinks. So here, right now, there's people that's going to read this, okay? And they're going to say, yeah, so Judea and Israel, they're going to flee to the mountains. That's what they're going to say. The 70 ADers are going to say Judea's already fled to the mountains. So what does Judea mean in English? What does it mean, guys? What does Judea mean in English? God, why do we got to keep going over this? Nobody remembers. All right.
Judean or Jew?
Huh?
Judean, Judah, Jew.
Jew.
But
okay, yeah.
about,
Well, you can say Jew.
Okay.
You can say Jew. That's fair. Okay. Even though it's Yahudah, which is pointing to the hand. Okay. The open hand is so vital in the Bible. But to say it in English, to make it very clear, Jew. Okay. And it's not easy to talk about this because people are going to think you're saying like what the Catholics say, right? The Catholics believe that they're the new Jews, like what do they call it? That they take, what do they call it? They took over the swap or
replacement
theology, right? Kind of like the Democrats. Whenever they found out that it was all the Democrats that created the KKK, they're like, oh well, they flipped. And all they believe them that there was a flip. There's no flip, bro. Get off the gas. They don't want to admit that they're the ones that created.
and Judea means he shall praise.
Huh? Do what?
And Judea means he shall praise.
Well, yeah, Judea talking about he shall praise because it's referring to the yod, the way that you praise with the open palm. So it means he shall praise, but it's pointing to the people who are going to do this type of praise, which is the open palm, like this. Let me see. Like this, if y'all can see me, okay? And I don't know how to make this more clear. There is only one that knows how to do that, and it's Jesus. Okay? So, and I'll say this as quick as I can, and you either get it or you don't. Don't worry. You'll get it in due time if you don't get it right now. But the reason all of this, guys, all of this, the reason that all of this is written down is to talk about the Jews. And we're not talking about the physical ones. Listen to me very carefully. This hurts people. They get mad, they get angry. I don't give a crap. I know what the Bible says and I'll stand on it. And again, the Jews are going to stand on what they want to stand. Listen, everyone is an adult. You choose what you believe, okay? But it's all because there's only one that pleases God. And that's why these people, the Jews, have that name. They took the name from the Lion of Judah. Do you think it's a coincidence that they all call themselves Yahudah? Huh? Because there is a lion, a king of the Jews. Do you know why he's the king of the Jews? Does anybody know? I like to see him squirm, I say in a song. Not for fun, but does anybody know why Jesus is the king of the Jews? Listen, you already know everybody's going to give me an answer that's going to be a good one. I'm looking for the most correct answer. Why is Jesus the king of the Jews?
Benny, we don't hear you, Benny.
He's at work, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, Sandra. Well, that's still true. That's still true. He's the king of praise. But these are people. So even though he's the king of praise, that's true. But all these people are called Jews. But why is he the king of them? He's the Messiah. I mean, that answer's right. Came from David. That's true too. Those things are true. I'm looking for the most correct answer. Why is he, first of all, I believe everybody really knows the answer, but there's going to be some people that's like, I never thought of it that way. But that's okay. That's okay. But it's still the truth. It's the most correct truth. Why is he the king? He's the king of the Jews. That's a very close answer, Hulk. He came to his own. That's a very, I mean, it's right there, but there's still a most correct. I mean, that again, that's so close, but it's.
Is it because God was the king from the beginning?
Well, I mean, that answer's right.
Son?
That answer's right too, but there's a most correct answer. And I'm looking for a very specific phrase. I'm not saying y'all are wrong, but the phrases matter, man. It does. 100% matters.
If Dre was here, he'd play it, right?
Probably so, yeah. Yeah.
My God is a Jew.
Yeah, but so what's the answer? So
the scepter shall not depart from Judah.
That's true too. But why is Jesus called the king of the Jews? Why is he the king?
Because they rejected him.
Because he's the top praise. He's the top praiser.
Well, that's true too. That's true too. Very specific. Y'all just let me know when you want me to say it. I'll say it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, because he's a Jew. That's why. He's the king of the Jews because he's a Jew, guys. How can you be a king of someone unless you are what they are? You understand? Right? So how come Arnold Schwarzenegger cannot be president of the United States?
Because he's not
American. He's not American. You understand? In order for you to be king of a bunch of people, you have to be of the people, period. So why is that important? Because the Jews did not make Jesus a Jew. The Jews did not make him a Jew. It's him making people Jews, seed of his kind. He is making the people Jews. So all this, listen, picture yourself in heaven, God, and you're like, and you're looking at your son. I'm doing this in a Catholic way, okay? And you're looking at your son and you're like, how do we make them us Adam messed it up. All right, check it out. So I need to find a man. I need to find a man, and I'm gonna have to like slowly start giving him this stuff so he can just start doing it. And the stuff is gonna be tribes that have names. We're gonna start there. But in order for that to happen, I'm going to have to make a promise with someone, and his name is going to have to be Father of Many Nations because he's going to have many kids. And 12 of his kids are going to be the names of the tribe. And there's going to have to be a Judah because my son is going to be the king of the Jews. So, out of all the brothers, he is not the king of the Danites. He's not the king of the Levites. He's not the king of the Manassanites. No, he happened to be the king of Judah. That's what he was going to be king of. Because even though all these people have different tribes, they were all going to be called praise, all of them, which is Jew. Okay? Why were they going to all be called praise? Because there is only one promised land, one that flows milk and honey that feeds the people who praise God. That's why. There's only going to be one promised land. So there were going to be shadows of something that was to come. And the biggest one of them all, even though Judah literally is the biggest one of them all, but the biggest one of them all was Israel. And what does that mean? He who what? He who what? Somebody look
Wrestled
it up.
with God.
Huh? What?
He who wrestled.
No, not wrestle.
Wrestled.
Not wrestle. Somebody look up Israel. What does it mean? It's not wrestled. It's not wrestle. You can use wrestle, but it's not wrestled. Oh, y'all gonna make me. How we got so many answers for this?
I'm getting it.
The struggle is real.
Yeah.
So
okay, yeah. But wait, hold on. Let me say this. What y'all?
overcame-
Hold on. Let me say this. What y'all are doing, Mac, is y'all are looking at Jacob who wrestled with God, and you're saying, well, he wrestled with him. He's Israel. But we need to look at what the name Israel is pointing to. Okay, not in the sense of Jacob having his name changed. Okay. Now I'm going to see if I can find something real quick for you so you can understand what I'm saying. Because saying he who wrestled or struggled with God, it's not wrong in the sense of Jacob's name change. Okay. But what you have to understand is Jacob's name change was a shadow of something to come. So I'm not talking about the name being changed. I'm talking about what Israel is representing in the entire Bible, not just a name change. Okay. Matter of fact,
It's God prevails.
yeah, that's closer. That's closer. I'm gonna find something. Let's see.
This is one of those titles things, huh, Trot?
Yeah. Yeah. Titles matter. They do. Let me see. Why does it keep pulling up Judah?
I can't believe I'm getting ads on my app.
What do you mean?
Like I downloaded I was trying a new app, the Strong Concordance app.
Yeah.
Where it gives you the numbers and all you got to do, while you're reading, it has the numbers alongside. But then when you click it, it gives you ads, and then it's like you got to pay for the subscription to get better. I'm like, I really don't want to pay extra. Where is
it? Does anybody know what I say Israel means? And obviously, there's reasons behind it. Does anybody know? Can anybody repeat to me what I say, what it means before I say it? I've been over it 1,000,000 times. Nobody?
Ask it again, Charlotte. I'm sorry.
What does Israel mean? What am I going to say Israel means and why?
One who rules as God.
That's it. That's what it means, guys. It's either one who rules as God or he who rules as God, or he will rule as God, right? For some reason, a lot of people go to where Jacob's name is changed to Israel and they point to one who wrestles or one who struggles or one who overcomes the fight or whatever prevails. And it's not wrong in that sense. But if you knew that Jesus was the promised land and you go study out the entire reason why Israel is the name, then you will see that it's pointing to he will rule as God. That's what it's pointing to, right? Not just Jacob's name being changed to Israel, because Jacob's name being changed to Israel is pointing to one man becoming Israel here, like the name. And it was because he struggled or wrestled, okay? Because he said, bless me. If you remember the story, he says, I will not let you go. If you remember, how does he word it? Did he say, unhand me? Or what does he say? Somebody go to it real quick. He like tells them, let me go. He keeps telling them, let me go. And he's like, no. He said, I will not let you go until you bless me. All right. So Jacob gets called Israel, and it is because he wrestled with them. It is. And when you look at the name Israel, right, you can see it, right? Wrestles. You can see it in there. But when you understand that Jesus is Israel, when you understand that he's the promised land, and you'll understand in the Bible in its entirety, all the Jacob's name being changed, the physical promised land, the land of Canaan. When you understand all that, you'll understand when you go study all the words that's creating the name Israel, then you will understand that it's pointing to he will rule as God. And it's talking about the one who is Israel, not Jacob, but the one who is Israel. Because remember, through Jacob came the 12 tribes, right? Through Jacob, through Israel came the 12 tribes, because the 12 tribes, referring to the 12 chosen people that he was going to choose because of the 12 tribes, they will be chosen by Israel, meaning seed of his kind. It was going to come through him.
You want me to read it?
What?
You say go to Genesis 32:26.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, read it, please.
And he said, let me go, for the day breaketh. And he said, I will not let thee go, except thou bless me.
Yeah.
And he said unto him, what is thy name? And he said, Jacob.
All right, hold on.
And
hold on. Tell us in English what he said. He said, what is your name? So in English, what is Jacob saying his name is? Anybody?
In English?
Yeah. Yeah, what is Jacob?
Jacob.
No, surplanter. Right?
Oh, I'm sorry. I mean,
Right. So look, the Bible says that God calls those things that are not as though they were. So when he asked him, "What is your name?" he said, "Surplanter, thief." And he said, okay, so you know how I always go over that God is not a taker, he's a giver, right?
Right.
All right. So this man is saying, I'm not letting you go unless you bless me. Well, then your name cannot be taker, then, right? Your name cannot be
It's
thief.
funny. It's funny. He wants something. He's taking. He said, "I
Well,
ain't letting you go until
he
you
is.
take
Yeah,
it."
yeah. But again,
Yeah.
right in the flesh, though, in the flesh, but he understands who he's holding on to. But he has no other way to act other than in his flesh. There is no other way. But the man he's holding on to, clearly the Bible's telling us who this is. So again, God will show mercy to who he will show mercy. Mercy means you're getting something that you don't deserve. You're getting something, as a matter of fact, you're too stupid to even know how to ask for it. So, I mean, there is no way that this man could ask for something correctly. He's in his flesh. The only thing he does know is you have a blessing to give me. I don't know what it is. I don't know how to ask for it, but you're not going to hold it back. So let it go. What is it? Give me this thing. And he says, "Okay, what's your name?" "My name is Thief." If I'm going to give you something, I cannot give it to you because you took it. So we have to change your name. So your name can no longer be Thief, because if your name is Thief, then it will be said that you took something from me, that you stole something from me. So I have to first show you mercy. And what does he do? He changes his name. In order for him, in order for God to properly give him something, he has to change his name. So he changes his name to Israel. Why? Because that is what Jesus is, Israel. So he changes his name to Israel, and that is how that's how the tribes came from you, because of what you were when I changed your name. Dry and desolate, right? And so the
And
blessing,
it's
huh?
and it's funny why he calls the place Peniel,
Yeah. What is it again in English?
the face of God.
Yeah, face of God, because I saw the face of God. Yeah, right. Yeah, yeah. And Moses said, "Let me see your countenance." So by Jacob being called Israel, the only way that that could happen is you would have to, quote unquote, see the face of God. In order for you to be Israel, you have to see Israel, which would be the face of God, right? So he says, "I won't let you go until you bless me." But again, this is a fallen man. He doesn't even understand what he's asking. He doesn't know how to ask. There's nothing good on his side. So again, God said, "I will be merciful unto who I will be merciful." So God shows him mercy by changing his name from thief, from taker, to giver. So by calling him Israel, literally giving him the name of his son, so he calls him Israel,
Oh my
which
God.
which is the promised land. And because you are now the quote unquote promised land, the tribes will come from you. So, huh?
Try.
Yeah.
Man, that makes so much sense now when you read verse 28.
Read it.
And he said, "Thy name shall be called no more Jacob, but Israel. For as a prince
Yeah.
has thou power with God and with man,
Yeah.
and has prevailed."
Yeah. Yeah. So he names him the name of his son. And then because of that, now he's a giver, no longer a taker. Because Israel, remember, the promised land is a land flowing with milk and honey. It gives. It gives. So now that his name is no longer thief or taker, now he's able to give life, which to the 12 tribes. But all of this is so when the Prince of Peace came, when Christ came and he claimed to be the King of the Jews, it would be pointing to only those who praise the name of God. And in order for any of these people to be called a Jew, in order for that to be, or I'm sorry, the only purpose of that is because he was showing who was coming, what was coming, and it was going to be the praise of God. It was going to be the praise of God himself, the only thing that pleases God, which is the praise of God. And so all these people, all this stuff that's happening has nothing to do for anyone to claim some kind of cool thing. Had nothing to do with any of that. It was all just a train track so that the caboose can get here. You know, it's funny. The caboose is at the end, but it's like the power of the whole train. You know, it's at the end, but it's the thing that runs the whole train. You know, so again, when you hear even rabbinical Jews today, when you hear them, they're very braggy about what they are, who they are, where they came from, and they don't realize God did not lift you up to give you some special name. When it all started off, it was all because it was pointing to the only Jew. There was only one Jew. One. All these people that are calling themselves Jews and all this stuff, they still don't understand that after Adam and Eve's fall, okay, and let's go to Abraham. So from Abraham, you have all these people that are being built up, all of them, and the entire time, and let's say 50 years before Jesus got there. Let's get to a very specific time. 50 years before Jesus was even born, or let's say 100. Let's say 100, just to be clear. 100 years before Jesus was even born. What, Dre, what's up, bro? I am a descaled Jewish Pharisee. Oh my God, stupid. But 100 years, oh man, what happened? 100 years before Jesus was even born, all these people that were claiming to be Jews, they weren't even Jews. Do you understand what kind of time frame that I'm giving you here? All these people were claiming to be the Yad, the Yada, the praise. They were all claiming to be the praise of God. And the truth is, they weren't. Jesus was the only Jew that exists even before he came. He's the only one. And so God made a way by faith to proclaim the king. Do you understand? All the people had to represent the praise of God. And the only way they could do that was by faith. And the law is not of faith. Right? Is that what the Bible says? Is that what the Bible says? Let's go look at the verse real quick. And we're not going to go over context, but y'all need to. Somebody pull up the verse that says that. Yeah. Nobody? Man.
Sounds like Galatians.
Yeah, I think it is in Galatians. Yeah.
Which one you look for in Galatians 3? I stepped away. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Read like Galatians 3, like start around 8 maybe, and just read from there. Galatians 3:8. I don't think I passed it. Just start around 8 and just read down.
Yeah. And the scriptures foreseeing that God would justify the heathens through faith preached before the gospel unto Abraham, saying, in thee shall all nations be blessed.
Yeah, keep going. Right there, keep going.
So then they which be of faith are blessed with faithfulness, with faithful Abraham. I'll read it again. So then they which be of faith are blessed with faithful Abraham.
Right, with faithful Abraham, right? Who did not have the law. So when people get cute and they're like, well, the law of God's always been here. Listen, that's not how God told the story. It's so crappy when people do this. God told the story a very specific way for a very specific purpose. So the law, which God already knew everybody was going to point to Moses and to Mount Sinai based on the law when it was given. Before that, there was no tablets given. This is what God is trying to show. It is vital that this is understood. Keep going. What verse are you on?
I'm in 9, starting 10.
Okay, go to 10. Yeah.
For as many of the works of the law are under the curse, for it is written, cursed is everyone that continueth not in all the things which are written in the book of the laws to do them. But that no man is justified by the law in the sight of God. It is evident, for the just shall live by faith. And the law is not of faith, but the man that does them shall live in them.
All right, this is a hard thing to hear. I don't want to go down the road, but if you get in context of what Paul is saying, he's saying multiple things here, and some people try to take away a couple of those things, and I know why. But when he says the law is not of faith, it's not. For anyone to say contrary to this, there is a reason that they're saying it. But he couldn't have made it more clear. And if you read the Old Testament, you could see, you will understand where Paul is getting it, why he's saying it. But when you make the mistake and all you read is Galatians 3, is this verse 11 or 12 or 13?
That's 12.
Okay. But if you make the mistake and you read...
I'm sorry, 12 and 13.
Okay. Okay. But if you make the mistake...
12, it's 12.
Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. All right. All right. Oh, well, whatever. The point is, I'll say 12 and 13. But if you make the mistake and you read Galatians chapter 3, right?
Yeah.
Okay. If you read chapter 3 of Galatians, verse 12 and 13, and you say to yourself, just based on that, and you go argue with someone that the law is not of faith, and that is all you're going by, something is wrong with your studying habits.
Mm-hmm.
If you read the Old Testament, you will understand why Paul said this. And I don't even have to go to Galatians 3. I am well read in the Old Testament. I can take you through the entire thing and show you how the law is not faith. I don't have to just go by what Paul is saying. Paul confirms it, though. So now I got the Old Testament that is testifying of this truth over and over. And then Paul, who was sent to the Gentiles, confirms it. But again, with all that being said, nobody 100 or 200 years before Christ, I'm trying to show you how far we are. That means from the day that the law was given, if you just want to be clear. Matter of fact, we can go all the way back to Abraham, because remember, Abraham is who he is by faith, not without it. Okay? With it. I mean, yeah, by faith. But the point is, he's trying to get a big group of people called Jews. Let me ask you, do you think the Jews just named themselves Jews? Where do you think they got the idea to call themselves Jews? Do you understand? So either God is doing all this on purpose, or the Jews are like, hey, let's call ourselves Jews. Bro, from Abraham all the way to Egypt for 400 years, all the way to where Moses, where the Exodus took place, all this happened. So these guys with this peanut brain that they have in their skull could see, we represent the praise of God, the Yahudah. So finally it clicks. We are Jews. But it's crazy because they missed something. And they did. It's sad, but it doesn't matter, really, honestly, because The fact that they knew to call themselves Jews is what allowed the king of the Jews to come. If they wouldn't have called themselves Jews, he wouldn't have been able to come. That he couldn't be king of nobody. So when they said, hey, I think we're going to be Jews. Okay. All that, listen, all this stuff that is laid out to this day, rabbinical Jews think that the whole purpose is so God, quote unquote, could have a people in the way that they're explaining it. And that's just not true. All this was laid out so when Christ came, by faith, anyone that believed that they were a Jew can receive the king.
And that's why a lot of people can't understand when we say, well, we're a spiritual Israel now because we believe Jesus.
Yeah. And like I said, you got to show them grace, man. That's why I say, try not to have a conversation with these people too much because y'all can end up disliking each other, bro, because they hear what we say as very disrespectful. So you have to be honest. To a carnal-minded person, it is very disrespectful. You have to be honest. If you can at least be honest with that and understand why what you're saying can be taken disrespectful, you'd have less conversations with them about it because you're being a stumbling block. Again, we all do it. So when I say you, I'm talking figuratively, not just a Bill. I'm saying that's why you don't see me have conversations with them because we already know this. And then because, quote unquote, they hear what we're saying as disrespectful, they purposely get disrespectful.
I know.
All right. So, so now they purposely get disrespectful. Now, if you're not careful, now we're offended and we're like, well, maybe I want to say something mean. And then before you know it, it's just a fight. And the fight it wouldn't have happened if we would just keep our stupid remarks to ourselves. And it's hard. It's just hard. It goes both ways. Matter of fact, hey, guys, give me a second. I'll be right back.
Take two. No, but it is so true.
It's really hard to not react.
Yeah,
it's really hard.
Like I had to leave one of the lives last week because of AI. It got to me. You know what I mean? In the sense that, I'm showing them something right away. They came with a sarcastic remark and or insulting remark. And I knew it. So I said, you know what? It pissed me off. So I said, you know what? Let me just leave. I'll come back when I calm down. But I didn't tell him. I just left. I said, hey, don't be this. There's no need. We're having a conversation. There's no need for an insult. And so I left. And he's true. They'll get very offended because of what we're saying, even though we're saying it in not in a bad way, but we're just showing them that they take offense to it, and right away, they attack you, and then when you respond back, all of a sudden there's an issue back and forth. So that's why I try not to go, especially if I like them and they're friends. I won't go there because I know it's gonna bring, Galatians 5 tell us that we shouldn't. I forgot the word that's used. Let me go to it real quick. And it's second to last verse in Galatians 5. I think it's verse 25 or 26. Yeah, 25. He say, if we live in the Spirit, let us also walk in the Spirit. He says, 26, let us not be desirous of vainglory, provoking one another or envying one another. And in the Amplifier it says, we must not become conceited, challenging, or provoking one another, envying one another. So I do say if want to have a dialogue, but there's certain groups that, no matter what you say, they're gonna attack and take it offensive and move forward.
Well, see, Bill, just like I know I'm a Jew inwardly, right? But if I know it's going to cause a problem to someone who's calling themselves an Israelite, what if you use the word Jeshurun? I'm curious if they would still get offended or if they would even know what that means.
I don't know.
It's my
That's a good
beloved,
question. Yeah.
my chosen. It's still my elect people. So if you sit there and say, I'm Jeshurun, I'm of God's people, I wonder what they would say then.
They'll probably still reject you. Does anybody know who is it? Junior something? JR Cash JR?
No, I don't know. We can bring him up real quick.
All right.
JR, what's up, man?
What's going on, brothers?
What's the deal?
Hanging in there, just tuning into the live, just seeing what you guys talking about. How you guys doing?
Doing amazing. So you don't know what we're talking about?
I mean, I heard Galatians 5, so I guess we're talking about the word in the Most High.
You a black Hebrew Israelite?
I am not a black Hebrew Israelite.
What are you? What do you claim to be?
I mean, I'm a follower of Christ. That's just it.
A follower? How?
I just do as he commands, or try to do it to the best of my ability.
What about Paul the Apostle? You listen to Paul the Apostle too?
Paul the Apostle, do I listen to him? I mean, I read his scriptures, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you choose Jesus's words over Paul the Apostle?
I don't see where. I mean, if you can give me some insight, on where Paul wrote differently than what Jesus preached, and that would be great.
Yeah. So Jesus is your Messiah?
Yeah, Jesus is our Lord and Savior for sure.
Yeah. All right. Well, what's on your mind, JR? What's up, man? What you got?
I was just stopping in. I was just seeing what.
Well, I mean, if you want to put a topic.
Cash, what's up, man?
What's going on? What's going on, Jesus plus nobody? What's going on, brother?
Yeah, just close. We good.
So, topic, really, there's not really a topic, but if we were to have one, it's right now anyway, it's going to be Matthew chapter 24, 32, yeah, so 32 through 35. So the question is chapter 35. Somebody is asking, what is chapter 35 talking about? So chapter 35 is heaven and earth shall pass away, but my words shall not pass away. So somebody is asking about that, and we started reading at 15, and right now we're on 16, and I had to prove a point about 16 before we went further. So you probably missed about an hour of that. But verse 16 is, then let them which be in Judea flee into the mountains. And so there are people who believe that this has already happened. There's people who believe that it hasn't happened yet. And the 70 ADers are the ones that pretty much say that they pretty much say everything's already happened. And now you should just be a good Christian and wait to go to heaven. That's pretty much what the 70 ADers say. So, and I just got through talking about that Jesus was the only Jew, and that's kind of where we're at. So, verse 17 is where I'm going to continue to read. So you can stick around if you want, bro. No big deal. All right. So 17.
Okay, appreciate you.
Yeah. So 17 says, let him which is on the housetop not come down to take anything out of the house. So what is that talking about, guys? So him who is on the housetop, don't let him come down and take anything out of the house. What's that talking about?
Well, not to turn around, not to go back to get something that left. If you're looking at the physical, literal, it's meaning when you see most of the houses are built on certain edges and they store things on top and underneath, and once they're on the housetop, not to come back down. In other words, once they're fleeing or gone, not to go back to the carnal minded.
Yeah. So if you have too much seminary, right? Too much seminary training. Listen, and I don't see anything wrong with seminary, but it'll take away spiritual meaning because they are going to go through a lot of history. So they are going to say that people would walk like, that's why you see the movie Aladdin. You know how Aladdin's always running on top of the buildings? Like it's like easy access,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So it's because back in the day, it was like that. There was easy access to the top, and a lot of stuff happened on top of houses and all that. But I've been over this a million times, right? And Christian finally got one right out of 1,000. But but I have been over this a million times that it's pointing to the upper room. So where were the spies hidden when they went into the land of Canaan? Where were they hidden?
So when Rahab hid
Yeah,
them,
where were they hidden?
in the upper room.
And they were. Oh my God, what the heck was that? But they were on top, right? Where was where was the woman that said when the prophet comes, let's build him a room? Where was the room? Where did she build it?
In the upper chamber.
The upper room. We can do this all day long. And from the Old Testament all the way, it's the same author. It's not different authors. It's the same author. So Jesus is the author of the Old Testament. So the language is going to stay the same. He's not trying to tell people that when you're on top of your stupid house, don't go down and take something out of it. He's telling you to stay at the upper room, which is pointing to the heart. Stay there. It's also pointing to what else? I already said heart, so
yeah, Holy Spirit.
Well, yeah, but yeah, I'll just say it. So it's also talking about staying soberly minded. Stay soberly minded. That's what it's pointing to. But it says, let them which be in Judea flee to the mountains. What's mountains? What is that?
I don't know. I gotta take a call.
Go ahead. Flee into the mountains. What is mountains in the Bible? Yeah, positions of authority, right? And what mountains should you be fleeing to regarding the Bible? What's the mountains?
Zion.
Yeah, Mount Zion, the high places of God, which is not fear, but of what? Love,
power, and sound mind.
Yeah, love, power, and a sound mind. Those are all mountains. Love, power, sound mind. That's where you flee because you're soberly minded in the high place. Okay? And it says, neither let him which is in the field return back to take his clothes. Return back? You that is in the field, don't return back to take the clothes? What the heck's he talking about?
Like, don't look back.
Okay, that don't tell me nothing. Don't look back. What? Don't look back. What?
You're covering.
Yeah, you're close, but I need the most correct answer. What is don't look back? What is that? I got like 5 verses in my head. What is don't?
I mean, I'm thinking like.
Okay, well, yeah, Hulk is right. One. Imagination, that's correct. But what is don't look back? What is that?
To eagerly desire.
Yeah, that's true too. That's true too. I mean, that's right. Right. The imagination is supposed to be stayed on the Lord. So again, Old Testament, New Testament, same author, same God. So, Lot, I need you to leave this place and do not look back from behind you, right?
Yeah.
Right?
The salt.
Yeah, but you got to bring up Lot, bro. You got to bring this up. You have to show people how the truth is here a little, there a little. You have to show them how the word is precept upon precept. Precept upon precept is not black letters on a page to put with other black letters on the page. That's not precept upon precept. Nope. Absolutely not. That's not where faith is. That's where the law is. That's where the law's at. So if you stay carnally minded, the precept upon precept that you're adding together is always pointing to the law on how good you're supposed to be. But it takes faith to see the other part. And one was here first, the black letters on the white page, the law. Those were here first. But Christ came to open the blind eyes and open the deaf ears so you can see what was there the whole time. But it came second. And that which is last is first. And that which is first is last. So now the law is behind, and Christ is Israel. He is the law. He is the Yad, the open hand of praise of God. That's him. So it's important. It's important to know what these things are talking about because it's the same author speaking them now. First, it was a man, a physical man, that was writing these things down, that God was telling them what to write down. But it was God that was telling them exactly how to write this down. That way, when Christ came, he was going to speak the same language. And those that had ears to hear could hear what he was saying because they've been studying the word that was there. They've been studying the black letters on the white page. That way, when Jesus spoke, they could hear what was being said. So the upper room, we just went over it. Don't turn back. What does the Bible say? If you're plowing forward, what are you not supposed to do?
Don't look back.
Look back.
But someone who's placed himself under the law, who is carnally minded, all they hear is, well, it's stupid if you look back. You're going to fall down because you're planting seed in the ground. You're going to fall down. But this is how God separates who can see and hear with those who can't see and hear. He separates the statues from the living. And there are people, or before I digress too far, so let's go to, and whoa.
I wanted to digress.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just saying, because you made a good point. So you telling me that's why Jesus said either make the tree good and its fruit good and the tree corrupt and its fruit corrupt, oh generation of vipers, because he authored the Garden of Eden? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's why he's saying that. That's exactly why he's saying it, because they are not understanding the trees in the garden. If they understood the trees in the garden, they would recognize him as a good one. So they recognize his works, which is the fruit, and they thought the fruit was cool, but they did not understand that that fruit had to come from a good root. And how we know that they did not believe it was from a good root is because they called him the devil. So, which shows they don't know the author. If they knew the author, they would know who he was because he spoke like the author. But they didn't know. And to this,
so instead of them testifying to the truth that, oh, here's the tree of life in our midst, they said, here's the tree of the knowledge of good and evil.
Yeah, this is the tree of the knowledge of good and evil right here. Guys, do not eat from him, because if you eat from him, you shall surely die. That's what they said to everybody there, because they couldn't decipher. That's why they called him, what is it? You know, the very first time I told somebody that they called Jesus, what is it? The person tried to argue with me for 30 minutes. And I said, bro, they did not know what he was. I don't know how many times these couple of guys, I said, I don't know how many times you're claiming you read how Jesus kept telling them, you don't know who I am. You don't know who I am. I don't know how many times you have to read that. They did not know. They did not know who he was. And so he has to tell them, he said, listen, your ancestors ate manna in the desert and they died. He said, but I'm the true manna. Again, he's using the word, what is it? You understand? If he was speaking in English, he wouldn't have said the word manna, guys. The word manna doesn't mean wafer. That's not what it means. It means, what is it? He said, your ancestors ate, what is it? They didn't know what they were eating. They died. They didn't know what they were eating. You understand? They didn't know what they were eating. And he says, but I am the true, what is it? And if you don't eat of me, you shall surely die. That's what he said.
Matter of fact, after he was doing his work, they said, what strange doctrine is this?
Yeah.
Even the winds obey him.
Yeah, even the winds obey him. This is weird right here. Yeah, well, he told them that's because your father is the devil. You understand? Meaning you are from Adam because Adam made Satan his father. He made Satan his father. That's the only way that the devil could be these people's father. There's no other way. None. Nobody is picking and choosing who their father is in that kind of a way. No. You don't know who I am because your father is the devil. He wasn't being a smart butt. That's not what he was doing. He wasn't being a smart aleck like I am on here sometimes, like Torch Christian or whatever. It's not what he was doing, bro. He's being for real. Your father is Satan. That's exactly what he said. This is exactly what was happening. And you know what's funny regarding people? You know what's funny regarding people, and I say this all the time, and I don't know how people miss it when they're explaining it, but if you wouldn't miss this step when you're trying to explain to people the tree of life, the tree of knowledge, if you would not miss this step, you can get someone to understand what you're saying by asking them, because this is the verse that they bring up. Again, it seems like we're digressing, but it's the same book. Same book. Excuse me.
Hey, that's my partner JR, man. I see it's good to go in these other lives because I can, they can follow the breadcrumbs over here.
Yeah, no, hey, I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with anybody going. I'll never tell y'all to stop going to lives. I'm talking about stop going over there and arguing with people. That's all I'm talking about. Don't misunderstand.
Nah, I understood.
Yeah. I'm just saying it for everybody else. There's nothing wrong going another live. I mean, sometimes I go, but really, I don't have time. Like once I do this right here, Bubba, I got stuff to do. Okay, I just don't have time. But if you go to a live, go. Just don't argue. Don't do that. I know it's hard, but right here it says, verse 6, chapter 3, verse 6. This is what they're going to read. They're going to read this right here. And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food and that it was pleasant to the eyes and a tree to be desired to make one wise, she took the fruit thereof and did eat. And it goes, look, says right here, bro, look. And when the woman saw the tree was good for food, it was pleasant to her eyes. And I said, all right. So my question is, when this happened, was she deceived or not? She saw
absolutely.
Okay, bro. So they're not seeing it. It said, brother, the Bible said she was deceived. So when she saw the tree to be good, was she deceived then, or was it good? Because she ate immediately. Come on, bro. But they'll bring this.
What? Bro, we have to read 1 Samuel chapter 11, just the verse 1 and 2. We have to read that. Can somebody read that?
You talking about right now?
Please, right now,
Yeah,
it's
that's
going with
fine.
exactly what you said.
That's
It's
fine.
going with what exactly you said.
I'm just saying
She made that.
it's important. It's so important when these people are like, no, bro. And I'm like, what are you talking about? The Bible said no, we already know she was deceived. Okay, brother and sister, whoever you are. At what point? Listen how close this is. Look what it says. And when the woman saw the tree was good for food, and it was pleasant to the eyes, and the tree desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit. Come on, bro. What are you going to say? Oh, well, it was about maybe 3 weeks later. No, bro. Stop, bro. She took it, man. So if she took it and ate it, was she not deceived at that point or not? It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. Matter of fact, the 500 tree haters that existed that would use this, you know what's funny? I don't hear them echoing anymore. It's like it clicked and they're like, okay, well, I'm not going to admit it. How come they don't ask anymore then? How come they stopped asking? You know why?
They don't come against it no more.
Why not? How come they stopped? Let me tell you why. Because they tried to take all the white belts to the cage. And they think because the white belts ain't got it all figured out that the black belts lying to them. No, bro. It just took a lot of white belts to put it together for them. That's it. And they thought they were defeating all the white belts. Nah, bro. And then the purple belts came out and was like, whoa, that's not how y'all are saying that to them wrong. You know what I'm saying? So God is always going to put fire in somebody that don't know how to fight. He's going to put a fire in them because you know why? Because the Spirit loves people and he's going to pick a fight. But he's picking a fight within. We don't wrestle against flesh and blood, but he's going to pick a fight within. He's going to make that soul ask questions. Hey, stupid. Hey, ask some questions for God's sakes. You've been reading the black letters on a white page for 20 years. Ask some more questions. You ain't learned nothing yet in 20 years. So let me send this dude over here because he's just dumb enough to pick a fight with you. And they're like, nah, bro, that's wrong. Where are all the naysayers? Where are all the tree of the knowledge of good and evil haters at now? How come they just dying off by the dozens? Because God's already grabbed them and said, hey, y'all can't see she was deceived right there? Oh, so it wasn't good. No, she was deceived, goofy. What are you talking about? Was she deceived or not? So, with that being said, I've given everybody a chance to find the verse that Benny wants to be found. Let me guess. Nobody found it? I did all that ranting for nothing.
Well, I'll just paraphrase it.
Nah. I want to read it. Now, because I know what you're talking about. We need to read it. Who's got it?
Not I, Lord. What is the verse?
Oh.
1 Samuel 11.
Oh, my Lord.
CJ, did you have the verse?
No, that's the point. That's why he's saying, my Lord, nobody's got it. That's the point.
1 Samuel 11 what?
1-2.
1-2.
And 2.
Then Nahash the Ammonite came up and encamped against Jabesh Gilead, and all the men of Jabesh said unto Nahash, make a covenant with us, and we will serve thee. And Nahash the Ammonite answered them, on this condition will I make a covenant with you, that I may thrust out all your right eyes and lay it for a reproach upon all Israel.
That's exactly what happened to Eve in the garden. She decided to go into an eye covenant. Now listen, I know it sounds strange, but she went into covenant with the serpent. What's Nahash's name mean in Hebrew, if you don't mind?
Nahash name in Hebrew mean? It is serpent.
Serpent. Okay.
No, it's just a coincidence, bro. You're just making it say that.
Yeah, you guys make the Bible say whatever you want it to say.
Yeah, you're just making it say whatever you want it to say. You know what's so funny? We are so good at making it say what we want it to say. We're rewriting it. We're rewriting the Bible.
They caught on to us. When everything we say edifies God, that's how they know that we're just making it say what we want it to say.
Yeah. Yeah, but the Bible explains itself this way over and over again. It's never wrong. How is that? How is it never wrong? How is it that certain people just happen to have certain names that's pointing to a certain truth and it's all over the Bible? How? If somebody was trying to make the entire Bible say this, my friend, they would fail tremendously. The only way that the Bible says this is because that's what it's saying, not because anybody's making it say that, right? So the black letters on a white page, if you only focus on that, you will be focused on your flesh and your behavior. But if you understand Jesus's words, do you know why? Do you know why they changed Jesus's words red? Does anybody know why? Hmm? Does anybody know? They'll say, "Oh, because it's representing the blood of Jesus." But the reason that Jesus's words are changed from black to a different color is because the person that decided to do this understood that his words have to stand out. And it was not a carnal minded person that said his words have to stand out. It was someone that understood that if we're going to take it serious, that what he is saying is spirit and truth, they cannot be black letters on a white page. So they're red. And so, yeah, we could play the game, right? It's because the blood of Jesus, or I think somebody put red or ruddy. And they may have been thinking in that way. But the most correct truth is because he said that his words are spirit and they are truth. And so now we see a distinction because someone said we need to have a distinction when he's talking and then when someone else is talking. And it is not funny. I don't believe it's a coincidence that the color they chose was red because it's the blood of Jesus, or it's because it's his word, which is ruddy and red. Couldn't have been a better. And plus, red stands out. It does. It stands out. So it was a good. It was a good. But let me see. Where are we at? Benny, is there anything else you want to say?
Well, I was just pointing to the fact what you said. She came into covenant with the serpent in the garden. She was convinced to see things how he saw them.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's what this guy's doing. He said, "Listen, I'll make a covenant with you. Just pluck out all your right eyes. You know what I'm saying? Your right
Your
eyes.
right eye. Mm-hmm.
Right, because what's the right eye represent? Just like everything on the right, it represents righteousness. It represents godliness. You know, so she had the spiritual side of God at one point till she was beguiled.
Yeah. Yeah, no doubt. It's true. All right, so here we are. Let's see. That was 18, 19. Now remember, we're trying to get to 30. We're trying to get to 35. All right. Now, just so you know, I'm not going to be breaking every verse down like this. I'm not. I'm trying to show you that that this author is still meaning the same thing. Everything that he says, he's saying that it's the same author. So if you understand the Old Testament, you'll understand what he's saying because it's the same. He's speaking like he spoke back then to the writers. So it says, "And woe unto them that are with child, and to them that give suck in those days." Now, what is that? To them that give suck. What is that? Who is that gives suck? It's those that are nursing babies, right? If you give suck to a baby, you're nursing a baby. I'm trying to show you what it means of nursing a baby. So spiritually, who is giving milk to a baby? What do we call these people?
Mothers.
Spiritually. Spiritually, not physically. Disciples. So why would he say, woe unto the disciples in these days? We got to go over that too. But it says, woe unto them that are with child, and to them that give suck in those days. But pray ye that your flight be not in the winter, neither on the Sabbath day. God, that's so clear. For then shall be great tribulation. Tribulation? What is tribulation? What is that? What does that mean? Huh? Trouble, anguish. To who? To disciples? Huh? For then shall be great tribulation, such as was not since the beginning of the world to this time, nor ever shall be. If you don't understand that, even though, right, we can keep it physical for those that need to see it that way, that if there was a hard time in this physical world, you wouldn't want to have a baby. So easy. But spiritually, a tribulation that 100% is pointing to disciples. One thing that he is saying is you don't want to be a disciple in these days. Why? Because they're going to unalive you. That's why. And he says, and expect those days should be shortened. There should no flesh be saved for the elect's sake, those days shall be shortened. For the elect's sake. Those days. What days? What days is going to be shortened?
Take me to the book of Revelation.
What days? Huh?
Days of tribulation?
Yeah. Ain't that what he's talking about? And it's going to be shortened. Why? For who? He says it right here. For the elect's sake. For their sake. It's going to be shortened. Then, if any man shall say unto you, lo, here is Christ, or there, believe it not. That's freaking simple. Even spiritually, it means the same thing, no matter which way you look at that. For there shall arise false Christs. What does Christ mean? What does the word Christ mean? Anointed one. Okay. So there shall arise
1,000 plus 1,000.
For there shall arise false anointed ones and false prophets, and shall show great signs and wonders, insomuch that if it were possible, if, oh my God, if, for God's sakes, if it were possible, they shall deceive the very elect. What does if mean? Does that mean it's gonna happen?
It is not a guarantee, is what if means.
It's not a guarantee. I don't know why people read this and go, see, the very elect. The very elect. It said if, for God's sakes. That's why I don't argue about this stuff. It's like you're arguing with people that failed 5th grade English or language or something. I don't understand why we make absolutes when the word if is there. It says if. Where the heck am I at? If it were possible, 25. Behold, I have told you before. Wherefore, if they shall say unto you, behold, he is in the desert. Go not forth. Behold, he is in the secret chambers. Believe it not. For as the lightning cometh out of the east, where does the lightning come from? Where's the lightning come from? From where?
East.
From the east. The lightning cometh from the east, says, and shineth even unto the west. so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. I saw Satan fall like lightning from the sky. From the east to the west, right? So where was he? Where was he? He was in the east. Yes? So if lightning is described as coming from the east to the west, and Jesus says, I saw Satan fall like lightning from the sky. Oh, he's just saying, like, that's how fast it happened. No, bro, this is the author. This is the author, for God's sakes. He is saying what he needs to say based on those that can hear. He's saying it very specific for a reason. That Satan fell like lightning from the sky. And how does he describe lightning from the sky? Somebody? Anybody? Do I got to read it again?
From the east to the west.
From the east to the west. What does that mean? Does that mean where we are in this fallen world, we're looking at lightning from the east go to the west side? That's what he's saying?
From perfection to corruption.
There's a cavern here that you can't.
That's right. The east and west is talking about from spiritual to not, or I don't want to say it that way, cause confusion, but we'll say from incorruptible to corruptible to give you an idea. This is not talking about the East being freaking Asia to America. That's not what this is saying. Those who believe that Donald Trump's the Antichrist, that's not what this is saying. He's the Antichrist. Say it comes from the West. And you look in our map, oh, well, we're in the West. No, bro. The East is heaven. West is the fallen world in God's map, guys. Show me where it says that. You need to go read the Bible, bro. I don't understand why I even got to show that. Go read the Bible. And I'm not talking about just the black letters on a white page. Pay attention to what is being said.
That's by the way, that's why the earth is round, because there really is no east or west in a circle.
Yeah, there you go.
Where east and west
yeah.
is.
See?
Cooks.
It's a sphere. Cooks. It's a sphere, bro. It's a triangle, bro. It's a triangle. It's the octagon shape. All right. Lightning cometh out of the east, shineth even unto the west. So shall also come in the Son of Man be. Where does Son of Man come from? Huh? Where'd he come from?
Heaven.
Why is it talking about him coming from the east to the west? Huh?
That's where he came from.
Jeez, man. 28. For whosoever for wheresoever the carcass is, there will the eagles be gathered together. Somebody look up the word eagles in the Greek right here. Because it's not always eagle, man. They say, oh, it says eagle. He's going to renew us like eagles.
Vultures.
Yeah, somebody confirm that. Could this be vultures?
Yeah, that's what it's
what it says,
about.
Right? And what is a vulture? Is that a clean animal?
Nope.
It's not a clean animal. So you think right here, Jesus is being so physical that he needs to talk about freaking eagles eating carcasses. Why is he talking about vultures eating carcasses right here? What was before the vulture eating carcasses? What's before this? Verse 27. Somebody read verse 27.
For as the lightning cometh out of the east and shineth even unto the west, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be.
Okay. So he just got through talking about the coming of the Son of Man, right? Now what he just said. And right after he says that, he goes, for wherever the carcass is, what's a carcass?
An unalive body.
Yeah.
Something dead.
Something dead. Where the carcass is, there will the vultures be gathered. Where the carcass is. Why is he talking? Yes, dude. Absolutely. Goliath says to David, the fowls of the air will eat your
Will
flesh.
consume your flesh. Yeah.
Yeah. And David said, nay, they will eat your flesh. Why did David say, nah, bro, they're going to eat your flesh? People will say, oh, well, bro, see, back in the day, right here, this is when you know someone been to seminary. This is when you know, because they got more history than they have spirit. It's all about the history. See, back in the day, so many people would die at war that the animals would come and eat them. First off, that's true. 100%. That's not a lie. But you know why they stopped there? Because seminary kills spiritual sight. It's a proven fact. They are so focused. The
letter kills.
Because the letter killeth. But listen, a lot of these people, they're very eager to learn. But you know what's so funny about humans being eager to learn? They are so eager that they're not patient. Do you know it takes more patience to hear from the spirit than it does from the flesh? You would think it's opposite. That to learn all the history, it's very patient. No, it's actually very fiery information. Very fast. It's learning from the flesh historically is microwaving the Bible. And that's not how Jesus wrote it to be learned. He did not write it in a way that your flesh can learn very fast. Do you know why Adam was told in order for him to eat bread, he's going to have to sweat from the brow? Does anybody know?
Yeah, because now you got to work for the spiritual bread that you used to get freely before.
Yeah. Now our flesh has to work. You understand? It's not microwavable. You have to dig in the word. Dig. Your flesh has to do all the work now to get it. The good thing is the veil's no longer there, because before the veil was there and it didn't matter how much they freaking dug. They couldn't get it. And only because of God's grace, he would give literally a crumb even to the Israelites. He probably gave a person a crumb a year. Every year, one of them got one little thing. And I believe it was so small that they ended up losing it because it took so long to get the next part. I put money on it. I know it's true, because even today with the veil removed, if you're not careful, go ahead and take a week off. Take a week off where you are and let me know how much you had to recap just to get back to where you were. And the veil is removed. The veil has been removed. And in order for us to get another slice, because we don't get crumbs anymore, we get slices of bread. But in order for you to get another slice, you have to stay on it. And before you know it, you got a whole loaf. And after a while, when you stay in it, you don't get slices anymore. You get loaves after loaves, heaps upon heaps. You'll get them. I'm a walking testimony of it. You'll get it. And then after loaves, bundles, bags, because you didn't stop. And I've never stopped since that day. Not one day. I hadn't stopped. But he says, for wheresoever the carcass is, there will the eagles be gathered together. Now, let me ask you this. All right. Okay, I don't want to digress. Never mind. Let me just get back to what I was saying, because we're getting to 35. We're getting to 35. So, what? Oh, okay. Bad. All right.
What book are you in? I don't even know.
Matthew 24. Matthew 24, we're on verse 28. Now we're on verse 29. Sorry. It says immediately after. So he tells them where the carcasses are, so will the vultures be. What is he talking about? So he already talked about this is how the Son of Man's coming. Why is he talking about the Son of Man coming from the east to the west? And then right after that, he starts talking about carcasses and vultures. Why?
Because he came to consume the flesh.
Okay, that's close. That's close. But what's he talking about? What's he talking about?
Well, he said, unless we eat of his flesh and drink of his cup, we have no salvation. Basically, what he was saying.
That's close too. Yeah, that's close too. Yeah. So he talks about the Son of Man coming. He talks about the Son of Man coming, and he talks about carcasses and vultures. What's the vulture? What is that?
The dove. Well,
it's a fowl.
It's a fowl. It's a fowl. It's a fowl of the air. So it's not a dove. Why did Samson, whenever he took the oath of a Nazirite, why does it say in there that he can't come to a dead body?
As part of the vow, you can't.
I know, but why? Why does part of the vow say that he can't come to
it? Defile yourself.
Yeah, well, that's pretty close. Yeah. So
because God's not a God of the dead, but of the living.
Well, no, now he's the God of both. So don't get those twisted. He's a God of both, but you need to understand what that means before you start repeating it. And you're gonna sound like an idiot. Okay. So in the Old Testament, he's not a God of the dead, but a God of the living. But now he's a God of both. Yes or no? Or do we need to go to that?
Yes.
Yeah. No, I mean he took the keys to the. Yeah.
No.
But that's
no. Hold on.
Where's
the verse that says? Is there a verse that says that? Is there a verse that says that he's God of both?
Yes.
Where?
Yeah, there is a verse that says that.
Somebody find it. Somebody find it. So in the Old Testament, he's not the God of the dead. He's the God of the living. And that remains true. Okay? It remains true. But because of Christ, there are some things that changed. He's still God of the living, but that is to show that nobody is dead in God. That's what that is pointing at, that no one is dead in him. So like even though someone falls asleep, in God's eyes, they're not dead. They're asleep because nobody is dead in God. No one dies. It's eternal. Eternity.
22:32 in the same chapter you're in. 22:32.
(22:32) says, "I am the God of Abraham and the God of Isaac and the God of Jacob." God is not the God of the dead, but of the living.
Yeah, that's not it, Dre.
My bad. I think I misread it.
Sorry.
I want to say it's in Romans. I can't find it though, but there is a verse that says he's the God of the living and dead.
Yeah, well, there's more than one.
Right.
But
Yeah,
Romans should be more close. Somebody go to the Romans one. Jay Spasm's got it right there, maybe. What, Lloyd, what?
Yeah, 14 verse 9 of Romans. And then Holt got Luke 20:38.
All right, well, I want to go to Romans first.
Romans 14:9 says, "For to this end Christ both died and rose and revived, that he might be Lord both of the dead and living."
Okay, there it is right there. There's one.
22.
No, we're not.
22:33.
No, that's not it. Matthew 22 is not it. Or what verse are you talking about? I'm sorry.
Matthew 22, verse 32.
No, that's not it. That's not it.
We just read that, Bill.
Yeah, but that's not it. All right. Where the heck am I at, man? I'm going too fast. Let me slow down. Okay, so the question is, why is the Nazarene law, the vow, why is it that Samson could not go to a dead body?
Because he'll be undefiled. He'll be unclean. He won't be
Yeah,
clean.
I know that. Guys, what is the shadow? What is the purpose? Listen, I know that Samson can't go to it because he'll break the vow, okay? But why? Why can he not go to it?
Because there's only one that can go into death and leave death, which
Right.
would be
So,
Jesus.
right. The answer is because Samson is a shadow.
ready, man.
He's a shadow of Christ. He's not Christ. But because he has a vow, the vow that he has is putting him in God's eyes as a Nazarene. And Jesus was from where?
Nazareth.
Nazareth. So because he is representing him who is from Nazareth, meaning he's a Nazarene taking the vow is pointing to everything that the Messiah was going to do. But because he's not the actual Messiah, there's things that he can't do. But the number one thing that he could do was have strength that the Messiah was going to have, except it was physical strength, not spiritual. Huh?
So in the shadow, we know that he got honey or meat from the carcass of the lion,
Right.
but he made sure not to tell his parents. And so I think that's a shadow, just like he got meat from the carcass of the woman at the well.
Yeah.
And see, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's something I say this all the time, that when the honey was taken from the carcass of the lion, which is a defeat or a victory, it was because Christ was going to have a type of meat that they would not understand what kind of meat it was. So the victory that Samson did is pointing to the Messiah's. It's pointing to his victory. But Samson got fed honey from the defeat, which is a meat in the Bible. So when Jesus said, "You know not meat, what meat I have, or where my meat comes from," when he says this to them, they wouldn't have understood. So Samson's parents, oh crap.
Yeah, that's good. You know what? That's good. And it's crazy because he was like, he didn't tell his parents where he got it from. And he gave them some on top of it.
Yeah, but he could give it to them because it was from truth. He could give it to them. But okay, another thing, it says that he couldn't come towards anything that was dead. Well, this lion was dead. So how was he able to go to a carcass? Some people will say, well, it's talking about no human body. I've heard the argument. He couldn't come to a human body.
It was a type and shadow of Christ again, because Jesus, you're not supposed to touch a leper, you become unclean, but rather when he touched it, it became clean.
Yeah.
And this is a physical thing, but it's not the spiritual thing that Christ does where he touches the unclean and makes you clean.
Well, it's because it's representing Satan. And so because he's the one that killed it, he could be there. He's the one that killed it, which means he can get fed from the victory. Right? So, but Samson couldn't come to a dead body, because if he did, now, this is where I've heard some arguments, but if Samson would have came to a dead human being, based on the Bible, it would have to come alive. If you understood Samson, and I don't know any way to say it, the way I understand it, you will see it. It would have to come alive around Samson. So it's not an easy thing to hear.
No, I think it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, and other people will say, well, it'll make Samson unclean. Listen, I'm not saying that it wouldn't. I understand the argument. But if you understood the type of vow, dude, that the vow of the Nazarene, it is pretty thorough, and the vow itself is pretty gruesome. Like, it ain't no joke. It's a pretty big vow, and there's only one that could take that vow properly, and we know that it's Jesus. Okay, so Dre, what are you gonna say?
Because
I'm doing. Give me just a second.
Oh,
yeah, and actually, because life is what actually came out of the carcass of the lion, because it was a whole assembly of bees. producing honey.
It's the same reason why we see that the gates of Hades shall not prevail against the church. Because when Christ dies, because he was perfect, he was able to go into the gates of hell, but he had the authority to come out of hell, which no other person had, because he was perfect. And that's the same thing with Samson. He's a shadow of these things, but he's strong and all these things, but he can't actually do that. Because remember, you showed us this, you taught it, where Samson grabs the city gates and he takes them up. That's a shadow, that's a physical thing. But the one who actually had the authority to go into hell and come out of hell with the gates was Christ, because he was perfect. He was the only one that had the authority to go in and leave. And when he leaves with the great exodus that we see later on in the prophets.
And so when he took the keys, because he has legal right to do so, those keys go to a gate. That's what the keys go to, which is man's authority, man's dominion. And so he took those keys from a city that was not on a hill, and he put the gate right where it belongs, which is on a hill, where it's supposed to be, right? But it's not a hill or a mountain like Nebuchadnezzar's tree. It's not a high place of pride. It's a high place based on what kind of gate it is. The gate is on a high place. It's naturally supposed to be on a high place. And so it's not a coincidence. Samson, he knows that these Philistines are out to get him. And Samson doesn't have to play by the rules. And I'm not saying God breaks them. I'm saying that the only rules Samson had to play by were the ones that were true. And so because he represented a shadow of Christ, Christ didn't have to come out the gates. You know what I mean? Like, he didn't have to walk out of the gate. Like, when his soul became unalive and he took the keys, he owns the gates. He don't got to, where the gates are, he doesn't have to walk out of them and somehow play by these fallen world rules. He picked the gates up and took them to a top of a hill. That's how he came out of this place. They act like he's got to push open the gate oh, this is the only way that I could leave. No, bro, he owns the gates. So he took them with him on a hill. So there is no lying in wait to unalive Jesus. There's no lying in wait. That's what they were doing. They were trying to lie in wait for Samson to come out. How are you going to lie in wait for Jesus when he owns the gates where you're standing? Can't lie and wait for him. Nice try. All right, so wherever the carcass is, there will the vultures be gathered together. So the carcasses are all the people that are dead. He just got through talking about the Son of Man coming, and the carcasses, all the people that are dead, the vultures, which is the fowl of the air, which is talking about the carnal mind, and 100%, is it not just talking about the carnal-minded people, which is themselves, but he's 100% taking a jab at the scribes and the Pharisees. You understand? So while Jesus is there trying to give himself for them to eat, the scribes and the Pharisees, instead of taking a burden away with one finger, they just tear into him. Yeah. Brood of vipers, right? Right? Putting a burden, right? They're already dead, and you're over there pecking at them. And he says, immediately after the tribulation of those days shall the sun be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light, and the stars shall fall from heaven, and the powers of heaven shall be shaken. So the stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of heavens shall be shaken. So because there's three heavens, fowl of the air, stars, and heaven, because there's three, Paul doesn't explain what the three are. But for someone that studies the Bible, they know what the three are. They know what they are. But for someone that's trying to sound cool, not know the word, but they just sound so cool. Donald Trump's the Antichrist. For these people, Paul, I'm so glad that he didn't fully describe what the three heavens are, because it is true that we have three heavens. It is true. But the three heavens are supposed to be understood. And here it says immediately after the tribulation. If you don't know what that is, I'm not even gonna should know what that is. Just the comments that I made, you should know. Immediately after the tribulation of those days shall the sun be darkened. So they say, oh, well, it's going to be a catastrophic event. The sun is going to, blood moon or something, right? But it said the sun will be darkened and the moon shall not give her light. So we'll say the sun and we'll say the moon, okay? But it says, and the stars shall fall from heaven. The stars. So Jesus is saying that the stars, so there's going to be an asteroid attack. Is that what this is saying? Asteroids are going to be hitting the earth, guys? Because this is tribulation, right? Are you what trib are you? Pre-trib, post-trib, mid-trib? I'm gonna say, well, let me hear your trib. And I'm gonna say, well, sound like you have no trib understanding. That's what trib you're from. No trib understanding. How about that? Because you don't know that the tribulation, what it's pointing to, who it's pointing to, why you should not hope you don't give suck in them days. Well, it's saying pregnant women are going to have a bad day. Huh, pregnant women. So basically, it's going to be so bad already. Please hope that hope you're not giving suck. Hope you're not pregnant, because it'll just be that much harder, because if you got a big belly, you can't run from the fire. From the fire of God, you can't run from it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Where the heck was I at? All right. And the stars shall fall from heaven. So this is going to be, so women better not be pregnant, because the asteroids that are coming, it's going to be harder for you. I don't know. How's that going to be harder for a pregnant woman? We can say, what do you mean? They can't run as well. My friend, there's no running. By the way you're explaining this, there's nowhere to run. So why is it harder if a woman is given? Well, because they're going to see their own child. Well, their child goes to heaven. What do you
my
mean?
wife was just saying that, bro.
Huh?
You know that?
What?
My wife was just saying that. She's, well, obviously everybody knows she's pregnant, but
Yeah.
she was like, I just hope I can have the baby in the hospital because things are looking tough.
Yeah.
I just laughed, bro. I was like,
I mean, bro, because hey, let's be honest though. World War I and II is way worse than what it looks right now. So when they go, yeah, but this could be World War III. It could be. I see it. I get it. Let me tell you something, bro. When World War I happened, everybody said Jesus is coming tomorrow. Did he? Did he come? The Bible says we'll see rumors of wars and war. He didn't come. So we talk.
Paul spoke like the rapture was happening in his time frame. Like there's a lot of people that make that like, yo, see, he messed up.
Yeah.
And I just think people, but everybody always believes the rapture is like,
Yeah.
Nobody wants to die.
Yeah, I know. But I, just to break everybody's bubble, Jesus is talking about them that are giving suck. He's talking about it's bad for them who make disciples. Why? Because that is who's going to be unalived. Disciples. Not just Jesus's disciples. Disciples. Oh, Lord, don't get me started. All right. So, and it says, the stars are going to fall from heaven and the power, watch this. So the stars are going to fall from heaven and the powers of the heaven shall be shaken. Yeah, you should already know that because the stars are fallen. And they're like, no, but it's three heavens. Okay, so it's saying that the second heaven where the stars are, right? Those stars are going to, meteorites. And then the third heaven's going to be shaken. Oh, okay. All right. Or the stars are talking about something else that are actually in the third heaven. It says, and then shall appear the signs of the Son of Man in heaven, and then shall all the tribes of the earth mourn, and they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. There's only one time we see that coming in the Bible. I should not have to repeat myself. You should know where that's at. It happens one time. And he shall send his angels with a great sound of a trumpet. How does he send them? How is he sending them? How?
With the great sound of a trumpet.
With the trumpet.
The good.
So when they hear the trumpet, are the angels scared of the trumpet like the old people, Old Testament people were? No. They understand the sound of the trumpet. They understand the messengers, right? Angels, the messengers understand the sound of the trumpet, and they shall gather together his elect from the four winds. Oh, yeah. North, east, south, and west from the four winds. Oh, my God, bro. Yeah. Oh, the West, America. That's what it's talking about. East Asia. Oh, I see on the map. The four winds. I see it now, Lord. But not Donald Trump, because the West that's where the Antichrist comes from. He's not coming. Well, it says gather his elect from the four winds, right? Because that means that there's going to be elect, so there's going to be some in America, some in Asia, right? Right? The four winds, because there's people who believe in God everywhere. That's what that's talking about. From one end of heaven to the other. Hold on. Wait a second. Hold on. Let me back up. Maybe I messed up. Let me see. And he shall send his messengers with a great sound of a trumpet. So he's going to use a trumpet to speak to messengers, and they, the messengers, shall gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of the heaven to the other. So is this the four winds of earth? Is that what it says right there? Huh?
No.
Is that what it says? The four ends of the earth? How come people talk about this as though it's the four ends of the earth? So there's a north, east, south, and a west. There's a north, south, east, and a west in heaven. Is that what that's saying? Huh?
No.
No, that's not what that's saying.
I doubt it at this point.
It says four winds. It says right here. Gather the elect from the four winds, from one end of the heaven to the other. One end of heaven to the other end. What is that? One end of heaven to the other end of heaven. Oh, I really want to go through there, but I'm not. But I at least made that point. And if you don't know what point I made, I don't even know. Either you read the Bible or you don't. I don't know. Okay? But if you've been here long enough, you should at least know what point I'm making.
Are you talking about how Eden was in the east? Or the garden was in the east of Eden?
I'll tell you what, if I find this verse on the first try, I'll read it. But I'm not going to look for it. I'm going to find it one time.
Lord?
Yeah.
Can we look for it for you?
No.
Can we look for it
Can
for
we
you?
have a
Come
chance
on.
to look?
No.
Come on.
Oh, okay. I could be wrong, but this might.
You got the children's teeth set on edge.
No, the law
Yeah,
does
there you go.
the law does
That's
that.
right.
The law does that. I ain't preaching the law.
Our parents ate sour grapes.
Yeah, for real.
No, I got y'all are smiling with milk.
For real,
Hold
for
on.
real.
I think it's chapter 9. And if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong because I'm not going to spend more time looking.
It depends. We might get milk or we might get nothing, depending on whether you find this verse.
Yeah, it's all right. Here we go. Let's see.
It's time for wrath.
Somebody go to Zechariah chapter 9.
Thank God you didn't say 8.
I'm in Zechariah 9.
Yeah, and read starting at 13.
Starting at 13. When I have bent Judah for me, filled the bow with Ephraim, and raised up thy sons, O Zion, against thy sons, O Greece, and made thee as the sword of a mighty man. And the Lord shall be seen over them, and his arrow shall go forth as the lightning. And the Lord God shall blow the trumpet, and shall go with whirlwinds of the south. Sling stones, and they shall drink, and make a noise as through wine. And they shall be filled like bowls, and as the corners of the altar.
All right,
And
all right. So,
Lord
all right. So, verse 14. What direction does it say? What does it say?
South.
South.
South. Whirlwinds of the south.
Whirlwinds of the south. So this is talking about whirlwinds of the south in this world?
Nope.
Whirlwinds.
This almost sounds like.
Which is the four
this
winds.
Almost sounds like.
Hold on. Which is the four winds. All right, now I shouldn't, but I'm going to say it. Where does the Bible talk about all winds of doctrine? Where?
They're blown to and fro by every wind of doctrine.
No. Where's the verse that says all winds of doctrine? What's the verse? The verse.
The verse is going to be.
Ephesians 4:14.
Yep.
Read it.
That we henceforth be no more children tossed to and fro.
All right,
and
right there.
every...
Hold on. Be no more children. Right?
Yeah.
Be no more children. Children suck milk, right?
Yes, they do.
Right? And he says, basically, woe to them who give suck, right?
Mm-hmm.
Woe unto them who give suck of what? Of milk to children. Okay, and what keep reading?
Tossed to and fro and carried about with every wind of doctrine.
With every wind of doctrine. Now, why would he choose to use that word wind? Do you think it sounded cute? Do you think he's trying to write a rap song? It just sounds cute. Why is he?
He's writing a Suno song, bro.
Why is he using the word wind?
He wrote it because the angels, when they hear the trumpet, they gonna blow the four winds.
That's right. What are the four winds? I give y'all 10 seconds to guess.
I didn't answer it way up yonder.
What was the answer? What was the answer?
The four Gospels.
Yeah, bro. The four Gospels. It's the four Gospels. That's the four winds of doctrine. And don't be swayed by these weird winds of doctrine. Winds referring to the Spirit. That's what it's referring to. But obviously not a good spirit if it's a different wind. Okay? I'm giving you as many hints as I can. I'm tired of y'all messing this up. All right, let's go down to.
You cooking today, boy?
Man, I'm trying to hurry up because there's so much I want to say. But A lot of you been here so long, bro. I guarantee you that it should be clicking. All right, look. So it says, it says, all right, I'll just do it again. And then shall appear, it says, immediately after the tribulation of those days shall the sun be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light, and the stars shall fall from heaven, and the powers of the heaven shall be shaken. And then shall appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven. And then shall all the tribes of the earth mourn, and they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. What is the glory? I don't want to go over the power. It's going to take too long. What is the glory?
The light that shines from his face is the glory of God.
No. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm wrong. Hold on. It is light, but it's not a physical light, guys. Okay. Guys, what is the glory of God? I go over this all the time.
To conceal
Jesus Christ. Believe Jesus Christ.
Okay. No, it's the glory of God to conceal a matter, right?
Yeah. The honor of kings to seek a matter out.
All right. So when you
Proverbs.
when you seek the matter out, once you seek the thing that is hidden, what do you do with it?
You eat it and share it.
There you go. You share it. So
in this my Father is glorified, that you bear much fruit.
Where's the verse that says that? There you go, Eric. Right there. You multiply, right? Seed of his kind.
Be fruitful.
Okay, so God hides the seed because without it, you can't multiply. You understand? So when Jesus said that the words that I speak are spirit and truth, is that the black letters on the page? No. It's the seed that's hidden.
If they were, you would be eating God.
Yeah, you'd be eating God. So where's the verse that says it tells us what the glory of God is? What glorifies God? The Bible tells us.
Bearing much fruit.
No. Where's the verse, bro? No. Where's the verse?
Bro.
No. If you can't give the verse, then you ain't saying it. No, where's the verse?
Bro, it's in John.
Yeah.
15:8.
Okay, read it. Don't paraphrase, read it.
Herein is my Father glorified, that ye bear much fruit, so shall ye be my disciples.
Yeah. The disciples is the glory of God. The disciples is the glory of God. And the only way someone can be the glory of God is they had something given to them that nobody else could give them. You cannot give something you don't have. If you have not been discipled, you cannot make disciples. Why do you think I say this over and over? A convert cannot be the glory of God unless they are discipled. You know how? Because they cannot make disciples unless they are a disciple. So what glorifies God? What is his glory? Matter of fact,
being discipled, making disciples.
It says right here, and they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. What's the glory?
The
disciples, bro. The disciples, bro. So tired of y'all messing this up. You make me vomit. Every time I hear y'all talk about this, it's crazy. All right. The word itself will tell you what the word is saying. The word, bro. If you are talking about the tribulation and you start talking about Christ coming, I don't care which trib you are, I don't care. But you start talking about that and you read power and glory, and all you can think of is freaking like Thor's strength and some light, my friend. Who taught you that? Where'd you learn this from? Where did you learn that power and glory is referring to Thor's power and this bright light? This big old bright light. Listen, it is a bright light because we are the light of the world. You understand? There's only one.
So the power would have to be the spirit, right?
Do what?
The power would have to be the spirit.
Oh, I don't want to get into power. I don't want to get into that. I'm going to be here all day. I at least want to make a point.
The power is the word. He said, I didn't come in word only, but in what he say, power and word?
Yeah, I don't know. He said, I don't come in word only, but in
Paul
power.
said,
Yeah. Paul says it.
Along, but with power, the Holy Spirit.
All right.
Yeah, this.
All right,
So,
guys, do me a favor. Hold on. Do me a favor. Get off power because I don't feel like hearing half of you mess it up.
No, there ain't power. I'm talking about the light.
Okay, my bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, and oops, what was that? Hold on. I think it's Philippians chapter 2. He says in 15 that ye may be blameless and harmless, the sons of God without rebuke, in the midst of a crooked and perverse nation, among whom ye shine as lights in the world.
Yeah. Okay, but it says that when he comes on the cloud, that he's going to come with power and glory, right? All right, so I've been over this several times. This stupid argument, but all the tribs, the post, pre, mid trib, all these stupid arguments. And I said there's only one time in the Bible where you actually see it happening. One time. If you would find this one time, you'd stop arguing about this crap. Does anybody remember where I said where it's at?
1 Thessalonians, ain't it?
No.
Oh, then it's the one in Revelation.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Let's go to that one real quick. Read it so you can see what it is saying right here.
I missed the question. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, then you have to listen for everybody else to get it.
Find the rapture in the book of Revelation, Christian. I can't.
Find the rapture in the book of Revelation.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows what I'm talking about.
Jeez. My gosh, I'll find it. Give me a second.
Just give it a verse.
What is it? Revelations 5:9?
Christian, did you just say give us the verse?
Yeah, he wants microwave.
Bro, y'all got to study on your own at some point, bro. I just can't just be giving.
Dude, that ain't it. I'm just trying to make it faster for you here.
No, well, first of all, hold on. Let me say this. Christian, you've been here long enough. I don't ever try to make anything faster. Not really.
Yeah, I know.
All right.
I know.
All right. So, I mean, listen, I understand when we sit here and freaking spoon feed you all day. Y'all got to look up something. I mean, you got to retain something for God's sakes. Come on, man.
I looked up 10 verses. What are you talking about?
I'm just saying.
Just today.
Try,
man.
Listen, man. They need your head like Ball G. Ball G.
Ball G? What's that?
I don't know if I found what you were talking about, but Revelation 14, verse 1, it says, and I looked, and lo, a lamb stood on the Mount Zion, and with him 140.
All right. Look, listen. Get to the white horse. Get to the man on the white horse. Lord have mercy. Everybody should know what chapter that is.
Well, I didn't need, bro.
I've been over this man so many times. I feel like I've been over this.
I didn't hear the.
Yeah.
One who is called faithful.
Just
Revelation 19, guys, verse 11. My internet is trash where I'm at. That's what I'm trying.
It's all right.
Unmute. Revelation 19. (11 through 16). Look at I got bars. Revelation 19, 11 through 16. Revelation 19, 11 through 16.
Got it.
And I saw heaven opened, and behold, a white horse, and he that sat upon him was called faithful and true, and in righteousness he doth judge and make war. His eyes were as a flame of fire, and on his head were many crowns. And he had a name written that no man knew, but he himself.
That's it?
Is that enough?
That's it? Keep going.
Well, continue. I don't know how.
Yeah, continue.
Keep
continue.
going.
And he was clothed with a vesture dipped in blood, and his name is called the Word of God. And the armies which were in heaven followed him upon white horses, clothed in fine linen, white and clean, and out of his mouth goeth a sharp sword, that with it he should smite the nations, and he shall rule them with a rod of iron, and he treadeth the winepress of the fierceness
All right.
and
All right. So
wrath
somebody
of
tell me,
Almighty God.
somebody tell me. Now somebody tell me what this means. And they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with power and great glory.
Well, there's going to be a lot of disciples.
Somebody tell me what this means.
It's the same verse that you just read in 23.
Yeah, but what does it mean? Somebody tell me what it means. What is power and
You
great
just said the
glory?
glory is like the fruit. You said you weren't talking about power, but you said that
Well,
the
I
glory
mean, that's
was.
why we went to Revelation, because I really don't want to, but what is power and glory after what Jennifer just read? What is power and glory? I already explained glory.
His word and the disciples.
I would say
Exploits and
salvation,
wisdom. Exploits and wisdom.
They that are with
salvation,
him
right?
called and chosen and
So, all
faithful.
right. So, what's glory?
Faith.
No, my
I
God.
say power is
Hold
faith.
on. I just went over glory. What's glory? I just
I
went over.
literally just said disciples. The fruit.
So disciples, man.
Yeah, bro. But based on what Jennifer read, based on what she read,
It said with a great glory. That would
Read
be
it again,
them.
Jennifer, please. Jennifer, just
No.
read it again. Just read it again, please.
Okay.
Christian,
okay.
hey, Christian is going to swear up and down that he said, I can already tell. Christian, just leave, for God's sakes, because you're not right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Jesus Christ. You do this every time.
You sit right there, brother.
Hey,
I do this every time.
Hey, Christian is serious. He's like, okay, fine, I'll just go. Christian, you didn't say it. I heard
I'm
you say,
still here.
listen. I heard you say disciple a million times, but you're not giving me the most correct answer. I said, based on what Jennifer read, did it say disciples up there, bro?
No.
So why are you saying disciples?
Because I was not doing black letters on the white page.
I said based on what Jennifer read. I just don't know how many times I have to say that. Listen, obviously.
Not only did he say disciples.
Well, hold on.
Said,
let me.
let me.
I know. Let me be correct. He's not wrong in the sense that that's the glory of God, but I need you to make sense of what Jennifer's reading, bro. Listen to what she's reading.
Okay, sister, read it again, please.
Okay,
Christian, use words that she is saying in Revelation, bro. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, go. Read it.
And I saw
chapter,
heaven
verse.
open.
Book, chapter, verse.
Yeah, give me the book,
Revelation
chapter, verse.
19:11 in King James Version. And I saw heaven open, and behold, a white horse, and he that sat upon him was called Faithful and True. And in righteousness he doth judge and make war. Verse 12, his eyes were as a flame of fire, and on his head were many crowns. And he had a name written that no man knew but he himself. And he was clothed with vesture dipped in blood, and his name is called the Word of God. And the armies which were in heaven followed him upon white horses, clothed in fine linen, white and clean. And out of his mouth goeth a sharp sword, that with it he should smite the nations. And he shall rule them with a rod of iron, And he treadeth the winepress with fierceness and wrath of Almighty God.
All right. All right. So based on what she read, I better not hear the freaking word disciple, dude. I'm a freaking freak. I'm gonna crash out right here live. Look.
Okay, well I'm gonna say it anyway.
Hold on. Idiot. All right, look. I'm gonna read it again. Listen to my question. I'm gonna ask
The army.
Yes, bro. Okay. So, all right. Okay. Well, you gave one answer. All right. So,
of heaven.
well, that's the same. It says, and they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. So the army is the great glory. The army, based on what Jennifer read, what's the power?
The sword of his mouth.
The word, the gospel.
Listen, guys, I'm not saying y'all are wrong, but based on what she read, and I know that the word, it says the word there, but guys, God speaks to us in imagery. I don't know why I got to keep saying this.
Is it all the crowns?
The rod.
Yes,
It
bro.
says
The iron rod.
here.
The iron rod, for God's sakes.
It's the rod.
It's
Ye
the rod.
shall rule them with a rod of iron.
Yeah. So listen, obviously crowns are important. Obviously the sword that comes out of his mouth, obviously. But there's a reason that the same imagery is here. He has the rod now. How did all the plagues happen in Egypt? How?
By the rod.
By the rod. So the imagery is still here. It's the same writer. So when Jesus, this is before Revelation's even written. So right here where it says, and they shall see the Son of Man coming in the cloud of heaven with power and great glory. The rod and the army. Yes, 100%. The rod is talking about when we receive the Spirit of God, which is the rod. Okay. Jesus doesn't need a rod, guys. He is the rod. But why is he carrying one? Why? Do you let me ask you this, and I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be rude, but you think, I'm just going to play it this way. He's on the horse. Do you think that the rod is giving him power? The iron rod? You think that's giving him power? No. He is the rod, but this is imagery. This is how the Bible's written to us. So we don't forget what we saw in the Old Testament. You understand? Yes. Thank you, Eric, for clarifying what I'm saying. To keep the integrity of the text. Thank you. Yes. It's just the integrity of God. God doesn't change. If you understand what he wrote down way over here, you'll understand what it says over here. So when you hear all these people say that like stuff that I teach, they're like, well, this, it's not a new thing. It's not a new idea. It's been around. Well, that's funny. I don't ever hear you talk about it. What do you mean? It's so funny when people say that, where they try to downplay, well, that's nothing new. I mean, it's not a new concept. I mean, it's still been around for a long time. Oh, wow. Okay. Why don't you ever talk about it? Well, I don't have to. There's other people that do. And nah, bro, you don't talk about it because you don't see it. You're just saying you agree with it so you don't look stupid. It's the only reason why they say they agree with it. That's it. It's the only reason, because they still can't see it.
So the rod is basically going back to the rod. It's the kingship. It's
authority.
It's
the power.
Authority,
It's the power. Yeah.
The
Scepter.
Like in the olden days, the kings always had a rod.
Yeah.
Like even when you watch Thor, it was the rod. He's like, take this rod to your king. He's like, I have no king.
I have no king. Yeah. Same thing, man. Yeah. Absolutely.
No kings.
Yeah. Yeah. It's the authority of God. And Jesus is the authority of God. So it's no longer a wooden rod. It's the iron rod.
David saw this. David understood this because he always says, "I rod and I stab."
Right. That's why it's so important to understand why he took his rod before he fought Goliath. Very important. Crucial. 100%. All right. So he says, in the clouds of heaven, the power and great glory. Obviously, Christian, those are freaking disciples, but we have to understand it's the army that's with him. All right. And it says,
the disciples are the army.
Oh
yes,
my gosh.
pretty much.
Bro.
All right. And it says, and he shall send his angels with a great sound of a trumpet. He is going to send his angels, messengers, with the great sound of the trumpet, and they shall gather together his elect from the four winds. Elect from the four winds, the ones that are receiving
The gospel.
the gospel, not from strange winds of doctrine, but from the four. From the four, guys. And it says, from one end of heaven to the other. From one end of heaven to the other. Now, learn a parable of the fig tree. Okay, so now that we have an understanding, and I could go through this for days. I think y'all should know this by now. But it says, now learn a parable of the fig tree. All right. When his branch is yet tender and putteth forth leaves. All the fig tree stories should be coming to your head right now. Ye know that summer is nigh. When? Says, when his branch is yet tender. When his branch is yet tender. What does that mean, a tender branch?
It's young. It's not ripe.
A baby.
That was the description of Jesus in Isaiah too.
Well, we're the branches, but what about?
Yeah, I think about Exodus when it talks about the the month of Abib or Nisan, where the tender corn.
All right. Okay. Let me just keep going, though. I just need you to think
Tender
about
herb
that.
yielding seed.
All right. And it says, when his branch, does it say her branch?
No, his.
His branch. Yeah. Important. Same author. His branch is yet tender. His branch. And putteth forth leaves. Ye know that the summer is nigh. So likewise ye, when ye shall see all these things, excuse me, when you shall see all these things, know that it is near. Wait a minute. When you shall see all these things, know that it's near. So we're going to see Jesus come out of the clouds riding on a horse, holding an iron rod with an army. And when we see these things, know that it's near? Huh?
No.
Oh my God. I don't know who y'all been listening to, but that's already going to destroy half of the people that y'all go argue with doctrine. All right, it says, when you see these things, know that it's near. Where am I at? I'm sorry.
Even at the doors.
All right, yeah, even at the doors. Let me see. You shall see all these things, know that it is near, even at the doors. What doors? So you're telling me that Jesus is going to be riding a horse with a big army, carrying an iron rod, and it's at the door? What's at the door? Are y'all listening?
Salvation.
Are you listening to what I'm saying though?
Salvation?
Listen. So all this stuff is happening in the sky and it's at the door. So just bear with me. If Jesus is on a horse and there's all these people and all that is at a door, what door? What door is all this stuff happening at?
The door of the tent of your heart, bro.
Okay, so if you don't understand that the door is talking about the freaking tent, how are you going to understand what you're reading in Revelation then? Huh? Somebody tell me.
Abraham, so does the tent door.
If somebody does not understand what the tent door is, do they know what they're reading?
No.
My God. Look.
It's possible they see some things, but they don't have the
You know,
understanding.
yeah, I can go look at a lake too and stare at it and say, I see a lake. Yeah, I could do that too. You're right. Look, a lake. Oh, anything else? Well, I just want to talk about the lake. Look, the lake is wet. There's water. Now, I don't see any fish, but there's got to be fish in there. Look, there's a boat on the lake. That's what I see. Guys, let's go to the book of Revelation. All right, let's go. All right, so look, there's a lake. Yeah, look, it says lake. There's a lake right there. And a boat. Yeah, but it says there's this animal. Yeah, this animal comes out, got 7 heads. They might as well write a freaking comic book about what they're talking about. All they're doing is repeating. They're repeating what it says. But they're not opening scripture. They're not opening scripture, for God's sakes. Look. It's even at the door. You're telling me this freaking galactic thing that's happening, it's at the door? Verily I say unto you, this generation shall not pass till all these things be fulfilled. So now here comes the weirdos, the 70 ADers. This thing's already happened, they say. It's already happened. I'm not going to say whether it happened or not, because I'm not getting into that. Use your freaking head. It's not hard. Watch this. The question of the night. Heaven and earth shall pass away, but my words shall not pass away. Heaven. All this because of this question right here. Heaven. Let's see. Heaven. Let me just put it right there. Earth. Okay, well, I might as well put shall pass away. I got to write it down so it's easier for me. There's a reason why. I'm going to make some arrows. It says, but, right? But my words shall not pass away. All right. Let me get a highlighter. Okay. Heaven, earth shall pass away, but my words shall not pass away. Heaven, earth shall pass away, but my word shall not pass away. All right. Who's going to take a stab at it? Who's going to take a stab at it?
It's kind of what it says in Hebrews 12, where it says that, here, I can just.
I'll take a stab at it. I'll go ahead, sister. My bad. Go ahead, finish.
Go ahead, because I haven't even found the scripture I was thinking of. Go ahead.
The temple will fall, not one stone will be left, but discipleship and my word is going to go forward still.
All right, say it again.
Not one stone shall be left. This temple stand right standing, but my word will still go forth and disciples will still be made.
All right. So not one stone shall be left, right? But what does he say after that? What does the scripture say after that? Yeah, JH shall not be left unturned, right?
Unturned. There you go.
Yeah. Yeah, but what does it say after that? Not one stone shall be left unturned. Oh man, hold on.
Well, to all my Spanish speakers out there that went to church, we used to have a little song called El cielo y la tierra pasará, mas su palabra no pasará.
Should I start clapping now?
Just pay your tithes.
Yeah, don't forget to do that.
Allow you.
Where's Jesse? Jesse knows what I'm talking about. Bill got saved later on in life.
I think
Ushers, close the doors. I want 1,000 plus 1,000.
1,000 plus 1,000. Yeah, that was pretty funny. 1,000 plus 1,000. Y'all found it?
There it is. Jesse said it.
What, pasada? What does that mean?
Yeah, basically, the song saying heaven and earth will pass away, but his word will never pass away.
And everybody clap.
I don't
All right,
know
here you
if
go.
Benny found.
This is, yeah, here you go. And Jesus said unto them, you shall not be left here one stone upon another that shall not be thrown down. And as he sat upon the Mount of Olives, the disciples came unto him privately, saying, Tell us when these things shall be, and what shall be the sign of thy coming and of the end of the world. And Jesus answered and said unto them, Take heed that no man deceive you, for many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many. And then he starts going.
Yeah, and where are you at? What's the address to that?
24.
Yeah.
Matthew 24.
Right. So this is right before.
4.
Right. So this is right before all this. Right. You hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep, you're right.
All right. So okay. So after 35, I swear I'm not going through any of this. I lied last time. I ain't lying. Listen. So in 36, he says, but of that day, and we'll get to 35 in a minute, but he says, of that day, and it says, an hour knoweth no man, no, not the angels of heaven, but my Father only. Now, why is it that the Father only knows the hour?
Titles, because of the titles.
Okay, well, yeah, no, it is because of titles, but why does the Father only know? Because he's the one that draws, right? No. What does the Bible say about the Father drawing?
He draws
every man near to him.
Okay, he draws, so he knows the hour. Okay, and he says, not the angels of heaven, but my Father only, but as the days of Noah, where so shall, were, the days of Noah were, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. For as in the days that were before the flood, they were eating and drinking, marrying, and given in marriage until the day that Noah entered the ark. Until the day that Noah entered the ark. Look, don't say nothing, please. I hear you thinking. Just give me a second.
Stop calling me out, Trop.
Yes, I know. It's I try not to say your name.
Yeah, we'll drop you.
Oh, heck. I keep reading so fast. All right. So likewise, ye, when you shall see all these things, know that it is near, even at the door. Even at the door. For in those days before the flood, they were eating and drinking and marrying until the day that Noah entered the ark, which is the door. All right. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Heaven and earth shall pass away, but my words shall not pass away. All right. Who's going to take a stab at it? Because it's the last part right here. After everything we just read, all this stuff, all this freaking galactic stuff is happening in the sky. This galactic stuff. And he ends it with,
the fullness of the Gentile.
And he ends it with, it's at the door. Right? All this Star Wars, choo 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 choo. At the door. At the door. And then it says, oh, I went too far on that. What the heck? Over? Oh. And then it says, oh, by the way, heaven and earth shall pass away, but my words shall not pass away. Heaven and earth shall pass away, but my words will not pass away.
Is this earth talking about the heart?
Oh, I'm not saying nothing. I've said a lot, bro.
Well,
this should be very clear what this is saying.
Well, in Hebrews 12, remember the contrast of Sinai and Zion? It says, verse 18, for ye are not come unto the mount that might be touched and that burned with fire, nor unto blackness and darkness and tempest, and the sound of a trumpet, and the voice of words, which voice they that heard entreated that the word should not be spoken to them any more, for they could not endure that which was commanded. And if so much as a beast touch the mountain, it shall be stoned or thrust through with a dart. And so terrible was the sight that Moses said, exceedingly fear and quake. But ye are come unto Mount Zion, and unto the city of the living God, the heavenly Jerusalem, and to an innumerable company of angels, to the general assembly and church of the firstborn, which are written in heaven, and to God, the judge of all, and to the spirits of just men made perfect, and to Jesus, the mediator of the new covenant, and to the blood of sprinkling that speaketh better things than that of Abel.
All right, Jennifer, what are
See
you going to
that
do? You going to keep reading the whole Bible or what? Where are you getting at? I must have missed what you said at the
It's talking about the new covenant. We got the new covenant. We got the new heavens, the new earth, which, yeah, it's going to pass away. But the thing that remains, which will not pass away, which is the word of God.
Right. So you found something that is confirming what Jesus is saying, but what does it mean? This is said in the Bible multiple times, but what does it mean? What does it mean? Heaven and earth.
It's faith. It's the
What's
unshakable faith.
What is faith? What is
heaven
faith?
and earth get shook, but faith does remain.
Yeah, but what is heaven and earth? What is that?
Well, the new heaven would be the renewing of our mind, and the new earth is our heart.
That's close. That's pretty close. Anybody want to take a stab at it?
Honestly, that's what I was going to say. I was going to say like the heaven is the upper room, and the, like I said before, the earth is the heart.
Yeah, well, that's what Jennifer's saying. Anybody else want to take a stab at it?
So just I'm not taking a stab at it, but I'm just trying to go back and go slow instead of just rushing. So when we're talking about earth, you got to go back to Eden, right? Like the earth that he talks about there.
Yeah, you have to. I say this all the time. If you're reading something and you try to figure it out, go back to Eden. It doesn't mean it doesn't mean that 100% of everything is in there. But I'm telling you right now, there's a very high percentage of everything that's over there.
Right.
Yeah.
So the earth had. Oh, I don't know. I'm just trying to think. So if Adam's body was made with the earth, the dust of the earth, and we're talking about a new earth, and we're talking about a new heaven, I would assume that the ruach or the breath and the shama would be like heaven, and like the earth would be a new body. So it's like a glorified body somehow.
All right, so the
some way,
ruach, what did God do with the ruach in Eden?
He blew it.
Yep. He blew it in what?
Into Adam and made him a living soul.
Yeah, but Adam was made of what? Earthly.
Clay, the earth,
earthly.
dust of the earth.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Guys, this is spirit, soul, and body. Guys, it's a glorified body.
Yeah.
Okay. So the Bible says, don't be scared of them that can kill the body. Right? What does he say?
He said, don't be scared of them that can kill the body, but rather those that can unalive the soul.
Yeah. The body and soul. The body and soul. The ruach, the wind, the breath, the earth. Whatever earth you came from, that's the earth you're going to return. The heaven and earth may pass away, but his word, which is spirit, will never pass away. So when you try to talk to someone about spirit, soul, and body, and they're like, hold on, bro. So like, so you're saying we got like 3 minds? You can already tell what they don't see. You can already tell. You're sitting there arguing with them, right? You're really just becoming a stumbling block because they're babies on milk, and you're trying to explain this. You know, you can kind of see you're not being fair. You know what I mean? You're not being fair. You're actually kind of bullying, like you're kind of being mean because you see what they can't see. But because they're being mean to you, because they think what you're saying is stupid and you're over spiritualizing, and then now you just, you're just kind of picking on them. That's why I don't know how many times, like, that's why you don't see me in rooms with a bunch of people, not because I can't argue about what I believe and all that. Like, after a while, you're kind of more in a, you're like in a more like in a mature state, or you should be, right? Right, because knowledge puffeth up. So if you understand some of this and you know that they don't, then it's kind of like, well, what are you doing? Like, why are you over there bullying them? They don't see it as you bullying them. They think you're stupid and crazy. But you know that you're bullying them. So it's sin to you, and you do it anyway. It's not okay. It's not cool. It's really not. I've been trying to say this for a long time. And that's just 24. Shoot. And we're not even done with 24. Now we get into the 2 in the field, which I think I've. That mustache is effing glorious. Oh, well, all right.
I heard today actually on a live, some folks arguing about the dove coming down on Jesus. And I was like, it's so easy. Go listen to the Dove Prophecy song. You'll get it.
Oh, you told somebody that?
Yeah.
Oh, they're probably like, what? What are you talking about? Drake.
Yeah, they were like, they were arguing whether Jesus was born with the Spirit or not. I was like, oh my Lord. This is the argument?
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I'm headed to one of them live as soon as y'all get off.
I bet you are, boy. I bet you're going over there right now. Hey, sometimes I'll see Benny live and I'll be messing with Benny. I can tell Benny's like, man, you come over here. Like, going over there. Crazy. Going over there, man. Be like,
I'm gonna have to come back and listen to this live because I missed a bunch of it. I was like out and about, so I caught the latter part.
Well, y'all can thank Jennifer. She knows how to get that heifer a plowing. Just remember, and I'm I just been on this. I've been on this for past week. Just remember, all of us, everybody. I mean, we all have fleshly flaws. They're still here. It doesn't make it okay. You don't justify it and say, oh, well, that's because I'm human. No, the flaw that you have, I'm telling you, if you don't start working on it, later on in life, you're just going to beat yourself up. later on in life, every year or every 5 years, however you want to play it, you're just going to keep beating yourself up because God keeps showing you where your problem is and you're not listening. You're trying to lie to yourself and say, well, that's not a problem. I'm sitting there telling you this is not about obeying the law. It's not about any of that. But you became the law. It's written on your heart, not stone tablets, on your heart. And it was written by God's finger. The finger that the scribes and Pharisees are supposed to use to take the burden off you, but they didn't. And it's not because I hate when rabbinical Jews or any of them say, oh, well, it's because they abused the law. See, listen, guys, what's happening is they were giving people the law, but they were breaking it themselves. That's a freaking lie. Nothing could be further from the truth. That is not the point that's being made there. The point that is being made there is anybody that is trying to pick up the law becomes a hypocrite. Anybody, not just them, you become a hypocrite because the thing that you're telling people to do, you don't do it, period. You never will. It'll never happen. It has to be written on your heart. And at that point, you become the law. It's not something to follow anymore. You're it. So if you're the law and you are supposed to be an example, then people are looking at you because you are the temple. You, everything is you. It's crazy how people are. No, there's going to be a third temple. Man, I can murder that idea. No, absolutely not. You're it. Okay, you're it. And it's just not an easy thing to take. I get it, but you know, you have a rabbinical Jew that comes up to you, and don't get me wrong. There's other kinds of people that will say that they're part of a Jew. They're part of it, but the way they view it is like a rabbinical Jew. They'll hold you accountable. And Jesus, who is the Jew that everybody is supposed to represent, which means that we praise God, and the only way you can praise God, it's not through the law. And I'm saying the Mosaic law. That's not how you praise God. All those things were pointing to the Jew, the Jew, the Yad, the Yad, the Yada. It's all pointing to him. All of this was made because it was pointing to the Jew, the Israel, the promised land. Right? So you can be a co-heir. If Israel, and I'm talking about the future, the people, the past, the Israel before Jesus was born, you understand? This Israel, if that Israel was already uh, heirs of God, then they wouldn't have to become co-heirs. They're not already heirs. They became co-heirs because the Jew was the heir. The praise of God was the heir. And anyone that received him became co-heirs, not already heirs. That's why Jesus said, and don't talk to me about Abraham, because they thought they were automatically heirs because of Abraham. No, the Bible says that you're co-heir, meaning you're only an heir because of the heir, who is the Jew, which is the whole reason that all this stuff was made. The 12 tribes, all of this is because it was telling us that this is something that already exists. And so he took the thing that already exists and he shadowed it in the Old Testament, and it all pointed to the Jew, which is the praise of God. And without the praise of God, you can't praise him. Your flesh, your freaking Texas two-step that you do every Sunday doesn't praise God right. David was doing his old polka festival hop and stop, butt naked. That doesn't praise God. None of that is praising God. Without the praise of God, who is Yahudah, the Jew, the King of the Jews, the Jew, without him, you don't know how to put forth your hand and take the Spirit. You understand? The shoot. You don't know how. No man knows how to take that. Without Christ, you don't know how to take it. He's the one that takes the dove, him. So how was the law going to get anybody to do this. There are people that will fight with us tooth and nail, and they will say that it was possible. It was possible through the law, and they'll go to all these scriptures and they miss what it's saying. The stony tablets, my friend, 1000% could never allow you to spiritually grab the dove. Absolutely not. Only he who is the Jew, the praise of God, knew how to grab it. And when he was here, the disciples were able to grab it because of him that entered. And nobody received the Spirit because of the law. And it would have never been possible. It would have never. But everybody was given the opportunity. But it was to prove that it couldn't be done, not to prove that it could. No. To prove that it couldn't. Why? Because he's the only door. He's the door. Sin is not the only thing that lies at the door. Christ does too. He lies at the door. But in the Old Testament, he wasn't lying at the door. Only sin was, because it was the only thing available. Right? All right.
Oh, he don't lie at the door and wait for blood. He lies at the door with the blood.
Yeah, with it.
Oh.
Yeah, with it. To sprinkle. Well, he's already done that, but still, that's still the... All right. Guys, it is already 8 o'clock. And I think I came on at... What time did I come on, bro? At like 2 or something? I don't know. 1? I don't know. Excuse me.
I don't even remember.
Yeah, it is around 1 or 2, somewhere around there. Yeah, it was a long one, but I was able to do that. I wasn't planning on staying till 8. I was planning on staying till about 6. But I got a lot of stuff done today, man. So, it's all good. 11 Kelly.
Thank you for going over that.
Yeah.
God bless you.
Yeah, man. Yeah, no, it's all good. And honestly, I didn't go over nothing. But, I think I went over some pillars, man. So now y'all can go back and study. And I'm telling you, don't get puffed up in knowledge and think you learned something. You just learned enough to make yourself look stupid. Go in there and dig. Go in there and dig some more. Anybody got anything? Anybody? No? Yes? Maybe so.
Thanks for touching these things.
Yeah. I'm warning you right now. Don't go to them lives that talk about tribulations. Hey, y'all are all wrong. You're just going to look like an idiot.
No, definitely not.
All right.
Definitely not.
All right. All right.
Anyway, it's time to argue.
Oh, Lord. All right. Well, don't invite me. I don't know why y'all even do sometimes. I get an invite and I'm like, I ain't going up there.
Bro, you don't see me arguing with nobody, bro.
I've been good. I haven't done one the whole day.
I'm not calling anybody out by name. I don't even know why you're addressing me.
The whole day.
I don't even know why Christians address. Y'all see how Christian guilty conscience kicks in? I didn't say your name. All right.
No, that wasn't one of those. That was just a quip.
All right. Nina calling you out, bro. She said, of course Christian doesn't do it.
Name a time.
Name a time and place.
When you see me.
You let Christian go argue with you. All right. I'm out of here. All right, guys. We'll see y'all in the morning. God bless.